Ah yes, winter time, such a beautiful and majestic spectacle of the year. To many it can actually be a very cozy and comfortable time camping out together with your horse. To others it can be a death sentence. But nevertheless, and regardless of how you feel about it, for one season out of the year, winter is just a fact of life. But hear me out, what would it be like if you were surviving on a planet with many other magical factions of creatures and things of that sort with a permanent winter, an eternal winter of sorts? Well, today, my friends, we are going to find out exactly what that would be like, as we are going to be surviving an eternal winter here on a desolate RimWorld on the edge of the universe. We're starting out with one handsome gentleman by the name of Rosh, who has a fairly mediocre skill set with the traits of great memory and nimble. Now, he's really good with plants, animals, and crafting, and that's about it. And just as sands through the hourglass of time, we begin our monumentous journey into this icy, cold, frozen hellscape, which is already well below freezing. I am very excited though. One of the first things we began doing was deconstructing ruins and walls from civilizations long since past. Now, I like to do this anyways because it's a quick way to get resources, but in this case it's actually very crucial. Obviously, because there is an eternal winter here on this planet, wood is going to become an extremely scarce resource, and it basically already is, except for ruins and the few trees that we already have. Speaking of which, I went ahead and began cutting some of those down and making sure that I cut the stump up as well, because we don't want any of that to go to waste, of course. Wood is a finite resource, and it's actually our only way currently of building fires and fueling fires, of course, which is undeniably one of the only things here that's going to keep us from freezing to death, minus our coat and whatnot. Later on into the night, we went ahead and claimed the remaining walls and whatnot that we hadn't already. Finally, this was our home. And after a long and hard day of working in the mind-numbingly cold snow, we were finally able to rejoice next to the dim light of a campfire. We wouldn't let Rosh sleep all night though, as he was becoming extremely hungry. Luckily for us though, there happened to be a beehive not too far from our new base. He started pounding on it with the power of 1,000 toddlers. That's a lot of power. And anyhow, after it was crumbled down to bits, we found some honeycombs that he managed to munch on, and this seemed to satisfy his hunger. At least for the time being, but now you and I both know that that's not going to last. A man can't survive off honeycomb alone. No, we need something to hunt with. So that's why we ended up creating a sling, the precursor to the bow and arrow. We also took some limestone block and ended up building ourselves a primitive axe for any melee combat situations. Allow me to show you a simple demonstration of both of our weapons, if you will. Ah yes, with a sling of this magnitude, I could shoot a flea off of a tick's back at 1,000 yards away, or something like that. Haha, yes indeed, and with a stone axe of this stonery, I could hit somebody with it. Wait a minute. By good God Almighty, I could hunt this rabbit with it. And so I did. We would chase the hairy little fiend down through the snow around the side of a mountain, where we would end up finally just about killing it, and then I got scared because I thought a bear was chasing me, but turns out I guess it wasn't. But we would quickly return to receive our prize, our very first hunt. And I must say that I was pretty proud of myself, not only because we're really beginning to thrive here in this frozen shithole, but I hadn't expected him to do so well with the sling. Turns out for small game though, the sling is very effective. Probably not near as effective as a short bow or something, but I don't know, I like it. For a brief period of time, I would actually go back to deconstructing some ruins, which was very nice as we were getting some wood from it as well as plenty of sandstone to build with. But then later in the night, we ended up having a trader come by the name of Humps, but unfortunately they didn't really have anything of interest, so we moved on. But real quick, a word from me. Hi there, I got a quick question for you. How is it hanging? Oh, really? Oh, wow. Well, you know, what if you had a wonderful festive shirt for Christmas time, or even just the holidays in general, to kind of express that? I introduce to you my brand new holiday special How's It Hanging t-shirt. As it stands currently, it comes in 3 different colors and would be the perfect piece of apparel to spice up that Christmas party this year. Or maybe you're wanting a wonderful festive gift for someone, and that would be perfect as well. It has an extremely simplistic design, and honestly, I just really hope you guys enjoy it. I love you ever so much, and I love the holiday season. So, of course, I sell all this on ratnightapparel.com, so if you were interested in this shirt or any of my other merchandise I currently have up, you can always go to ratnightapparel.com, or you can also find a link in the video description or the store section of my channel. And now, back to the video. Just before bedtime though, I ended up finding a dead musk ox. I'm not sure what type of creature this is, but it looks like it was attacked by a cave bear and it ended up bleeding out. I don't see a cave bear though, so we're gonna sneak in, grab it, and cook it for dinner. Something that I've neglected to mention up until this point that is actually quite important is the fact that every time we kill an animal and we butcher it, we end up getting bones. Now, what we can do with bones is build walls and other weapons and things like that, of course, just like you could with any other resource like wood. Unlike wood, of course, though, you can't use bones to fuel your fire, so we're going to mostly use it for construction purposes and maybe some weapons. We didn't use it here in this clip to build our small bedroom. We actually ended up using plenty of sandstone that we got from some ruins nearby. But don't you worry your pretty little head, because we're going to use plenty of bones in the near future. As for now, though, we really don't have enough bones to begin utilizing them, so I tried to use some wood on this door and I screwed it up and we wasted some fuel for the fire. Something exciting, though, was that a little bit later we ended up having our very first raid, and something even more exciting than that is at the same time we had a shaman merchant appear. And now, if you're not familiar with RimWorld, you may be asking yourself, why is that exciting? Well, my friends, this little raider has no idea that they're walking right into a trap, kind of. The shaman merchant is going to beat the shit out of them while we stay inside. And yes, that is a cheap and cheesy way of defeating the raider, but hey, the game spawned them, not me, okay? Now, something that I did do, though, was send Rosh marching up to this would-be murderer, take her axes, and then come back and begin beating her to death until we lobbed her head off. It's a bit more graphic than it looks. But now that she's been decapitated, there is absolutely zero chance that she'll be able to get up from her wounds in the middle of the night, sneak into our little stone cabin, and murder us as we go Betty by, thankfully. Speaking of our little stone cabin, it was time that we expanded and build something of a storage room. I was getting tired of having an axe, some herbal meds, and all kinds of crap just lying around in our kitchen. And this, of course, is where the bones came in handy. By this time, we had accumulated enough of them that we could actually build a few walls and a door. But that was by far just the beginning. For the next couple of days, we would begin preparing some meals, of course, as well as tearing down more and more of these ruined structures for their resources. Now, of course, you viewers with the very keen eyeballs will probably point out all the mountains and stone that we could utilize here, but unfortunately, Rost doesn't have a very good mining skill. Even if he did, we still need to research stone cutting, which will take quite a while. And that's assuming we don't get murdered and eaten by any of this damned wildlife, like this Arctic coyote that just thought it'd be a brilliant idea to try and hunt us. This poor, dumb K9 piece of shit. It doesn't even know that we have opposable thumbs, let alone a sling with the power of God. Alright, maybe that was a little bit excessive, a little dramatic, but anyways, we threw a couple gravels at its head until it took a little nappy, and then we ended up murdering it with our axe. Or it appears maybe not quite. That's alright, we can fix that for you. And so we did. The mighty, powerful Arctic fox fell to our axes and died there in the snow. As we began tending to ourselves, I was wondering just how bad the extent of Rosh's wounds really were. Well, I bet you're wondering the same thing, right? Well, he lost his damn leg. Apparently, that Arctic coyote, I think I called it a fox a moment ago, but it bit his damn leg off. I suppose that's what I get for disrespecting it. This might as well be a death sentence, seeing how slow we walk through the snow already. Thankfully, some time later, we had a trader stop in who actually ended up having a pneumatic rifle. Now, this wouldn't replace our leg, but it would make it much easier to kill any raiders, upping our chance of survival. There was just one teeny tiny little problem. We didn't have enough silver and we couldn't sell enough to afford it. So, unfortunately, we would end up arresting the trader and then tossing him into our storage room where he would be imprisoned. Yeah. But I only did it because I'm extremely desperate for resources, especially a decent weapon, seeing how we only have one leg at the moment. I'm not gonna keep him here either, okay? I'm not a monster, also because I can't afford to feed him. So immediately after taking all his shit, we let him go. It's cool. Speaking of which though, oh mama, look at that pemmican and all that wood. A perfect addition to our resource collection. We got so many resources, we're gonna need to end up building another shelf, and I don't feel too bad about building out of wood since we have so much now. But as we wind down here, at the end of the video, I just want to take a moment and kind of discuss what my plans are exactly for this series. This is more of a mini-series unless it just does really well, or unless you guys just want to be a full-blown series. My idea is maybe maybe we just kind of build a really decent base here, something like a castle or something. I am using medieval overhaul, so that'd be perfect, obviously, for a castle aesthetic and stuff like that. So the time period here, obviously, is kind of like between medieval era and maybe like a Napoleonic era, because there are different types of flintlock, pneumatic, and different types of rifles and pistols, like, you know, stuff like that, which is just a very interesting theme, I feel like, for this series, kind of this alternate timeline, maybe. I mean, I'm sure those things were invented in real life around that time, between the medieval period and the Napoleonic period, but, you know, I think you get what I'm saying, but as of right now, my plan is maybe to just build some type of medieval dynasty or something with a nice castle here, or something along the lines of that, and we would end it there, depending on how long that takes. I would expect it to be a pretty short mini-series, maybe 5 to 6 episodes, if that, maybe more, maybe less. I don't want to give a guarantee on any of that, because I really don't know exactly how far I'd like to go. You guys let me know what you think about this, though, in the comment section down below. If you like it, be sure to like, be sure to comment and stuff like that, so I know, because if you really do like it, we can keep it going for a really long time if you guys are having a good time, so I really appreciate that. But thank you guys ever so much for watching. I love you guys so much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your support on the channel for me and the series and everything good and all that stuff. But I love you guys. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Welcome back, one and all, to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, in our frozen hellscape, in our slightly less frozen cabin. Where it is so cold and frozen, in fact, we have these strange-looking balls falling from the sky. I wasn't sure what this was at first, but apparently this is hail, and it is added by a RimWorld of Magic, which is really cool. I tend to appreciate the little things, like weather conditions. Our sole protagonist, Rosh here, is starting out his day by having a good-sized bite of pemmican to fill up his tummy, and then also a smoke from a cigar to feed his nicotine addiction that's slowly growing over time. However, of course, it is one of the very few small comforts he actually gets to enjoy here. It also gives us a 1% boost in consciousness, manipulation, talking, and eating. It also adds 1% to his moving as well, and this 1% boost to these areas is not great. It's barely noticeable, but when he only has one leg, anything is better than nothing. But as Rosh begins his work for the day, I decided that some of this work could include some nice flooring in his bedroom. This flooring is made out of wood, and though it is scarce, I don't know, we just had such a surplus, I decided to use some. With that being said, though, I did also go ahead and start butchering up a bunch of different animals so we can go ahead and get a bunch of bones to construct with. We also ended up having some yak join us, which was perfect timing, as we were just looking for animals to kill and butcher, or any that were already dead. Rosh quickly roped up these 2 yaks and brought them all the way back to the cabin, where he would then end up slaughtering them. We would take them inside and butcher them for plenty of meat to add to our pile and plenty of bones. And now with those sweet succulent bones, we could build ourselves a dresser as well as an end table for our bedroom. We would also end up using some wood for a bookshelf and also some bones for a plant pot. And as you'll be able to see, this did drastically improve our room. It was absolutely terrible before, so there wasn't much worse it could get, but this is a big step up. We would also end up deconstructing more runes nearby, and we would use the resources that we got from that to begin work on another section of our cabin. And during the time that we were doing this, we actually ended up having a quest called Grace the Sad. Apparently Grace here had been chased out of her home by an ex-lover and wanted to stay here for some time, so we granted this request. In exchange, she would come here and work for us. And I was glad that we accepted this request because she was a pretty good constructor as well as cook. Speaking of which, that is immediately what we began letting her do, because Rasha's cooking skill is not exactly up to par. Some time later, we had been granted the opportunity to name our faction and our settlement, so we ended up calling ourselves the Eternal Flame. I thought it fitting, and also we called this place Mount Rosh. Once that was completed, we then would begin working once again on the new room that we were adding onto the cabin. Now you'll notice that this new room also includes the steam geyser in it as well as the cabin. cabin overall. I want to thank you guys for reminding me about that. It completely slipped my mind to add that. It's basically free heat for us. It ended up getting a bit too hot in there right away, so we ended up deconstructing one of our doors to ensure that nobody has a heat stroke, especially out here in this frozen wasteland. We had Grace build us a table and chairs so we could eat our meals there, something that had been severely lacking. Interestingly enough though, that night we ended up having a faction assault from the Grey River Pact and the Purple Mire Pact, so we had a pigman here with a knife and a club, and a Itaken with a massive axe, and the two of them had planned on doing battle in our territory. Which, if I can be completely honest, I really did not care, and I was going to sit on the sidelines and just kind of watch this one. In the end, the Itaken ended up winning, and we hid inside our cabin until he decided to leave, thankfully. We then ended up going to bed, comfy, away from all of the violence. Well, except for Grace, who's sleeping on the floor, compared to Rosh, who has a nice bed, but you know what I mean. We ended up deconstructing some more runes and getting some iron and steel that we had planned on using for more shelves in this new room that we're going to use as storage and a production area for the time being. I'd like to say as well, by this point we are really accumulating quite a bit of steel and iron, which I hope will come to help us later on. For the time being though, we are now being raided by the Purple Mire Pack. It appears to be 2 raiders, and one of which, who has a wolfskin cap, actually is a fire mage, which is extremely worrying. They began crossing through a cave where the insectoids and wildlife had clashed, and this ended up being a blessing in disguise, as they had decided to steal what they could and leave. I had no idea what they were going to steal, but it was apparently a massive animal corpse. I know what you're thinking, and yes, I thought this was pretty crazy too, but let's be honest, in a frozen, hellish planet like this, a massive animal corpse is probably worth a lot in terms of food and leather. We gave chase for a moment after the fire mage, but he did get away. We would then end up spending a good portion of our time moving some of our resources and whatnot that we had in storage to the other storage room. We were going to use the previous one for solely food. It was around this time as well that I thought I had a big brain idea. You see, Rosh, of course, missing his leg, we have another person now. We could install a peg leg. That's at least what I thought. But unfortunately, it appears this is not possible because Grace does not have near high enough medical skill to do so. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't win at all. We would end up adding on to our bedroom since it is technically a barracks at this time. We wanted it to be much more spacious for the colonists, but also for the heat from the campfire and the geyser. But I was kicking myself in the ass for using all that wood now because I don't have enough for all of the wood flooring. But of course, a great substitute for wood is bones, so we would end up doing quite a bit of hunting and do a shit ton of butchering from animals that we hunted, other animals had hunted and left, and also many of the insectoids from the cave. And of course, as you could imagine, this was a win-win situation. We had plenty of bones to build with now, but we also had a freezer full of meat. Not too long after that though, we ended up having an eclipse, which just really added to the environment and the aesthetic of this frozen wasteland. I didn't think things could get much colder, but no sun really changed my mind, and I loved it. We then ended up having a Gorlin pod sprout, and I thought about using this for some of the dryads that create wood, but for the time being I decided to put it in storage, and you'll see later on in the video this was actually a really good idea. We also ended up having to deal with a mad ibex doe, but this obviously wasn't much of a problem. We shot at it several times and eventually ended up killing it. More bones for the pile. Speaking of which, we would use our current pile of bones to end up building Grace a proper bed, and we would also end up using the rest of them that we had so far to build her a dresser. I also decided to implement a little bit of a trick that one of our Discord members told me about. I ended up mining a bit of jade, and we brought it back and built a jade fence in our room. And I know what you're thinking, that's a little bit weird. Why would you do that? And I completely agree with you. However, the beauty stat and whatnot of jade made it extremely beautiful to have this small piece of fence in the room, and thus we actually ended up with a pretty good barracks. And I just want to say that I'm extremely excited and so proud of how well our base is coming along. I did decide, however, we needed to start doing some research on stone cutting because of our severe lack of resources. It's going to be extremely important that we actually have something here that we can build more onto the cabin with, such as different types of stones. There's not a lot of wood and trees and whatnot, but there are plenty of stone chunks, of course. What little bits and bobs of remaining bones that we had, I decided to try and make some pretty flooring out of in our dining room slash kitchen, and this ended up giving us a decent dining room, so it was better than it was. I wanted to take a second and mention as well, you guys have probably already noticed as we're getting close to the end of the video that I'm using a more somber and lower tone and whatnot to narrate this episode. I thought it might be a fitting way to narrate this series as it's something that we're kind of doing more for wintertime and maybe around the holidays, so let me know what you guys think about the way that I'm narrating this. If you'd like to see the other episodes in this series narrated like this, be sure to just let me know in the comment section down below. I really enjoy it, to be honest, so. Nevertheless, though, we ended up having a raid from the Grey River Pact. It would appear that they actually ended up sending 2 elves here to try and raid us. For whatever reason, though, one of the elves decided to venture into a nearby cave where there were a bunch of insectoids who he then started a fight with, and they promptly beat him down. So now we only had one elf to deal with, and she began attacking, but I had claimed some of the ancient crates and stuff nearby, so she started attacking those. I really pulled the wool over the old AI here. Regardless though, this did give us the perfect opportunity to try and attack her from afar with our rifle and our bow. Eventually she caught up with us though, and this ensued a melee battle between us and her, and we eventually won. And of course, to the victor go the spoils. We took her elven dagger and 4 wine bottles. Her elf compadre in the cave was still alive, and I did like the way that his stats were looking, so I ended up sending Grace up there to try and capture him. We actually got him away from the insectoids, and we began trying to tend to him. Unfortunately though, he ended up getting an infection. And I'm going to be completely honest with you here, I didn't want to deal with an infection, especially since Grace is leaving soon, so we decided to bring him back home. We stripped him of his belongings, and then we took him out butt naked into the cold snow and laid him down right next to a handsome, sleeping cave bear, who is most likely very hungry as it is constantly killing all the animals in the area that we butcher. Rosh and Grace then ended up equipping all of his nice gear and taking some of his weapons and whatnot that he had as well, and they are truly the dynamic duo. Speaking of which, the 2 of them would end up expanding our dining room with all the bones that they had accrued from the ancient footmen that we deconstructed earlier in a few of the clips. While they were working on the dining room though, we ended up having a slaver caravan come from a nearby faction known as Halbindo, and of course we ended up buying a slave so that we would have some company after Grace ended up leaving us in a few days, and this is where the Garland pod ended up coming in handy as it was the last thing I needed to sell to have enough money. The slave's name was Zippy, and she ended up having a pretty good skill set in terms of construction and cooking, which was basically exactly what Grace had as well. While we're on the topic of Grace as well, she was getting ready to depart within the next couple of hours, so before she done that, I wanted to ensure that we took her into the storage room and made her give back all the gear, weapons, anything of ours that she had on her. She would then spend her remaining time in our dining room building some packed dirt pathing, which actually does not have a negative beauty, but unfortunately time comes for all of us, and it is time for Grace to depart us here. She was a more than wonderful addition to the Eternal Flame team here at Mount Rosh, and we will not soon forget her, nor will we forget her generosity. And then there were 2. Looks like it's just Rosh and Zippy from here on out, at least for the time being. But I would like to thank you all ever so much for watching. I love you very much, and I hope to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Welcome back, one and all, to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, where at the moment Rosh is next to his nice, warm steam geyser, working his little fingers to the bone on some research. Although unfortunately this calm and peaceful task would not last, as we had a manhunter pack enter the area. Luckily for us, it appeared to only be 2 manhunting raccoons. Nothing too dangerous, of course, but still something to be concerned about. So concerning, in fact, we even armed our slave Zippy, who, along with the help of Rosh, ended up taking down the first raccoon rather quickly. The second chased us around for a good bit of time. We landed a few shots on it here and there. Eventually, we did kill it as well, though, thankfully. Ah yes, more meat for the pile. Sometime later I realized that our cabin for the most part is extremely dark, and we do actually have a mod that adds chandeliers and we don't have to refuel them, so I thought that this would be perfect for heat as well as light. And not to toot my own horn, but of course I was correct. And now that Rosh could finally see while he was researching, we actually managed to finish research on stone cutting. Which I honestly cannot stress enough, these stones are going to be so vital for our building. Basically anything that we end up building, the material is now going to be built from stone or bone, unless wood is required for some reason. A good example of my new pledge to only build out of stone unless wood is required is this new shelf that we built out of limestone to store all of our goodies. Just as well, I decided to begin working on some castle walls. Unlike the shelf, however, these castle walls take a lot of resources per wall and they take a very long time to construct, so we'll have to check in on this little project a little bit later. Besides, for the time being, we have a gift. Yes indeed, Grace, that stayed with us for a short period of time, actually sent us a gift via RimWorld medicine. Now these were sent using drop pods, but we'll pretend that they were used in some medieval method because I don't know if it was me or what, but I didn't want that to happen with the drop pods and the modern technology. But I assume it's something that I forgot to tweak or turn off. My bad. Now though, back to our castle walls for just a moment. I didn't only build the castle walls, I also built the castle wall embrasures as well. And if you're not sure what an embrasure is, these are walls with little slits or holes in them that actually allow you to shoot out. As one might imagine, this is very useful, but that hole goes both ways because people can shoot back at us. Sticking to our theme of walls for a moment though, I ended up building something of a small corridor into our freezer room from our kitchen. This is going to allow easy access going in and out to cook meals, and it is double doored, that way we can try and keep as much cold in there as possible and as much heat in the kitchen as possible. All in all though, thanks to the steam geyser and the campfire and all of our cooking we're doing on it, we're keeping the place pretty warm. For a time we were going out and collecting resources such as wood by cutting down trees, and we were sure to also dig up the stumps and use as well. We didn't want to waste any. Not too long after though, we ended up having a wanderer offer to join us basically for free. Her name was Limme. I can't pronounce her name or read, so I'm going to call her Lim. She was a very kind and sweet pig person who actually was an undergrounder, and her stats weren't all that great except for her animal skill. Her medical skill was okay, as well as her intellectual skill. But regardless, she could take over Rosh's place as our designated researcher. We quickly threw together a little makeshift bedroom for her with a makeshift bed, all made of limestone. And all throughout nights and days, she and Rosh would work hand in hand together. I had her researching different defensive technologies, and eventually we ended up researching cannons. Once we have enough steel to build these, they'll be perfect, but as for now, they're just a blueprint. Rosh, on the other hand, was actually working on his very own project, a project that would benefit him. I actually had him create his own artificial leg. And finally, because Lim had joined us, we had somebody with a decent medical skill, and the surgery went off without any issues, probably thanks to the RimWorld medicine as well. Things just kind of fell into place there, and now thankfully Rosh has a somewhat fully functional leg. Even though he wasn't as fast as he was if he had a mechanical leg or just his leg in general, he was still fast enough to keep up with Lim as the two of them went out hunting. Speaking of Lim, we ended up trying to beautify her bedroom with some flooring, a plant pot, a jade fence, things of that sort. It is one of these small comforts that they actually have here as they struggle to survive every day. Unfortunately though, while we were doing that, we ended up having a raid from the Purple Mire Pact. It was only 2 raiders that were going to try and come and lampoon us in the chest with their weapons. As you might have imagined though, we weren't too interested in getting stuck in the chest with a sharp object, so we ended up having them come to the base where the 3 of us would try and move around and fire at them. Eventually we took down 1 raider, and then the other wasn't too far behind. Now the first raider that we shot down hadn't died, but I did check their skills and they weren't all that great. Plus, I wasn't too interested in having yet another mouth to feed. We're already having to do extra hunting because we have Lim so we decided to strip them naked and beat them to death in the snow, as one does. Ah, life sure is good here in these frozen mountains though, and life went on after that raid just as it always did. We cut stone, researched, and cooked meals, and just sat around enjoying each other's company. At one point we had a slaver caravan come here, and like I mentioned, I'm not too interested in having more people that we'll have to take care of and feed, so we ended up just selling them a few of our bits and bobs and got a little bit of silver out of it. At some point, of course, I would like to have more and more people here, but the problem is I'm afraid that when winter actually comes, yes, this is actually just spring, I think, or summer, early summer. When winter actually comes, though, things will get a lot colder than they already are, and I worry that the animals that we're hunting for food may become much more scarce and we'll start starving. That's the only problem. I know a lot of you guys have been bringing up some good mods and stuff that I can use for winter crops and things like that, and I really appreciate that, and I just want to say, if you guys have ideas like that, I really appreciate them, so continue to leave those. It really helps me out, honestly. For a good bit of time, though, we would continue working on our defenses in terms of more castle walls all around each side of our base, and we would also build more inside the cabin, like this beautiful stone fireplace, or hearth, whatever you want to call it. It is technically called a fireplace, but I didn't really mind either way. It is extremely beautiful, I really love it, and also it keeps us warm, which is the more important part. But because we can't actually cook at that fireplace, we ended up having to build a cooking table. It's really not a big deal, the only thing is we had to use more resources, but I think that's fine. Unfortunately though, this peace wouldn't last for too long as we had yet another raid from the Grey River Pack. This time around it is a few elves that are actually coming, and one of them happens to be a lightning mage, but all three are pretty well equipped. Because we hadn't completely finished our defenses, they weren't exactly great during this battle, unfortunately. We attempted to shoot out of our embrasures, but it didn't really help because we had a massive hole right next to them where the enemies could walk in, and of course they started to do that. Then unfortunately, we were the ones having to take cover behind the mountains, and they were using our embrasures against us. Like I mentioned earlier, it is a two-way street, a double-bladed sword. And this firing match between us went on for quite a while, so long in fact that I got tired of it and had Lim as well as Zipper go and rush them with their melee weapons, and this ended up working in the end, thankfully. But if you're like me, you're probably wondering where that third elf went. Well, it turns out he wanted to have a battle with the insectoids instead, and he ended up getting his ass kicked. As one does, of course. Now, I'm not going to complain about him going up there and fighting the bugs, because if he would have fought us, there's a good possibility that more people would have been injured severely. Sometime after, though, I ended up deciding that we should extract the skulls of these filthy damn elves and put them on some bone spikes, and that's exactly what we did. Hopefully this will ward off any of their cohorts from deciding to do the same. Back at the cabin, we were building onto our storage room to add more shelves and whatnot, but also because we need some more space for all this heat to go. With the cottage fireplace and the geyser, things were getting a little bit too hot. But at some point I realized that if I destroy these massive ancient wooden war machine things, that we would actually get quite a bit of raw lumber from them. And with this raw lumber, of course, we could use it to fuel our fires, but we could also use this to build some wooden drying racks. You see, up until this point, we had just been selling all of the hides that we've been getting from animal corpses because, well, I don't have any way to dry them, right? So now with these drying racks, we'll actually be able to make our own leather. It is technically rawhide, but it is a type of leather. So this very small corner of our storage room is now going to be used for leather production. Now, we don't actually get quite a bit of leather each time we do it. I think it's about 7 or 8 pieces of leather, but it's better than nothing. It was around this time, though, that I realized I hadn't been focusing enough on hunting and gathering food, and our food storage was looking a little bit low. We only had some pemmican, a few meals, and some fat. Luckily for us, though, in the southeast section of the map, there was a small herd of northern boar, and I decided that we would hunt the entire herd. And of course, that's what we decided to do, but there were many factors at play. The snow on the ground made it quite slow for them to walk through, with Rasha's artificial leg that made it even slower, and we got a decent bit of meat from them, but not as much as I would like. I thought maybe we should try some bigger game. So the three of them had hatched a plan. They were going to work together as a team to take down a Mega Wolverine, which is this massive, very powerful creature like a Mega Sloth. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly sure that the Mega Wolverine isn't quite as strong as the Mega Sloth, but regardless, one slash or two slashes from it is going to kill somebody. Thankfully though, nobody ended up getting hit by it, and we ended up taking it down fairly easily. Although it did take a lot more effort than hunting the northern boar, we ended up getting a lot more meat from it, so it was worth it. Unfortunately though, Zippy was going to rebel against us now, and that was a bit of a problem. I suppose that's what happens when you arm your slave. She went around to different rooms trying to destroy things. We sent Lim in after her, and after a while, Rosh actually went in as well, and they eventually together took her down. And thankfully, although she was beaten up pretty badly, she did not die, which was something I was really worried about with the weapons we were using against her. It was around this time that I realized I was a complete fool for not creating anything to try and suppress her passively, so I ended up creating a slave collar for her out of a tailoring bench that we built. The slave collars and body straps are of course extremely useful. Her suppression fall per day was 20, and then after the collar it was 5. Before we end the episode though, I wanted to show you guys that I actually ended up building a butcher's block out of bones. Now the reason that I'd done this is our good friend Logan0503 reminded me that the butcher's butcher's station actually only yields 70% of what we could get if we're using a butcher table or a butcher block. So thank you Logan for that. And of course guys, remember, like I mentioned, if you have any suggestions, any mods, any just ideas or any feedback or anything, be sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Of course, that does help the video within the algorithm and stuff like that, but I do genuinely want to see what you guys have to say and see how you're feeling about the series and any mods that you recommend. I know some people have been recommending a winter crops mod, like I mentioned earlier. I'm going to look into that. I think that would be very useful. A lot of people are mentioning different mods, and I try to look through all the comments, you know, to just read what you guys are saying, but also to see your suggestions. So if you have anything like that, be sure to let me know, and I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching, though. I love you ever so much, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Welcome back, one and all, to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, where at the moment, my friends, we are currently working on some traps for our defenses at our gate here. But before we really get into it here today, I just want to say that I hope you all had a very Merry Christmas and a very happy of holidays. Now, one of the first things that I really want to get a head start on today is a small building project, and to go about building this, we're going to need plenty of stone blocks. So we have a bit of a slow start today, as I just kind of sat around and waited on Rosh to cut up plenty of stone. That way we would have the resources necessary. But even after cutting up all the stone blocks, we still required some steel, so we began deconstructing some of these metallic chunks that fell from the sky. We don't really know what they're from, as we're just simple medieval-ish folk. We would end up using the steel that we had collected from the metallic chunks to build a steel forge. Now, this forge is actually going to be used to create glass, which, for whatever reason, the resource used to make glass was steel, so we needed extra. And I know what you're thinking. You're probably asking yourself, and me, Rat Knight, you dumb fool, why would you be building glass? Why would you need windows? Oh, my friends, we're not building windows. I mean, we kind of are, but we're building them in the roof. We are going to be building something of a greenhouse. And of course, we would immediately begin said work on said greenhouse. Now, it was built out of basically scraps, many mismatched items. We have some different types of stone, we have bones, we have a little bit of everything in this one. Probably most importantly of all, we have skylights. So these are what we ended up building out of the glass panes that we made. This is actually going to allow sunlight to come in from the top of the building. I'm sure you know how a greenhouse works, but that's just kind of the basic rundown. For our very first crop here in the new greenhouse, I decided to plant some fiber corn. Fiber corn actually yields wood, so I thought it would be a very fitting crop for us. However, we are using a campfire to keep the crops warm, farm, which basically means we're going to be using up a lot of what we grow, but before you make comments scolding me, I ended up changing this design a little bit later. However though, with that being said, for the time being, we would go through and destroy some of these old wooden war machine ruins. That way we would get some timber, and we would use that timber to fuel our fire. This was more of just a test to see if this greenhouse was really worth it. But for the time being, I suppose it's simply a waiting game of sitting around while the corn grows. In the meantime, however, we did end up having a Gorlin pod sprout. I immediately went and harvested the seed, and we brought it all the way back home where we would actually plant it as a tree. Now this tree was going to have a connection to Rosh, who would end up having to tend to it constantly. I'm still, and I was, kind of worried that this would take up a lot of his time, but it would end up being worth it because we could actually try to make some wood makers. Just in case none of you are familiar with what the woodmaker is or does, it is a type of dryad that passively will produce wood for us as long as Rosh tends to the tree and has a connection with it. It was at this point, yes, 3 episodes in, I had realized that I hadn't really provided them with any means of recreation, so I ended up building them a little cup and dice game. I thought it might be fun and they could bond over it. Or not, you know, just whatever they prefer, I suppose. Unfortunately though, they didn't even have the opportunity to play with their new recreation game as we had a raid from the House Oswin. Now this raid was comprised of 3 attackers. 2 of them appeared to be knights, though it is quite hard to tell if they were truly some type of nobility with a title, but one of them was indeed some type of enchanter. They carried a wand around and wore robes as red as blood. And of course, I'll be the first to say that they did indeed mean business. Now originally, we tried to stand outside of our walls and begin firing at them, but they quickly closed the gap between themselves and us, and we immediately began hiding behind our walls and our embrasures. They became a bit too distracted trying to destroy our skull spikes though, and one of them began trying to attack us, hitting a trap in the process and dying, and then we immediately began trying to track down the enchanter, and eventually though they ended up getting away, unfortunately. Which honestly ended up really sucking because I had hoped on trying to enslave them, or at the very least killing them and taking their destruction wand. Oh well, I suppose. We should of course have more opportunities in the future to try and enslave or recruit some type of magically gifted people into our ranks. But until that opportunity presents itself once again, we will keep on trucking. Not too long after the raid was over with though, we ended up finally having our first harvest of fiber corn, and it really wasn't all that much wood, unfortunately. I would say that we barely replenished the fuel that we ended up using for the campfire, and it was at this point I really realized that that option of heating this room was just not viable at all. Instead of using a campfire, I decided that we would actually end up using some steel and or iron chandeliers. Now these chandeliers, although they do take some timber to be built, they actually don't require any fuel after being built, and they do produce heat. If I'm not mistaken, we did end up building 5 chandeliers for this room, and as you can see, those 5 actually kept the temperature a pretty good level for growing crops. Now, I do know some of you guys are probably already telling me that I should have used steam geysers, and I understand that. Steam geysers are part of the landscape, they don't take anything to be built, but the steam geysers around our base are not all that close, and they're not within our walls, except for the one that is actually inside our base. So in my eyes, the problem is if we build a small farm like this too far from the base, when we get a raid or something, it's going to end up getting destroyed, one of the walls or something, and they'll most likely go in and set fire to the crops, and we won't be able to stop the fire before it burns all our fiber corn, and if that happens, the farm that we're relying oh so much on for wood isn't going to be there anymore. Plus, I wanted to find a solution outside of just using steam geysers. I don't know, it felt more fun to me. A few hours later though, we ended up having a manhunter pack. This was a manhunting pack of seals, and it was less a pack and more of a couple, and one of them actually ended up getting into a teeny tiny bit of a kerfuffle with a polar bear and ended up getting eaten. So it turns out it's not a pack at all, and it's not even a couple at this point. We only had one that was coming after us, and we easily put it down with a few shots. But of course, at least it was more meat for the pile. We ended up having our very first dryad emerge from the garland tree. Now, of course, it took quite a while for this to happen, but it would take even longer for it to actually become a woodmaker, as it immediately had to go into its cocoon and start gestating or whatever. In the meantime, we decided that we would actually expand our large storage room slash warehouse slash workshop at this point, as the reason that we're actually doing this expanding is we wanted to build a furnace or forge or whatever, that way we can start smelting some ores. The ore in question here is going to be iron ore. We've used up most of our iron ingots on chandeliers and other types of furniture that we've built, and a lot of the stuff from the medieval overhaul mod actually requires iron ingots, so of course we need more of those. After mining out the majority of the iron ore vein, we also would end up building some pretty flooring here in the workshop so that everyone didn't go crazy looking at all the dirt all the time while they're in here. Now, while that was going on, you might remember, as I mentioned earlier, our dryad, the woodmaker, was gestating, and it had finally completed its gestation period and finally became a woodmaker. If you guys have a name for this wonderful little new addition to our family here in the frozen mountains, be sure to let me know. You know, to me personally, this series is something of a chill, fun series, something we can all just do and kick back and relax, nothing that I'm worrying about, you know, narratively and stuff like that. There's not really a big overarching story or anything like that, so I really want to try to get a lot of feedback from you guys in terms of names and stuff like that, so it can be our little series that we all just kind of enjoy together. Speaking of things to enjoy, something enjoyable that we ended up building was some cooking tools. Now, these required iron ingots, and as you saw there, Rosh was smelting up plenty of those. The cooking tools, as you might have guessed, is actually going to speed up the cooking speed at the cooking table. It's only by about 6%, but it's a decent little boost. We also ended up using our newly cast iron ingots to build some iron meat hooks. This will help us keep our animal corpses nice and organized and ready for butchering. Probably one of the best things about it, of course, is you can store several animal corpses on one meat hook. Honestly though, the main focus of this episode, I feel, has been to try and get some good wood production going, because of course before this, wood was a very scarce resource in terms of renewability. Of course we have the large wooden war machines, the ancient ones that we've been deconstructing and stuff like that, but the wood that comes from those is a finite resource, right? We will run out of those at some point, and of course I just want to get a head start on being able to grow our own wood and be able to produce our own wood through the dryads and through our wood farm. Now with the dryads, we actually have a second one in gestation, which is going to be perfect. Something else that is perfect about our wood farm as well as the dryads is they are no cost. I mean, we do end up having to spend some resources to build something like the wood farm. We also have to spend resources like time to manage the dryads and continuously trim the tree and stuff like that. But the dryads, you know, other than trimming the tree, we don't have to worry about them. And with the wood farm, I mean, we've built the chandeliers. We don't have to continue fueling them. We just have to plant the fiber corn and let it grow. So all in all, I think we've done a pretty good job this episode. I do apologize. I know this is a little bit short. My episodes are normally not super long anyhow, but this one seems a bit shorter to me than normal. Just coming out of the holidays here, I'm just trying to get something finished up and out to you guys. I love you guys ever so much. I will see you in the next episode. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, where I hope you all had a wonderful new year. Today, my friends, we're actually going to be starting this episode off a little bit hot and heavy. As you can see, we currently have a quest available called Rescuing Irene. Poor Irene here is being held captive at some type of prison camp not too far from the base, so I thought it would be in our good nature to send somebody out to go and rescue her. So of course, that is exactly what I decided to do. However, as our caravan was on its way there, we ended up having a manhunter pack arrive back home. They appeared to be some type of man-hunting cat animal things. I read it when I was playing, and I completely forgot the name of what these animals are, to be honest with you, but nevertheless, you know, Rosh isn't going to have any of this shit, so he immediately began firing at one as it was coming at him. The first one ended up dying, and the second would continue its pursuit before he had to smash its head, which he would joyously and promptly promptly began doing with his elven dagger as soon as possible. After it was on the ground, he would then opt for beating it to death. A bit bleak and dark, but hey, the cat started the fight, okay? Rosh simply finished it. Our other colonist had arrived at the prison camp shortly thereafter. There was supposed to be an unknown threat, but the only thing that I could see was this insect hornet hive thing, and they weren't aggroing towards us, so I didn't think it was much of a big deal. So of course we immediately had the colonist enter the camp, enter the building, and then free Irene. Irene was so overjoyed by our rescue, she decided that she would join us as a colonist. Not only did we receive another person though, we also received plenty of food that was in here with her, as well as 3 large elephant heads that, trust me, will be important later. After days of traveling back and eating soups and other things that they found at the prison camp, they had finally arrived with Irene. It was quite the long and cold journey, but it was well worth it. Irene even seemed to share my thoughts on the situation as she decided to throw a party to try and show her appreciation for her new home. This would also be the perfect opportunity for her to sit around and mingle and get to know her new family and friends. I also wanted to take a moment to discuss her skills and traits. She was an undergrounder who had an okay construction and planting skill and really excelled in animals and crafting, and that was about it. And it was because of this burning passion and her proficiency in the crafting skill set that we allowed her to be basically our designated crafter. She would immediately begin smelting steel slag chunks for plenty of steel ingots for us for quite a long time. However, it was also during this time that we had a faction assault in our territory between the Clade of Kazeth and House Amboys. Yes, well, my pronunciations are never very good, but anyhow, it was a tribe of impids essentially going to battle here with some type of medieval house or medieval dynasty, and in the end, the impids ended up getting their asses handed to them. They died, and the medieval dynasty won. After doing so, they took what items they could, they tended to their wounded, and then they left the territory without any issues. Now, back home though, in our storage room slash workshop, I decided that we needed a taxidermy bench, and the reason that I ended up building this is so that we could use those 3 elephant heads to mount on a slab of wood and begin using them to decorate our beautiful home here, as they do add quite a bit of beauty to the room that they're in. Just as well, they add a lot of wealth to the colony as well. Then at one point I realized that we've had Irene for quite a few days and we hadn't even began building her very own bedroom, so we immediately began doing that out of some stone that she had cut for us. We also ended up using plenty of bones from the animals that Zippy had been butchering to build a proper dresser and bed as well. But now, my dear friends, it is time for us to name our dryads. Just like in last episode, I asked you guys for some name suggestions as to what you'd like to see these 2 little guys named, and I ended up going with a comment by our good friend Barrow Von Barry, who said that we should name the dryads Wood, and Napolewood. Now, these names are of course based on Wart, and Napoleon from my Clone Army series that I created, and I just absolutely love this idea. So once again, thank you to Barrow Von Barry for your wonderful name suggestion, and thank you to everyone who did suggest names. I really appreciate it. I saw a lot of other really clever and unique names that I really liked as well. I just decided to go with these since they kind of hold a special place in my heart based on the other characters that we really love, but thank you to everyone once again. I really appreciate it. But my friends, as I'm sitting here overthinking you, we have yet another raid from a medieval house once again. This time around, it looks like we have 2 groups of 2 raiders coming from different sides of our territory. Both groups of the sets of raiders decided to sit around for a little while and plan out their attack before they actually initiated it. Once the attacks actually began, they made the mistake of attacking us separately, group by group essentially. So they hit some of our traps, we shot at them, we destroyed one group, and then the other decided to try their hand at it, and unfortunately for them, they met the same fate, of course. They did, however, have a singular survivor named Tyler, who we of course killed as well. After the raid was over and the enemies were neutralized, we really put a heavy focus in moving a shit ton of stone blocks from wherever they were on the map over to our base. The reason that we were putting a heavy focus on that is because we put a heavy focus on stone cutting in general. With Irene being our designated crafter, this meant that she was smelting ores and things like that, but she would also handle all the stone cutting cutting basically day and night all the time, which of course gave us a pretty hefty sum of resources in terms of granite and limestone. Because of this overabundance of stone blocks, I decided that we would build more and more castle walls. And when I say castle walls, I don't only mean the actual wall itself. I want to make this place look like a castle or some type of medieval fortification, as I think the long run here for this series, I would really like to build our very own medieval dynasty, even though we're not exactly in the medieval era. I like to think that we're in some type of medieval-ish, Napoleonic-ish, melted together fantasy fairy tale land, something like that. Speaking of fantasy and fairy tales though, as Zippy here was deconstructing some giant steel chunks that fell from the sky, we spotted what appeared to be some type of massive yeti. The creature, of course, appeared to be dead. It looks like it was basically ripped apart by a mega wolverine, which we did find not too far from the body. Ah yes, the realms of fantasy and reality continue to meld together in this series, and I, for one, love it. Something else that I love is Irene continuing to melt steel slag chunks. Now, I know I've brought that up several times, but it continues happening, and there's a good reason that I continue bringing it up. But unfortunately, that's going to have to wait because we currently have 2 new lovers. Yes indeed, my friends, it finally happened. Zippy tried to romance Rosh by subtly complimenting his value as a human. Apparently this worked and Rosh is in love. Truthfully, I've just been looking for an excuse for them to fall in love, but you know, at least it happened. Of course, there is still the very small issue of Zippy being a slave in the colony and Rosh is basically our leader who is a colonist, so we're gonna have to take care of that by building a small prison cell, and the reason that we're doing that, as you could imagine, we are going to imprison Zippy and Recruiter. Now, I do realize this seems like a very cruel and unusual punishment for the 2 of them falling in love, but you'll just have to take my word for it that that's not what's going on here at all, of course. We are simply trying to recruit her, not punish her, of course, because we want her to be able to lay in the same bed as Rosh and have children with him. No rush, of course. They can have children any time that they want, eventually, preferably very soon. In the meantime though, we would end up increasing our defenses here in our medieval fortress by building a mortar, and then of course we would begin by smithing some mortar shells as well for it, of course. This will allow us to of course increase our defensive and offensive reach across basically the entire map. And for a time, I decided to let the colony just kind of sit and do its own thing and run its course and whatnot while I discuss, you know, basically my idea and whatnot for this medieval dynasty that we're trying to build here. Of course, I want to build some type of medieval fortress with my signature stone circular walls that I love to build, almost like a tower. I think they look very medievally, and that's something that I plan on doing for the southern section of our base as well. Now, in terms of our characters, with this being a medieval dynasty, something I would like to do, of course, is continue increasing our population, especially since we've figured out ways to do farming with, you know, chandeliers and basically having passive ways of heating buildings and things like that. I do definitely think that we are very self-sustaining now and we can afford to increase population. One way, of course, I'd like to do that, as I kind of jokingly mentioned earlier, is by having children between Zippy and Rosh and anyone else that has a relationship. Of course, we will take other people who come in through quests and things like that, or by recruitment, enslavement, and, you know, obviously the other avenues, but I do think having children is very up to par with the atmosphere that we have with this series. I just feel like it's a very good way to naturally grow the population. Speaking of which though, during my time yapping while the colony went on, we ended up recruiting Zippy finally, which was a great success. So of course we ended up building her a beautiful double bed along with Rosh. And look, I know what you're thinking, Rat Knight, oh my god, you are so obsessed with trying to get Rosh and Zippy to have a baby. Why do you care about that? Whoa, listen. You're absolutely right. I am obsessed with that. So obviously I had the 2 of them go ahead and begin trying for a baby together. I also wanted to take a moment and just kind of discuss how wonderful our dryads really are at producing timber. See, during the time that I was letting the game run and just kind of discussing my plans for a medieval dynasty and that kind of thing, the dryads were busy producing more and more timber, and we ended up having a good bit, over 500 timber total. This also doesn't take into consideration all the raw wood that we're getting from our farm either, so it would appear that wood is no longer a scarcity, which is absolutely perfect because that means we can actually begin continuing to use wood in our construction projects once more. One such colossal project that we began working on was our castle walls and towers at the southern entrance of our base. Now, normally in any other colony, and especially in most of our other series, I would not consider a project like this to be colossal by any means, as it's really not that big of a project, but the reason that it is colossal here in the Eternal Winter series is because of the amount of time and effort it takes to gather up all of these resources, the not super great skills of our colonists who are actually building and mining and doing all of these things to try and get this project finished. During the time that we were building this though, two very important things happened. Rosh and Zippy got engaged, but more importantly, Zippy is now pregnant with Rosh's child. And yes, as you could probably tell, I was extremely excited about this. I love the family building and just the heritage of colonists and their children and things like that, so I was very tickled. Rosh was also extremely tickled, as you could imagine, being the child's daddy, as it were. He was so tickled, in fact, that he went ahead and began building a tribal crib for his unborn baby. Some very great things indeed are happening here, and I'm just ever so proud of our little Eternal Winter cabin colony, medieval dynasty that we're building here. I don't even know if you could call it a cabin at this point. I mean, it is one large building that, it could still be considered a cabin, but it's more of a interconnected base of sorts. As you well know though, things are not always going to be peaceful, and with that being said, we have yet another raid. This time around, it would appear that we have a large group of elves who are attacking us, but not only elves, they also have a powerful sorcerer among them as well. The powerful sorcerer appears to be an elf as well, with a red glowing aura and some very dark and disturbing apparel. And if I'm not mistaken, it would appear that they are some type of chaos mage. This battle is very well going to be extremely interesting. Because of how strong this sorcerer very well would be, we decided to hide in the hallway and attempt to pick off his comrades when we had the opportunity to do so behind our embrasures. Taking on the sorcerer head-on would almost definitely be suicide. Thankfully, taking down the other elves on their own would not be the same way. We would end up taking down 3 of them in total, and once we had done that, the sorcerer had actually decided to flee, I suppose since all of his friends were dead. But if I could be quite honest with you, I think we were much more relieved than the sorcerer was about his escape. For you see, we had taken several beatings during that battle, beatings that if we would have continued taking more and more, especially from that sorcerer and his wand, we would have almost definitely lost one person, if not many people, during the battle. So of course, I am quite glad that we decided to play it safe and just kind of pick them off as they came. Now, with that being said, I do want to try and get more of these sorcerers maybe enslaved, recruited, or at the very least take their weapons and their magical armors and apparel and things like that. It's just, they are so extremely dangerous. Most of the time, it is not worth trying, unfortunately. But my friends, I hope you have enjoyed today's episode. I hope you've had a wonderful time watching, just as I have narrating and playing for you. I love you guys ever so much, and I hope to see you very soon in the next episode. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, the coldest place in the entire galaxy, some might say. You know what? Actually, I would say that too. At the moment, my dear friends, we are still currently recovering from the raid at the end of last episode, if you recall, where a powerful sorcerer beat the living hell out of us. As we're all resting up though from our injuries, I've decided to do a little bit of trading with a trade caravan that's in the territory. We didn't end up selling too much to them, but we did end up buying a polar bear from them. There are many reasons as to why I decided to buy this massive carnivore, one of which of course being defense, but the main reason also being because I wanted to. Now that we have this beautiful animal though, I leave it up to you guys to leave some names in the comment section down below for it. Speaking of defenses, one of the first items on our docket today is going to be to go and reset our traps, as well as moving all the items out of the entranceway that were dropped in the raid last episode. You guys probably remember last episode as well, I couldn't really come to terms with what I wanted to call our base here. I kept calling it different things, but we got a great comment by our good friend Concerned Thanos 6725 who said that we could call it a keep, and I really like that term for the base. One, because it is very accurate and sounds really cool, and also because it reminds me of our Ye Old Knights series that I did over a year ago, where we also called that medieval base a keep as well, so it's a bit of a throwback. As I mentioned earlier, we do have quite a few elven weapons that were dropped during the raid, many of them swords and axes, so we decided that we would actually have our keep members go ahead and equip those. Not only were these elven weapons in much better condition than our current melee weapons, and of course a much higher standard, they were actually much stronger as well in terms of their damage output. So as you could imagine, we definitely wanted to use those opposed to the other weapons we had. Some time after this, we would spend a great deal of time working on extending our warehouse/production room, and it went pretty well. We had even managed to find a vein of salt ore, which can actually be used in many different meat preservation methods. During this time as well, we actually received a notification that the Royal Tribute Collector had arrived. The Royal Tribute Collector is actually a collector that comes from the Imperial government of this planet, so essentially the governing body. This was our first encounter with them as far as I could remember. Normally in my series, I'll go to war with the Empire, we'll destroy them, we'll take over the Empire and use them as a puppet, but I think in this series in particular, I would like to grow along with the Empire, two great empires basically governing this planet. Unfortunately though, even though I would like to get into the good graces of the Imperials, I didn't have anything to provide to the tribute collectors, so we'll have to come up with some other ways of gaining their favor. In the meantime though, we are going to continue our extensive work on our warehouse and production workshop. We're actually building some new shelves, moving some production benches around, and we're also building a designated area for our timber. Of course, after doing so, we would try to build as many tiles as possible, but it looks like we need to cut some more stone. We would then finish up smoothing the walls to make sure it's all beautiful. We also ended up building a proper stone cutting bench, and we would actually put it next to our stone cutting spot as well. We would immediately begin having Rosh and Irene cutting up plenty of stone chunks into stone blocks. As I mentioned earlier, we needed some more to finish up the flooring here in the workshop, but just as well, we actually planned on building a few more castle walls. And as one might imagine, we're going to need plenty of stone to go about doing so. Immediately after I felt that we had an appropriate amount of stone acquired, I decided to go ahead and replace our eastern entrance into the base with a new stone tower. You'll notice in this current design, I do still have the tower functioning as an entrance, although I do end up changing that later and putting embrasures in so that we can simply shoot out of it instead of walking in and out. I would also take some time to improve upon other towers by building flooring, and then I would also smooth some walls in the hallways between the buildings. Now, smoothing the walls, of course, is simply for beauty, but building the flooring in the towers is not only for beauty. That is actually because the snow that is in those towers, it's just so cold it will not melt, and it actually makes us have a slower movement speed. So by building flooring, getting rid of the snow, we can actually move appropriately. It was during this time as well that we were improving upon our towers and the hallways that we actually had a wild snow hare self-tame. Unfortunately, we basically immediately slaughtered it for food. We're pretty keen on having pets, but we did just get a polar bear that's hard to feed already. But we were grateful for this handsome little snow hare. I'm sure he'll be great steaks. Although the snow hare is quite small, he may only make one steak. Maybe something of a bunny nugget or Something of that sort, of course. I do want to try to get animals at some point, maybe even do something of a small indoor farm or even an outdoor farm, of course, within the mountains here where they can go into the warm area and eat and rest. But at this time, I just don't feel that we have a significant food production or anything like that to actually try and feed those animals. Sometime later, though, it apparently was Lim's birthday. Now, Lim here, who has a longer name, but I'm pronouncing it as Lim because I'm horrible with words, actually ended up developing hearing loss, unfortunately, due to her new age. Unfortunately, with our medieval technology, there's no way for us to correct hearing loss, so this is going to be the case until she eventually dies, of course, which is a shame because this does, of course, decrease her hearing by half. It's only going to get worse, and that also decreases her manipulation. There was some good that came from the event, though. It made me realize I had not set up in our Days Matter mod tab to actually have the colonists celebrate birthdays and other events, which would give them some significant mood boosts, so I went ahead and did that. If we end up feeling like it's a bit overpowered, or that they're just constantly partying instead of working, we can always turn those off. Sometime later, we would begin smelting a holy shit ton of iron ore, which is the primary ore, the metallic ore that we actually have. Now, this is from a good comment by our friend Alex Zeze16, who was saying that we should actually build some of the Napoleonic era armor, and I think that's a good idea, although I would have to go through researching it, and we do currently already have some armors from the More Medieval Helms and Armors mod unlocked. So because of that, for the time being at least, we are going to be going with those types of armors and sets from that mod. Specifically to begin with, we ended up going with a light plate armor made of iron, of course. Now, this light plate armor is basically, in at least to my knowledge, a starter type armor, so it doesn't exactly have perfect protection and whatnot, but it is much better than nothing at all, which is what we currently had. Now, because we're trying to train our polar bear and just feed it in general, our food storage area is looking a little thinned out, so we've decided to go about hunting some of the worst predators here, the Arctic coyotes. Now, I know what you're thinking. Arctic wolves, polar bears, and other types of predators are obviously much worse than these Arctic coyotes, and I do agree with you, but these little boogers are definitely very dangerous. If you remember in the first few episodes, an Arctic coyote is what actually took Rasha's leg. So as you could imagine, we weren't too hesitant on taking down their population just a teeny tiny bit and turning them into some stew. It was really something of a win-win situation. Less predators in our territory, and we would also be able to feed ourselves and our polar bear. But because of our increasing population and just how cold it is here, hunting is not exactly as reliable as it used to be in terms of food production, so we've actually decided to swap out the fiber corn for some onions, at least for the time being. For a hot moment there, I wasn't exactly paying attention, but when I finally realized, it looked like Zippy and Rosh were actually getting married and everyone was gathering in our little dining hall to celebrate. It was quite the beautiful occasion, and by the end of it, they were man and wife. I mean, I suppose they might as well. There's no better time, seeing how Zippy is currently in her 3rd trimester with her pregnancy. Ah, and would you look at that. Speak of the devil, Zippy is now in labor, which is a very scary thing for me. I'm always afraid when my colonists begin having their children. Unfortunately, it did seem that the labor would be very long, intense, and quite painful, of course, but thankfully we had the best doctor in the, well, keep, Lim here, as well as the father, Rosh. And with her love by her side, as well as the good doctor, nothing could go wrong, and thankfully, once the baby was born, it was actually quite healthy. It was a beautiful baby girl by the name of Kane. I'm not really sure where that name came from. I assume Rosh and Zippy decided to name the baby girl that on their own, but little did they know I had quite the nickname in store for it. I decided to give the baby the nickname of Snowdrop, while keeping Kane as the baby's actual name. Now, this nickname actually came from one of our Discord members who said that the Snowdrop is a flower that, while looking very delicate, can survive the harshest of winter, which is why I just think that this name is spectacular. spectacular, especially for the heir to Rosh's dynasty. Of course, before anything like inheriting this entire dynasty comes about, we do need to continue building up the dynasty, and Snowdrop needs to begin growing. We ended up building her a very small room just off of Rosh and Zippy's room, and we also built her a bone toy box, a bone toy thing, and a bone bookshelf for her education. And you know, even though she's an infant, she seemed quite pleased with it all. Just after finishing up Snowdrop's room though, we had our very first harvest of our onions, which was amazing. These onions will help supply us with food for months to come, and we would continue growing a few more of them, of course. Because even though this amount of onions was really great and whatnot, if we continue increasing our population here as steadily as we have been, we're going to have to continue growing more and more onions, and most likely increasing the size of our farm. But now to expand our keep, we decided to take on quite a large project. Unfortunately, not too many of our pawns are all that great at mining, so digging through all this stone and whatnot to build a new room, several new rooms actually, took quite a while. So obviously, as you can imagine, this portion of the keep was going to be quite delayed, but unfortunately it was actually going to be even more delayed as we now had a man-hunting pack of Yeti that entered the area. If you remember a few episodes ago, we had saw a Yeti hunting in the area before. Well, this time it would appear that there is a pack and they are specifically hunting us, but I bring that up because it seems that Yeti are becoming more and more common, as are other fantasy creatures and sorcerers and things of that nature. Obviously, we would begin firing at them from the comfort of our towers with our embrasures. As they were getting closer, we continued firing upon them, some of them hitting traps and things like that. Eventually, we killed 2 of them, but there was a third, however, that was getting away and then coming back, and eventually, though, we ended up killing it as well after it got done playing chicken with us. Ah, these poor, dumb, massive creatures. At some point, I do think I would like to try and tame one, but for now, we'll settle for cutting their throats. But now with the 3 filthy Yetis slain, we would finally be able to begin working on this section of our keep again, taking a long amount of time to try and mine out every bit of the stone and whatnot that we could. Now, what I had planned on doing with this section of the keep here is actually building 2 small prison rooms. We could always use them as something else for the time being if we like, but I am trying to build 2 small cells essentially, and then I'm also going to do a recreation room where the guards of this small prison would be hanging out and whatnot, but of course everyone in the keep can use it as well. Currently, in terms of recreational items, the only thing that we have is the dice and cup game. There are some other forms of recreation that I'm going to try to seek the resources out to build, but for the time being, we're going to use the stone we've acquired thus far to try and beautify the floors and whatnot, as well as smooth the walls. We really wanted to look nice here. We also ended up using a good bit of granite to try and build ourselves a wood furnace to keep this section of the keep nice and warm, though I did want to try and share the heat between the main base and this section, so we actually ended up building an embrasure in one of the walls. This will actually allow us to share these rooms as one, unfortunately, but they do share heat together, which is the important part. Not only will this embrasure allow heat to travel between the 2 rooms, but because this is where we'll be hosting our prisoners, it will also be useful for any guards to run behind and begin firing in case we have a prison break, minimizing any damage that the prisoners can do to the keep and us as well. At one point though, I did spot Lim playing with young baby Snowdrop, and I just thought it was like the sweetest thing in the world. Good old Auntie Lim playing with the baby. It's just, I like seeing these characters who are not actually blood-related family, but they are indeed family. Really reminds me of Uncle Reek from our Alcohol Empire series, for those of you that remember. I only hope that Lim does not suffer the same fate as Uncle Reek, however. Once again, some time later, we ended up having a great big yield of onions from our harvest, but this time around, instead of planting onions back, we would actually end up planting some cotton plants so that we can try and get some cloth. And thanks to the medieval overhaul mod, getting cloth isn't as simple as simply harvesting the cotton. No, we're actually going to need a specific production bench to make cloth. The production bench in question, I believe, is a loom or or a spindle or something of that sort. I kind of forgot what the name was, and I'm too lazy to check again, but we eventually built one pretty quickly, and we were preparing for a harvest of cotton. But as we began waiting on our cotton plants to grow, I decided that we would begin making some significant improvements to the keep as a whole, starting with our dining hall. I decided to replace the old chairs and table that were in there in favor of some proper dining chairs, as well as a reinforced table, which I think just looks so much better, and so do the colonists. Unfortunately though, as we were making significant improvements to our dining room, tragedy struck our new crop. Unfortunately, our cotton plants had a massive blight, all except a handful of them. I forced Rosh to try and harvest those 3 or 4 that were okay as fast as possible before they became blighted, and then unfortunately we would have to cut the remaining ones and begin regrowing them. Thankfully though, from the few plants that we had managed to salvage, we did get some cotton from them, and we managed to spin that into about 30 or so cloth, which unfortunately isn't really much. We can't really do anything with that, but it is a small start to a much larger pile, hopefully. We yet again had the Imperial Tribute collectors stop by, and once again, of course, we had nothing to give them, but they did end up leaving us a gift, which I thought was pretty nice. It wasn't anything too special, it just turned out to be a pretty nice looking top hat, which Irene decided to take for herself, but this really got me thinking we should get Irene and a few of the others some type of helmet. Of course, there's no one better here in the keep to make said helmet than Irene herself, so you could consider it something of a testing of her very own prototype, I suppose. As I had mentioned earlier, the most abundant metallic resource that we still currently have is iron, so of course this helmet would be made of iron. The reason I keep bringing that up is because iron helmets are actually much weaker than steel or plasteel helmets, and of course that's worth noting, simply so that you understand the stats on this helmet are going to be lower because it's made of iron than if it were made of other resources, of course. So it's just something to keep in mind. If we were to get our hands on steel or plasteel abundantly where we could make armor, it would obviously be much better. While we're on the topic of armors, as I mentioned earlier in the video, there are other types of armors from different mods that we actually have listed here. So I've decided that we would build a brand new research table, one that has a higher work speed, so that we can begin researching these new technologies in armor, different types of protective clothing, and things like that. To begin with, of course, we're starting with the medieval overhaul research trees, and then we'll make our way towards the Napoleonic and what other branches we have. Unfortunately, at this time, though, we have yet another raid, once again from the Grave River Pact. It would seem that they just never give up. We have quite a large group of elves coming to a southern part of our territory, and it looks like they're planning before they attack. Of course, once again, this group of elves also has quite the interesting characters, one of which appears to be a very powerful bright mage sorceress. But other than her magical gifts, she was pretty standard. Also, along with the other elves, was one that appeared to be carrying some type of blunderbuss, so basically a flintlock shotgun, which I thought was quite strange for the elves. Regardless of who they were and what they were carrying, they were here to kill us. So we started firing our mortar at them. We missed with the first shot, so of course we ended up taking a second shot, and unfortunately we missed with that one as well, and now we're out of mortar rounds. As day began to break, the elves began assaulting our keep, so of course we ran to one of our southern towers and began firing at them from the safety of our embrasures, although they weren't extremely safe as we began taking a few arrows as well. As the elves continued moving towards the entrance of our base, so did we to the other tower where we would begin firing on them, and I made something of an oopsie daisy. I forgot that the bright mage was carrying fire bombs, and she immediately began throwing them at us, catching us on fire, and that was a little bit of an issue, as you could imagine. Thankfully though, she hit a trap as she was moving around, and once she fell, the others began to flee in a panicked state, and this was great because we didn't have to kill any more of them or risk getting blown up by fire bombs. Something else that was great, of course, she didn't die to the trap. She was only extremely injured, which meant that we could capture her, take her to our brand new prison cells, and begin enslaving her. I would recruit her, but unfortunately she appears to be unwaveringly loyal to her faction, so a friend by force will have to suffice. After capturing her, we would also then begin putting out the fire in our tower, and I was afraid our pawns here were going to die from like a superheating on the inside of the tower, but I realized that the embrasures allow the cold cold air in, so it's basically considered outside, thus no giant fireball killing them. But of course, I want to thank you guys ever so much for watching. I love you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed the longer episode today. I'm hoping to try and make all of our episodes fairly long, over 20 minutes for sure, if I can. There's a recent poll on the channel, if you haven't seen it already. It's in the community tab, where I basically asked you guys what length of episodes you guys would like. Right now, the majority looks to be leaning to about 30 minutes or more. I'm guessing it's probably going to stay that way, so I'd like to try and kind of begin going towards those numbers, that length of time for videos. The only issue with it really is I just think I'm kind of crunched on time most of the time when I'm making videos and stuff, and that's normally why they're less than 15 minutes. I'm definitely going to try and strive to do over 20 minutes per video. Obviously, of course, though, I don't want to try and pad out the runtime of each episode or any of my videos with just filler or any shit like that that's, not even really got a purpose, unless it's some interesting specific detail that I feel just kind of fills out the lore of the world or anything like that, which kind of brings me to my next question to see if you guys would like something like this. At the end of each episode of the Eternal Winter series, I'm thinking having you guys maybe kind of comment about the lore of the world, the characters, weapons, basically the lore of anything that you're seeing throughout these videos in this universe that we're playing in. That you guys would like to specify a little bit more on, that we could talk about at the end of the videos and just kind of do a little bit of a dive into those. That would really, I think, flesh out the length of the videos, of course, but also just the world building and stuff that, the lore of this world that we're playing in and, things like that. Of course, I always love trying to incorporate your guys' ideas and, story narratives and things like that into the videos and into the colonies and just the series in general and stuff like that. So I also think it's a really good way that we can try and do that as well. So be sure to let me know what you guys think about doing that at the end of each video in the comment section down below. And of course, if you guys have any lore or anything you'd like to add to the comment section on this video, be sure to do so and we'll give it a shot at the end of next episode, as I mentioned there. But once again, thank you guys ever so much for watching today's episode. I really do truly hope you've enjoyed. I love you ever so much, and I will catch you next time. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series. We have much to do today, my friends. I have plenty of construction projects for our keep in mind today, but before we get to anything like that, we have some recruiting to do. As I'm sure you all remember, last episode we ended up capturing an elven sorceress who was actually a bright mage by the name of Moincow. Well, we've actually just recruited her into our ranks. Well, I take that back. We didn't exactly recruit her into our ranks as much as we did enslave her and begin forcing her to sweep our dining room. But hey, at least we're going to give her a pretty good life here, assuming she doesn't try to rebel against us. We also finally finished up harvesting all of our new cotton plants. As you probably remember, at the end or so of last episode, we had a bunch of them that were blighted, and we finally got a good yield this time around, and we began planting more fiber corn. We would then have our new elven sorceress slave begin spinning this cotton into cloth that we could actually use for building. Once she had completed that task, we had a good bit of cloth. Now you may be wondering to yourself what I plan on using this cloth for, or you may be thinking that I actually plan on using it for clothing or something like that, and that is a good guess, but I'm actually going to be using it for bedding. Yes, so long are the days of us sleeping on solid material beds like wooden or stone or steel or iron beds or bone or any of those old beds that weren't too comfortable. Now we are going to be laying on a nice cloth bed that's going to keep us nice and warm. And one of these beds was actually of legendary quality, which I was starstruck to see. This legendary bed in question actually had art intertwined into its structure. It told the tale of Zippy herself murdering essentially a Yeti at one point, which was pretty amazing. However, something that was not too amazing was the fact that we were now being raided by the Clade of Kazeth, which of course are the Impids. The Impids in question that were raiding us appeared to have more upgraded gear, such as their weapons and apparel and armor and things of that sort, but not only did they have that, they also had a worm, a large dragon-like creature. A very formidable and loyal beast to the Impids, no doubt. Well, as the sun began to rise, they began their assault against our keep, and of course we began firing at them from the embrasures in our tower. Now, somebody did tell me that I need to get rid of these rocks here because enemies are using them as cover, and this is a good example of why I should do that. We began retreating to our other tower while the worm and Impids began hitting our traps and whatnot. We tried using the Bright Mage Slave's abilities against them, and this somewhat worked, but not exactly. Thankfully though, as we were taking down the Impids on the outside, our Polar Bear and Bright Mage were taking down the worm on the inside of the towers, and eventually they did kill it. But with most of our attackers downed or slain, it was time for the remaining Impid to begin a retreat. Now, you only saw 2 Impids in the worm. You may be wondering where the third is. Well, funny enough, this mad lad had apparently not dressed for the part coming into our northern territories and began succumbing to frostbite, and he was eventually downed by it, so I suppose that Mother Nature did the hard part for us, and now it was up to us to finish the job. Now, while it may seem a bit silly that the Impid hadn't dressed for the weather, you must remember that the southern hemisphere of this planet is mostly boreal forest, so it is much warmer down there than it is up here. I want to take a moment as well and just brag on our polar bear, who almost single-handedly took down this mystical worm creature all by himself. He did take one hell of a beating, but thankfully he's being tended to and he should be just fine, and plus now we have a mystical worm creature to cut up into bits and turn into stew. So now we get mystical worm stew, and our bear proved himself in battle, a win-win situation. And since our bear didn't die during this battle, I thought it may be the perfect time to go ahead and name him, of course. And of course also I asked you guys last episode for names for the bear, and I have decided to go with Snow White. This name is based on a comment by our good friend Cybeck5024, who said that we should call the polar bear Snow White because he might be male and a 800-kilogram carnivore that is just waiting for an opportunity to eat you, but he is still our little princess, and I really love that. That is the perfect name, so thank you very much. But now that the bear naming is out of the way, it's time for us to do a little bit of research. Now, something I would like to begin researching is some food technology. In particular, I would like to research some stews that we can cook and things of that sort. And so, of course, Lim immediately began looking into the stew cooking technologies, and this is actually based on a comment by our good friend Nandeyoblob 7004. Sorry if I butchered your name, but you were saying that, not sure if I already know this. I didn't, but if we're struggling with food, we can actually use bone for bone soup, which is going to be amazing because we are always struggling with food, it seems. We did eventually get the researched for stew technologies, as it were, and we built a great big stew pot, which I immediately began setting up to make some bone stews, so we always kind of just keep those in stock. Since our food storage room is always in freezing temperatures, it can't hurt to keep a good supply of this bone soup out there. That way, if we run out of our normal meals and whatnot, we'll always have the soup. During the time that we were researching all of this though, as it did take quite a while and it took my attention away from other things going on at the keep, apparently our connected Gorlin tree was destroyed in some way, shape, or form. I tried to read on it and see, but it doesn't show as to what happened. I thought it could possibly be due to the temperature, but I read online that apparently that's not possible, unless maybe I'm wrong, but regardless, Rosh was very tore up about the whole situation, and as was I. I really loved our little dryads, and they were also our main source of timber. But obviously, of course, we do have our fiber corn farm, and we also have a good stockpile of timber for the time being. I'll try to keep an eye out for any more of the Gorlin seeds and things like that, so we can try to replant and try to have more dryads, unfortunately. But for the time being, we're going to have to continue working on our keep, which also means working on our defenses. resources. Something else that we began working on was gathering up steel for a little expansion onto our farm. Of course, now that the dryads are gone, we want to try and increase our fiber corn production, so we're going to need to make more glass for skylights, and of course for that we need steel. Now, steel is a very finite resource on this planet, and for the time being, the really only reliable way for us to get steel is by destroying these metallic structures and things like that of old and melting the slag chunks down into ingots. So obviously, as you could imagine, I sent people out, we began destroying these structures, taking all these slag chunks all the way back home, and we immediately began trying to melt them down into ingots that we could actually use for our glass. And yes, as you can see, it was a very long and drawn out process. I'm pretty sure through the research trees with Medieval Overhaul, there are ways of making steel ingots. As steel is an alloy, you could go through the smithing and metallurgy research, but of course I'm a bit lazy and that would take a very long time, so I decided to go this route. And though, as I mentioned, it did take quite a while for us to actually gather up the steel to make the glass for the skylights, building the expansion onto our farm and building the skylights and everything didn't take near as long. I believe for the time being I'm going to maybe split these, so half the farm into fiber corn, or at least over half, and then the rest of it into food for us. Of course, going with rice for the time being because it doesn't take very long to grow it all, so it would be perfect for a quick and easy meal. But it was around about this point that I felt like we weren't really making all that much progress in the keep in this episode, unfortunately, even though we had been going for quite a long time. So I wanted to kind of start upgrading our gear and maybe start on some of those bigger construction projects that I was talking about earlier. To begin with the gear upgrades, I noticed that Rosh's pneumatic rifle was still pretty weak. Not that it was going to get any stronger, but he needed something that could actually compete with better weapons, so I decided to actually build him a proper rifle. Not anything too outlandish, but a flintlock rifle, something that's still kind of with the era and time. I know not everyone really likes that I have guns in this series, but I mean, they're very rudimentary weapons, flintlock weaponry, pneumatic rifles. I mean, it's nothing, we're not using assault rifles or anything like that. It's a very medieval-ish series. But regardless though, Rosh did end up finishing off this rifle, and it was of poor quality unfortunately, but the damage output was much better than his pneumatic rifle, which was of awful quality, so it was still quite the upgrade. But I think I'll leave it at that for the time being for upgrading weapons and armor, as I have quite the hankering for some construction. Now, I think what we're going to begin building here is a throne room. If we're going to truly be some type of medieval dynasty or kingdom or something of that sort at some point, we are going to need a throne room, somewhere where we can make decisions and our leader can actually, spend time. So we ended up digging out a very large section of the mountain, and we built a beautiful limestone throne for Rosh to sit upon. Now, of course, this is a meditation throne, so it will always say unowned. Unfortunately, I can't assign it to Rosh, and I believe unless he has some type of psi-casting abilities, which at some point we may end up getting him, but for the time being, we're just going to have to put up with that as he sits on it. But this truly is the beginning of something beautiful, for not only will Rosh sit upon this throne making decisions and whatnot, but so will his descendants. Of course, obviously though, I'm not going to leave the throne room there, as we have a lot more work to do, such as adding in some beautiful stone flooring. Unfortunately though, we really only have limestone and granite to choose from, so the flooring is going to match the walls a little bit. Maybe eventually we'll have some slate or something that we can throw in there and just kind of make the colors pop a little bit better, a good difference between the walls and the floors and other items in the throne room. Of course though, every good throne room needs a good study to go along with it, so we began digging out a section of the hill to put something like a mini library slash study in as well, where they could plan out attacks on other factions or just basically study the text of old. But of course, none of this is official unless we do an official ceremony here in the new throne room appointing Rosh as our leader, so that's exactly what we decided to do. Not only does this make him the leader of our keep and dynasty, but this will also give him the combat command and other wonderful perks perks of being the official leader of the colony. And things like that can definitely make or break a fight, especially when we're getting raided by impids that have giant worm creatures and things like that. Of course, it's going to help to have really any advantage on them that we can take. Of course, though, with that being said, our throne room and study are not exactly completed. There's still a lot of things I would like to add, such as some log benches and whatnot for all of our subjects to sit on while listening to Rosh talk in the throne room. So we're going to need plenty of logs and timber and things for the throne room and study, but to go about doing that, we're going to need to deconstruct some of these ancient medieval structures for their resources. So that's exactly what we did. And obviously, of course, we are somewhat limited in the resources that we currently have. We're having to use logs and timber. We don't exactly have any elven timber or anything like that, which is very beautiful. We don't have any other types of cloth other than like cotton cloth or rawhide to build our drapes, so it's not exactly gorgeous, but it'll do for now, I think. At some point during our massive construction projects, though, young baby Snowdrop has grown from a baby into a child, so she can actually do hauling and cleaning, and best of all, of course, she can finally walk around. So that was pretty great. She can actually start pulling her weight around the keep. We're going to actually make her begin cleaning the throne room as well as basically everything else. I would, however, once again begin working on the keep as we would start mining out a section for a bedroom. Unfortunately, though, this would be interrupted. We apparently had a faction assault in our territory, the Grey River Pact and the Purple Mire Pact. There's so many pacts on this planet, sometimes it's a bit hard to keep up, but the main takeaway here is we have an elf that is obviously from the Elven Empire, dynasty, whatever you want to say, and we also have someone who's from another dynasty with a big ass blunderbuss. And the two of them are about to begin cracking each other's heads wide open, of course. Now, I normally would just let them fight it out on their own, and we did end up kind of doing that here, but I thought it might be a good opportunity to kind of step in and maybe try and stop the fighting by taking them both down, and then we would imprison both of them, so that's exactly what we decided to do. We ended up capturing both of them and taking them back to our fairly newish prison. I mean, we built the darn thing, we might as well use it. Both of these two ended up being some pretty good candidates for our dynasty here. Obviously, though, their traits and skills and things like that are going to be completely meaningless if they bleed out on our nice little beds here in the prison, so we began tending to them. After a while, though, that was finally completed, and as you can see, the elf was one hell of a fighter with a really good shooting skill, really good at mining animals, even a pretty good intellectual skill, and just fairly decent all around with their other skills. And as for our human prisoner, she also wasn't too bad herself. Now, she was a misandrous, which means that she hates men, and she is also very delicate, so she's not going to be great in fighting, but she is one hell of a miner as well as one hell of a grower. So she's going to be perfect for our indoor farm and things like that. But now with that little kerfuffle finally over with, we could continue our extensive work in our brand new throne room, well, the study attached to the throne room, as well as a bedroom specifically made for the king and queen. At least for the time being, I am going to refer to Rosh as our king. He, of course, is our leader, but I don't really know if I like that title. I would like something more like Emperor or something like that. If you guys have suggestions for what we could call Rosh and Zippy's roles here in the dynasty, please leave them in the comment section. If I see any that really catch my eye, we'll most definitely end up going with that. But it would appear that the bedroom is finally finished, and it does appear to have the approval of Zippy as well as Snowdrop. For a good bit of time, we would mainly put our focus into attempting to recruit the two people that we had captured, the first of which to join us was the human named Robin, and then of course we would begin trying to focus more on the elf as they were the only one left. Eventually, of course, they too would end up joining us. Now, Robin immediately began doing some research in our brand new study, which was perfect because when there wasn't any growing or anything like that to do, of course Robin could begin working on new technologies for us, especially while Lim was busy with other things. Unfortunately, however, Robin's research would be interrupted by our slave attempting to escape. Moin Cow was in the warehouse, and I suppose she thought it the perfect time to try and run away. Luckily for us, Zippy, Rosh, and Irene all rushed in to beat her to a pulp, stopping her little escape before it could really even get started. Now that that was over with, of course, we would take her back to her bed and begin tending to her, but this did make me realize that Rosh's hat must have worn out over time, and I hadn't even noticed it, so he put on this very ugly yellow hood. It's not too ugly of a hood, but it doesn't exactly go with his outfit, so I decided that I wanted to build him something else. We ended up having Irene use the best steel that we had at our disposal to actually build Rosh a proper helmet for battle. Now, I do plan on building him an actual hat, another tricorn hat as it were, but for now I want to see how these helmets look on him. This helmet is actually from our research into the medieval overhaul armor sets instead of the more medieval helms and whatnot armors. And I must say that I was pretty pleased with how it turned out. I think as we continue to advance our medieval dynasty here, of course, we'll continue to advance our armors as well. So this is a pretty wonderful starter armor. Eventually, I'd also like to try and work on some hooded helmets as well. While we're on the topic of upgrading our keep, of course, we began making some new quilted beds, end tables, and dressers in Rosh and Zippy's old room. We're going to be turning it into something of a barracks, I believe, for our newest recruits, of course. I'm not sure if I want to leave it as a barracks or maybe split it off into some separate rooms or something. I know normally there is a bit of a debuff just having to sleep in the same room in a barracks together, so we may eventually turn this into separate rooms, or eventually we may also end up using it as part of our storage room. But for the time being, Peub and Robin will be lying their weary heads here at night. But now for some more wholesome content. We had Rosh begin making a short bow for Snowdrop, her very first short bow, made by her very own father, and he would actually end up taking her out and letting her do a little bit of target shooting. Obviously, of course, it's going to be very vital that Snowdrop is taught to defend herself. Not only is she a vulnerable child, but she is, as the firstborn child of Rosh and Zippy, the heir to this dynasty. For a good target, I thought that this ancient vehicle would suffice, as it's extremely large and hard to miss, of course, but also because we're going to eventually deconstruct it for steel. And then after that, I finally got around to making Rosh a brand new tricorn hat. I'm not sure exactly what the previous one was made out of, but this one is made out of cloth, and unfortunately it ended up looking quite a bit darker, but you know, it's better than nothing, I suppose. It is definitely better than his helmet as well. Could you imagine how cold that helmet would be on your head and on your ears in a place like this? Regardless though, we are going to keep the helmet for battles and things like that. Of course, we'll just keep it in Rosh's inventory when he needs it. But then I began thinking to myself, you know, what is a medieval keep, a medieval dynasty, if we don't have any beautiful rugs to decorate our halls? So we ended up building a tailoring station that was specifically created for rugs, and now of course this is from the Area Rugs mod. I have also of course added this mod to the mod list in the video description as well. Now if you're unfamiliar with this mod, you may see the animal skin rugs and just think that that's really all it has to offer, but my friends, it is not. My favorite rugs from this mod are the runner rugs, which we're actually going to be using in our throne room. Unfortunately, they are going to be made of rawhide to match the curtains or drapes that we have in there, but like I mentioned, later on we'll eventually most likely end up upgrading these. Thanks to these rugs, as well as many other additions, of course, to the throne room, it is now very impressive, somewhat rich. It was obviously very spacious, of course, but it is also pretty. Sometime after finishing up the throne room, though, we began working on our indoor farm. We harvested what fiber corn we had and began planting rice and flax. Now, flax is something similar to cotton. Not exactly, of course, but in terms of RimWorld, it is, as you can turn it into something of a cloth-like material. Now, this cloth-like material, of course, is called linen, and linen is something that we need for several different types of recreational facilities that can be built throughout the medieval overhaul mod. Unfortunately, though, not too long after, we ended up having a siege from the House Oswin, and there was actually a relationship with one of the raiders. The raider in question here is Spiesi, I believe is how you pronounce it. They were the nephew of Rosh and cousin of Snowdrop, which means that Rosh does indeed have siblings elsewhere on this planet. Perhaps Rosh is actually some type of descendant of another medieval dynasty, or perhaps perhaps he's just a nobody that is forming his own medieval dynasty, and his family members are a part of other houses, other kingdoms, and things like that, of course. But for now, we do have to worry about this siege, as they are preparing to actually just beat the dog shit out of us with mortar rounds and anything else they can get their hands on. It would also appear that they have a very powerful sorceress with them, which at this point is becoming standard procedure for intense raids. Unfortunately though, this large siege will need to wait until next episode, for we have something to go over. I asked you guys at the end of the last episode if you'd like to begin providing some lore for the world, or just basically anything throughout this series, and you guys did not let me down, of course, so we have some of that to go over. So to begin, we have a comment by our friend Hoppy78, the Bean Guy 46, who says the eternal winter is due to some sort of curse from an extremely powerful psycaster / mage, or the world disrespected the empire, which then plunged the world into a technological dark age and then used huge climate controller to push the inhabitants further into an eternal winter. So we have some really good ideas there, and then we also have Ryan Rios 4328, who added on to that by saying that the cold world basically is very far away from the sun, not getting a lot of heat. Now I'm going to say that I do like a mixture of both of those comments, and they are also going to be mixed in along with a comment by Azur T. Moyle Oi. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce names, but they state that the history of the world is that a nuclear fallout caused people to mutate along with some animals. It could also explain the infinite winter and the strange beast, and also the fact that there's some sort of early Renaissance era. So perhaps long ago, in what would now be considered ancient times, the empire of this planet had gotten into some type of war, something along those lines, and because the planet is so far away from the sun and already experiencing issues with heat, a nuclear war, something to that effect, actually caused the process to accelerate exponentially. Because of this, the empire rounded up all their noble people, and basically just the people that they felt were worth saving, and they actually fled the planet, expecting everyone that was left behind to basically freeze to death. But they didn't, and they survived, and after many years and their technology somewhat coming back to what we would call a Renaissance period, basically bringing us to where we are now. And now of course the nuclear winter is somewhat wearing off, or has almost completely wore off, and that's why the southern hemisphere of the planet is actually warming up some, and we see more boreal forest to the south, and we see a lot of ice sheet and tundra to the north. And now with all of that being said, there is still the fact that there could possibly be a faction, one of the medieval factions that we see here, who are actually trying to keep this frozen hellscape across the entire planet by using sorcery. Is there a main sorcerer or mage that's causing this? We don't know just yet, but we do intend on finding out. But that is all I have for you guys today in terms of lore. If you guys want to leave some comments about more lore for the planet, the characters, stuff like that, be sure to leave that in the comment section down below. But I hope you guys have enjoyed. I love you ever so much. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Welcome back, one and all, to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, where today, my good friends, we are having a very simple meal together. We're just going to have a real nice time. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. We have a siege going on. Yes, indeed. In case you forgot, at the end of last episode, it would appear that House Hess has sent out quite the raiding party to try and besiege our beloved keep. To do so, it would appear that they've actually prepared their very own mortar technology, creating a large fortress mortar, which will also allow them to not only shoot mortar rounds, but also stone chunks as well. I suppose really what I'm trying to get across here is just how dangerous this fortress mortar really is. They essentially have infinite ammo while they're here because the environment is their weapon. While we, on the other hand, have to have Rosh rush into our workshop where he can frantically try to throw together some mortar rounds out of steel so that we can begin firing back. The entire process takes much longer for us because we're having to make our ammo, load our ammo, which takes a while, and then of course fire it. Now, not to take away from the intensity of the siege or anything, or to kind of derail the battle, but I did find another Gorlan tree seed here. I don't know, I guess we just glossed over it the first time, but we do have one now. So of course, assuming we all survive this battle, somebody will be able to plant this. Now back to the battle, I will say luckily we had managed to graze a few of them with our first mortar shot. I don't think we ever really got any absolute direct hits, but it was enough to injure them. I will say that that is a small advantage to the actual mortar shells that we're using. They're the large gunstones, which have something of an explosive effect, while stone chunks don't really have that same effect. Of course though, the raiders from House Hess are using a combination of the two of them, so we don't really have an advantage per se. Now with several of the raiders injured though, we decided that it would be the perfect time for us to try and strike them. We began trying to move everyone into position around the hill next to the very small pond where House Hess was set up. We of course were immediately met with fireballs from the sorceress that they had brought along with them. We then would use Rosh's combat command to try and give all of our soldiers a boost during the battle. Just as well, we would use Moinkal's light burst ability to try and blind all of the raiders. With them temporarily blinded, they could not see us to try and fire back at us, so we continued raining musket balls and arrows at them until they decided to try and flee through the caves. A shot from Rosh's musket managed to severely wound the sorceress, which slowed her down significantly, ultimately leading to her demise. She was dead and the others continued to flee. The threat had finally been neutralized. We took her fireball wand back to our keep, just as well as the new Gorlan seed that I had spotted during the battle. I could have swore that I had another, and I believe this one must be it, and it must not have went anywhere because of the cold temperature. I don't know, but we do have one. And of course, we immediately began a linking ceremony with the tree as well as Rosh, and things went pretty well. I also went ahead and went back through and chose our Woodmaker Dryads. Now, once again, if you guys have any names for these, I will be giving these two new Dryads two new names since our last two died. And of course, I promised to take better care of them. We took some time and began just kind of repairing and building new walls and storage facilities and whatnot in our warehouse. This was of course destroyed during the siege as a mortar round came right through the roof, blowing up several shelves, tanning racks, as well as our smithing table, which I didn't realize until later on. After that was completed, we would also begin repairing the castle walls of our towers that surround the entire keep to try and ensure their integrity. Late one night as well, we had an armor smith stop in and we began selling all of our weapons and whatnot that we didn't need to them, and we ended up purchasing some normal size gunstones for our mortar. These were much smaller, but they still packed quite a punch, and we didn't have to use any steel to make them, which was obviously the most important part with how scarce steel is. From here on out, I'm going to try and ensure that we at least have a small stockpile of some type of mortar round around, that way we can always try to defend ourselves from sieges. And while we're on the topic of defending ourselves, I know a lot of you guys have mentioned this and I have noticed it as well. In front of one of our southern towers, we actually have a lot of stone, and our enemies are using these stones as cover when fighting with us, so I decided that we'd go ahead and mine all of that out. And this was something of a double whammy, of course, because not only would we be taking away some type of defense that our enemies could use against us, but obviously we're going to use all the stone chunks that we get from this to build more traps, barricades, towers, castle walls, all of that stuff. Now by this point I decided to go ahead and build an art bench where our smithing table actually was, and somehow still didn't notice that it was missing. I went ahead and added a build to make small sculptures out of granite blocks. Yes, it is perfect for defenses, but we have a massive overabundance, so we're going to use it for defenses as well as artwork. And besides, they're being made by Zippy, the queen, or something, whatever title we plan on giving her, herself. We would actually use some of these sculptures throughout our throne room, but more importantly as well our library, which we also began building some bookshelves in. Now these bookshelves are from Medieval Overhaul, and they actually increase the research speed of a research bench. Obviously, of course, this was much needed as we spent copious amounts of time trying to research into new technologies throughout the Medieval Overhaul branches as well as the main branches. But of course, as Lim continues to conduct some very much needed research, we are still awaiting our rice, but more importantly our flax to grow. I'm sure you guys of course remember last episode as I was talking about when we planted the flax, we're wanting to use this flax to spin into linen, which is kind of like the Medieval Overhaul functional equivalent of cloth that we can actually use in many of our recreation facilities that we hope to build. I do of course have my eye on one recreation facility in particular that I've definitely like to try and build today, and now that we finally have our first harvest of flax, we're going to go ahead and do that. But obviously, of course, first we need moin cow here to begin spinning it into some beautiful, nice, smooth linen sheets, which thankfully she did, and she did very quickly. Now with that finally completed, we can begin construction on our Rim of War game, which is described as a tabletop game for simulating a war game. It's a great way to test your strategic skills as well as a bit of luck. Now, I do have to say though, to me this personally sounds less like a strategic game that we would want to share with everyone in the entire keep, including our slave moin cow, who we definitely don't want to rebel or have any plans of escaping or anything, and it sounds more like some type of actual strategy board that we would use for planning out attacks and things like that. So what I've decided to do is to dig out a section next to the throne room where we could actually put this and use to plan out battles. However, it was during this time that we received the notification that a pack of Dare had entered the area, which apparently is a large mystical creature that is a mix of a giant deer as well as a giant bear, and the pack actually turned out to be one animal. It is described as having majestic antlers that we could possibly sell, and that its meat actually gives a mood boost when eaten, so of course we decided that we wanted to hunt it. But instead of hunting it like a normal animal, we would try to use moin cow's abilities against it, but this barely seemed to scratch the animal and it began to try and run away, eventually leaving the map, unfortunately. This of course does not mean that we may not have another opportunity in the future to try and hunt this mystical beast, or maybe even tame it. Which does bring me to my next question: what kind of animals would you guys like to see us tame here? Or would you like to see some type of farm or something like that? Would you like to see us have giant packs of polar bears or even Arctic wolves and coyotes? Be sure to let me know your suggestions. We ended up having a quest sometime later. Apparently some travelers had told us about an injured brave named Sissy who was injured by an ambush or something to that effect, and if we went and rescued him he would join us here, so of course we sent out a small caravan. Of course though, due to the freezing temperatures and large amounts of snow and ice on the roads even, it's going to take quite a while to get to him. In the meantime though, we had our very first woodmaker dryad emerge from his cocoon. Hopefully it won't be too much longer and we should have a second as Rosh continues to strengthen his bond with the tree. Later on that night, as the moon arrived in the sky just above the extremely tall mountains and what few pine trees actually remain, we were spending hours on end attempting to bring back many of the resources that House Hess had left here at their siege location after of course we had defeated them. I suppose as they were temporarily blinded and trying to flee the location, they weren't able to deconstruct their massive fortress mortar and take back home with them. Unfortunate. Something else that was unfortunate though as well is the fact that we actually can't claim it and reinstall it back home. These fortress mortars are so large, unfortunately we will have to deconstruct it for resources. After that was finally completed, we did indeed have a new research project for Lim to begin working on. We actually have installed the Winter Plants mod. This mod of course will actually add several different types of plants that specifically grow in climates such as our eternal winter planet here, which to me just made sense, and it is actually based on a comment by our good friend Riven Faye, who had suggested this mod I believe in episode 1. So Riven Faye, thank you ever so much, and I'm sorry I took so long to get around to it. Sometime later though, we did finally arrive at the location where Sissy the Brave had been fatally injured. Luckily though, the extreme cold seems to have sealed the wound. It seems that he has stuffed snow and ice into the wound until eventually it froze over. Truly a miracle indeed. We didn't see any threat nearby or anything like that, so we offered him some help and he joined us. We then of course quickly carried him out of the area and began making the extremely long, excruciating and cold journey all the way back home. Once again though, as I mentioned earlier, due to the climate here and whatnot, it would take a very long time to get back home, so sitting here and watching isn't going to do anything. It would be quite boring. Luckily though, I have something exciting. Well, exciting for you guys to watch and extremely scary and dangerous for me to deal with. Essentially, a dimensional rift has ripped open in our world and these elemental creatures are going to begin pouring out of it and trying to rip us apart. Got it? Good. There happen to be 4 different types of elemental rifts, but fittingly ours appears to be an ice rift, most likely due to the spell that is on the planet, no doubt. The creatures did end up catching us off guard. Unfortunately, Rosh and Irene were outside of the keep walls, so they immediately began trying to run away from this massive ice elemental that was chasing them down. After killing the large elemental, I done my best to try and bring the 2 of them back towards the city entrance and try to get them inside with the others. Unfortunately though, Rosh ended up falling. I even tried to use our ace in the hole, which was Moin Cow's massive abilities, but it seemed to do no damage to the elementals, although they did get away before I really got to use it. Now I will say that there are 2 ways out of an elemental assault. You either just wait it out and more elementals will eventually come through and most likely overrun you and kill everyone, or you can try and destroy the rift, and we decided to go with the latter. Much easier said than done. As we were beating on it, more elementals came through the rift. We tried to run away from them and hide for a little bit. As they began going after Irene, we came back in and started beating on the rift once more, finally causing it to begin self-imploding. I began trying to rush everyone inside of the base away from the portal just in case there was a massive explosion. I kind of forgot what it was like when it imploded. After we got everyone in though, I realized it just kind of fizzles out. Even with the rift destroyed though, we still had a few elementals that we needed to deal with, and we did indeed need to deal with them right away because Irene and Rosh were injured out on the battlefield. Eventually though, thankfully we did manage to make it to both of them. We quickly scooped them up into our arms and began trying to rush back to the base. Unfortunately though, I think I underestimated the severity of Irene's wounds, so we had to throw her down there on the ground and just try to tend to her as she was, but unfortunately we were interrupted by an elemental. She was bleeding very badly, and in the end she didn't make it. A grievous and devastating loss, and the first that we've actually experienced here in the Eternal Winter series thus far. I unfortunately was not able to save her at all, and we ended up bringing her into our throne room where I would end up giving many of our colonists time to grieve. I wish that there were some type of way that I could have tried to prevent this. Unfortunately, I think even if we began tending to her where she lie there on the ground instead of trying to carry her back to the base, she still would have ended up bleeding to death just because of how severe her wounds were, and Zippy and Lim neither could have stopped the bleeding that fast. So of course, unfortunately, I could not save her in life, nor of course can I save her in death, but at the very least we could try to give her a good funeral. As something of a show of respect and honor, I decided that the first few of our colonists, of course, especially a member such as Irene, who is a starting member, will be buried in our throne room. Thankfully, her funeral turned out to be good, giving everyone a very slight mood buff. Hopefully this will try to help them cope with her loss. As I mentioned earlier, losing Irene is indeed a monumentous loss, not only because she is our friend, but she had a lot of useful skills and she did a lot around the keep. Truly, I think this just goes to show how dangerous these elemental assault events really are. They're not all that common, but when they do happen, you have to be extremely prepared. A couple of days later though, our caravan had finally returned home, our 2 warriors along with our new warrior known as Sissy. Sissy seemed to have just enough gear on so that he was beating hypothermia. Regardless of that though, he seemed to have a pretty decent skill set, with his best skills of course being melee as well as crafting, which we could definitely use around here. Because of his lack of warm clothing, we decided to have Rosh here go ahead and whip up a nice warm cloth cloak for him. And of course, while he was at it, I was gonna go ahead and have him whip up a few more for anyone else that may end up needing one. Sissy began putting on the cloak with haste, and just as well I allowed him to begin equipping some other apparel as well as weapons. It would appear that he put on his nice cloak, a yellow hood, and of course some chainmail, as well as a massive double-edged steel battle axe. It wasn't perfect, but it would do for now. Eventually I would like to research some better armors, which we are still currently working on, and we'll get something specific done here for Sissy, as he's going to to be a melee horse for us. Now, of course, you did just hear me say that we are researching into different armors and whatnot, and we have been, but currently we're not actually doing that. We are currently still working on our winter plants research, which of course, as you can see, Lim and Robin just finished up for us. So of course now, thankfully with this research completed, we will be able to plant several different types of winter crops. It was also around this point that I had been looking for Rosh's hat, the one that we had made him previously last episode. He actually dropped it during the elemental assault when he was downed and I couldn't find it. Well, it turns out that Snowdrop has been wearing it. I didn't make her wear this at all. She must have just found it and put it on, and it's just the cutest thing. While we're on the topic of Rosh, he was actually the first one to go out into our new field and begin planting our new winter crop known as Winter Bloom. Now, I decided to go with this crop because it's one of the only ones that we can actually eat other than the berry bushes, I believe. Now, I will say that Winter Blooms actually take twice as long as rice and have twice the yield, but with the tilled soil, we shouldn't really have any issues. Thankfully, one of my favorite things to come out of this is that we can get rid of these greenhouses. Now, I do like our greenhouses, but I don't like the ones that I actually built. Eventually, I may end up doing something with some planter boxes and some skylights, but that'll probably end up being down the line at some point. But for now, we're just going to stick with our fields of winter blossoms, which honestly, can I just say they are absolutely gorgeous. I love the kind of pale blue color. Now, because of our ever-increasing population, we are of course needing an ever-increasing supply of food, and of course along with that we're going to need an ever-increasing place to put all of the food that we're needing to keep, so we're going to expand our food storage area. I also thought it could be a good idea to make something of a vault for our personal finances, or really the finances of the entire dynasty at this point. So I decided to dig out a very small area in Zippy and Rasha's bedroom where we could actually build 2 iron strong boxes for all of our jade and silver, gold, anything else that we have and can acquire. Sometime later, I decided that it was high time we began expanding our medieval dynasty and expanding our keep, so I began building some new tower walls with new towers, of course. All of this was going to be built out of granite. Obviously, of course, this was a pretty large task, and it was nothing that we normally couldn't get done fairly easily within maybe about 3 to 4 days, but since Irene was killed in battle, we don't exactly have a designated construction person anymore, making it much more difficult and making it take much longer, so we'll have to check back in on that later. Now, we hadn't really had too many issues out of animals in the area, except for a few mad hares and things like that that recently happened, but I did notice that some ibex rams were actually eating our winter bloom plants. As you could imagine, this was a very big problem, one that we intended to solve with violence. As we caught them sleeping near our fields, we would then plunge our blades into them, killing them. This would happen several times with basically as many as we could find to ensure that they didn't eat any more of our crops. We finally were able to make our first meals out of our winter bloom, and they seem to have turned out alright. Nothing too fancy, of course, but as long as it fed our little tummies, that's all we were worried about. Now, I also wanted to ask you guys what you thought about a possible flag and or banner for the series, for the Eternal Flame, for basically us here, of course, with our medieval dynasty. If you guys thought that might be a good idea, if it's something you might like to see, and if so, what would you guys like to see? If you want to leave comments with some pretty basic suggestions, we have very basic shapes that we can work with here. I don't want anything too extreme or anything like that. Of course, I would like for it to feature a flame, I believe, as we are the Eternal Flame. Feel free to also submit them in the suggestions channel on our Discord, or even through the business email linked in the channel description. Just whatever you would prefer, but like I mentioned, you don't actually have to do that. You can actually just give me pretty basic descriptions in the comment section if you'd like to do that, or you don't have to do any of that at all. But if you would like to, you very well may inspire me to make one, or I may use your design. And I apologize, of course, because I feel like I constantly ask you guys for your suggestions, but the series is so much more fun to me when we incorporate your ideas and it feels like our series, not my series. But just before we end the episode here today, Rosh has something special planned. He actually plans on taking young Snowdrop here on her very first actual hunt. A rite of passage, almost an initiation if you will. Not only of course will this determine whether or not she's a good shot during a hunt, but also whether or not she'll be able to fend for herself and protect herself when the time comes. That very small white snow hair there in the distance would be the perfect target. Due to its natural camouflage, it won't be too easy to hit. A perfect shot, a direct hit right into the rabbit's heart. Truly astonishing for someone of her age. It would appear that young Snowdrop here has truly proved herself to her father here today, as well as the entire dynasty. She will definitely be a worthy heir to the throne. But until that day comes, we'll have to settle for her killing bunny rabbits, bringing back home for her mama to chop up, and cook into some simple meals for her to enjoy by the table. Even after a satisfying hunt with her father, there's nothing like a mother's love. But my good dear friends, I am afraid to say that this episode is winding down to an end, though I have hoped that you've enjoyed as much as you've seen today. But of course, before I bid you farewell for the day, I do want to take a moment and discuss a teeny tiny little bit of lore, and just as well, I also want to announce the monarch title that we're going with for Zippy as well as Rosh here in the dynasty. Several of you guys have decided that you like the term Jarl, so I think that is a really good title for Rosh, and I also think that Lady Zippy is also a really good title for Zippy, of course, and any other monarchs in the future that we end up having, such as Snowdrop, once of course she inevitably ends up taking Rosh's place. I would be lying though if I said that I didn't really like the term Jarl, of course, because I'm biased. I have to be honest. I'm a huge Skyrim fan, so obviously Jarl is really going to tickle my little fancy for me, so that is part of why it won, but also because so many of you guys seem to really be interested in that title and really like that title, so that's also why we went with it, of course. And now, of course, though, before we end the video, I do have a little bit of lore here I would like to incorporate into the series. So this is a comment by our friend GravyGamer8628, who says that their idea for the lore of the series is that Rosh was a descendant of the empire that caused the eternal winter. His ancestors were part of the Empire's royal bloodline and hid away when the Empire left the world, which would mean that his ancestors would be descendants of some of the factions on the world. Now, I really like this comment about lore for a lot of reasons. I think first and foremost, I really like it because this kind of almost explains why Rosh has this natural leadership ability and just natural leadership aurora around him, right? Or at least in my opinion. Not only that though, it also does explain why he has several relatives, some of which coming from the Imperials of this planet, right? The Empire faction here on the planet. So it all does make sense and it all adds up. But not only that, with that being said as well, if his descendants actually left the planet long ago when their technological era was obviously, you know, their technological capabilities, I should say, were much more than our own, that also opens this series to being linked up with many other series. It could even be connected with our RKRU timeline. Oh no, I know a lot of you guys asked me originally if this takes place in that universe, and I was pretty hesitant to say yes just in case, but could this be the planet where the humans from the RKRU actually came from? I leave that up to you guys to decide. I'm actually very open to adding this into the RKRU as something of a prequel planet where the humans originally came from. Now, I will say though, if that does end up being the case, it does make things a little bit messy seeing how this series has magic and whatnot, but I guess the magic of this planet could possibly be explained maybe by some type of nuclear mutations or something, you know, with the nuclear waste and whatnot that happened here on this planet, the nuclear war. But like I said, I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm pretty open to adding this into the RKRU, but I hope you guys have enjoyed this episode. I love you guys ever so much, and I hope to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series. My good friends, I must say that it is so great to see you all back here once again, and it feels so great to be back in this series. It's been a little over a week or so, I think, so I'm glad to be back. Back yet again hunting more moose for the wonderful members of our dynasty here to eat, but also of course building the expansion of our walls. As many of you may remember from the end of last episode, we were actually making some major expansions as well as major renovations with our castle walls here. With our new territorial expansion, we are actually taking in these small hills to the southern section of our base, which we plan on mining and turning into stone blocks. Unfortunately though, our colossal construction project would be rudely interrupted by a raiding party that came from the Grey River Pact. It would appear that along with their elven soldiers, they actually have a few Itaken that have been enslaved by them as well. These slaves appear to be carrying anything from slings to flintlock muskets. Among their ranks appears to be an elven general that is carrying a very unique sword of dwarven origin. It's also worth mentioning that when the raid happened, the notification actually stated that they were smart raiders. Essentially, they were unusually clever in their tactics, they would avoid traps and things like that, and the only reason that I really bring this up is because they refused to try and come through our gates. They actually opted for trying to stay on the sidelines outside our walls. And in my personal opinion, this actually made them extremely dumb. Because of our embrasures, we could simply stay inside our towers from a distance and fire at them as they were just basically getting shot at and they could hardly fend for themselves. The only one of the raiders that actually posed any threat to us from a distance was an ice mage that they had toted along with them into battle. But she too would eventually fall to our might, for when she would actually use her magical abilities on us, we would simply run away and hide for a moment and then pop back out and start firing at her when it was convenient for us, and this ended up working. We would then begin trying to rush the enemy. We actually came outside of the safety and comfort of our towers and began firing at them in the open, and this actually ended up working as well, as we killed several of them, downed a few, and the others began to flee. One of the fleeing members that has survived our counterattack was the general as well, who was trying to escape on foot. Luckily though, it would appear that Sissy was running them down with his mighty battle axe. Eventually he did also catch up and engage in melee combat with them. Unfortunately however, the elven general's plate armor was a bit too strong and Sissy was taken down quite quickly. And this unfortunately meant that the elven general would get away before the rest of us could try to catch up and fire upon them. Thankfully though, we would make it just in time to rescue Sissy and begin tending to his wounds. We had also managed to take 2 prisoners from the battle, one of which being the ice mage, but unfortunately the ice mage ended up dying as we were trying to tend to their wounds to keep them, well, from dying of course, but we did manage to keep another prisoner alive who was an entertainer. This particular elven entertainer did not have unwavering loyalty towards their faction, so we decided that we would actually recruit them instead of enslaving them. It's also worth mentioning they had a pretty mediocre skill set, all but their construction, mining, and artistic, which were some pretty good skills. On top of being an entertainer, they were also an undergrounder. Even though one of our prisoners died and many of our members were severely injured from the battle, we ended up getting several great weapons such as muskets, new types of crossbows, and we even ended up getting an ice wand. Just as well, Sissy was finally up and walking again, and he was doing pretty well at healing from his injuries. Let it be known that his bravery on the battlefield will not go unnoticed. The bravery of several of our members shall not go unnoticed, but now of course that the threat is over with and the battle is finally complete, we would focus on trying to recruit the new elf that we had captured, as well as finishing up the new walls and towers that we were building a moment ago. As mentioned earlier, this was a very lengthy and grueling process during this construction, and it took several days to actually end up completing just as simple bits of towers and walls we had left. It was around this time that I received the notification that we had 2 new lovers in the keep. It would appear that Sissy courted Piab by jokingly half complimenting her eloquence. Piab became aroused and agreed to become Sissy's lover. A very telling story indeed. Obviously, of course, the 2 of them now want to be able to snuggle up at night and keep warm on a nice comfy double bed, so we ended up building them one. I do suppose on an ice cold snowy night such as this, it is best to keep warm with a partner. And who knows, maybe they, just as Jarl Rosh and Lady Zippy, will end up bringing forth forth the new generation of members for the keep. Speaking of which, we would of course continue improving upon the keep by removing these small hills here at the southern section of the base in the area that we just enclosed within our walls and towers. This went on pretty smoothly except for the fact that there's still a little bit of overhead mountain here, so I had to leave a few slabs of stone just to hold it up, of course. Then once that was finally completed, we would begin working on some wooden flooring within our new towers and walls to get rid of the snow to ensure efficient mobility, of course. Sometime later, we ended up having a weapons trader come from another medieval house nearby the base. We ended up selling them a few swords and bits and bobs like that, and we made a tiny bit of silver. It wasn't that much, but it was yet another drop into the treasury. I then had the idea to build something like a blacksmith shop here just under the overhead mountain. That way we can actually use it as a roof and it doesn't look super ugly just having this random overhead mountain just right out here in the open. While I was doing that, we finally ended up recruiting the elf that we had taken prisoner, who actually goes by the name of Genevieve. And I must say I'm quite ecstatic that we ended up recruiting her so soon, because as you'll see in a moment, she actually ended up helping us with several of our construction projects. We also ended up having a growth moment for young Snowdrop, who is now 7 years old. We had the opportunity to choose a passion for certain types of skills. I ended up going with mining and plants, and we also had the opportunity to choose a trait for her, and I decided to go with fast learner, which will of course help her increase her skills much faster. Sometime later, our new blacksmith shop was finally completed, and we had actually began hauling over several of the ores and ingots and whatnot that we had in storage. Although the building may be completed though, it's not truly a blacksmith shop without a proper sign for people passing by to designate it as such. So that's exactly what we ended up building for it. Now, Medieval Overhaul has several of these signs for different areas and whatnot, and I'd really love to begin implementing them into these areas. Obviously, first of course though, we're going to have to build more of these designated buildings to do so. You know, to be honest with you, I probably say this a little bit too much, but I am so proud of what we're building here. This medieval dynasty is coming along ever so nicely, and you know, I'm just ever so grateful because this is not only my medieval dynasty, but it is our medieval dynasty, and I'm just so proud and grateful for what we've built here. And I truly just hope that you guys are as well, because we could not have done this or continue doing this without you. Those among you with a keen eye most likely spotted the research that we completed there in the last clip. It was actually the French early technology, which will give way to some of the Napoleonic armor sets, so we're actually going to be working on some specialized helmets. Don't get me wrong, I love Medieval Overhaul and the armors that come with that mod, but I want to try and implement some others, that way it doesn't feel too basic or just basically medieval. I've also decided to implement some light plate armor from the More Medieval Helms and Armors mod, because I basically just feel like it also spices things up pretty good as well. I would then choose Robin as well as Sissy for their dedication and their bravery to be two special types of soldiers, as you'll see. Yes indeed, my friends, I have decided to promote Sissy and Robin to the position of King's Guard. More like in this case Jarl's Guard, of course, the Jarl's Royal Escort. I had considered calling them both Thanes of the Jarl, but I think I'm just going by what you become in Skyrim, of course, when playing the game as you help one of the Jarls and yada yada. But if you guys like that terminology, let me know, or if you have any other terminology you'd like for me to use for the Royal Guard here. Sometime later, I decided that we should begin researching noble apparel. Now, the reasoning behind this is because I wanted to make a coronet for Zippy and a crown for Rosh. For Rosh, I actually had two different types of crowns in mind, one of them being Napoleon's crown from the Napoleonic Rim mod, but it was a bit too extravagant and also cost a lot more resources, so I've decided to go with the stock vanilla one. Then finally, after countless hours of research later, we finally finished royal apparel, and it was finally time for us to create our royal attire. I decided to create the crown and the coronet out of iron, as it was our most abundant metallic resource, and steel, of course, was still very sparse at this time. We didn't have any gold or anything like that, unfortunately. Unfortunately as well, though, the process was interrupted by a mad muffalo. Sissy saw the massive beast charging at Rosh and quickly attacked it with his battle axe, seizing the opportunity to protect his Jarl at any any cost. Eventually though, sometime later, we had finally finished the crown and the cornet, the iron crown and the iron cornet, of course. I don't think they look all that spectacular, but they do manage to give off that Jarlish feel and look, I suppose. And giving off a more Jarl look than any other type of monarch or leadership role is really what I was going for, and that's why I still kept him in his armor and his cloak and things like that, to try and give off a more lower level leader kind of vibe, not necessarily a king or anything like that, but a Jarl per se. I also ended up giving Lady Zippy here the Fireball Wand. Now she herself of course is not magically gifted, but I thought it would be interesting if she, as the lady of the dynasty, were over any type of magical units or forces or training or just magic in general of the dynasty, or at the very least until we get a house wizard for the dynasty. I also wanted to mention real quick that I ended up naming our two wood maker dryads, whatever you guys want me to call them, Tim and Burr. And of course these names are based on a comment by our good friend Ordinary Guy 4778. Thank you ever so much, I really appreciate it. I thought that they were simplistic yet very suitable. And thank you of course to everyone else who submitted comments for names. And I suppose while I'm already on the topic of the comments, we could go ahead and show off the design for the flag that a lot of you guys commented what you would like to see the flag look like, the banner I should say, and stuff like that, and I actually ended up choosing two different comments. We have one by our good friend William Roby 3017 and Raphael R 9266. I tried my best to incorporate elements from both of your comments, of course. I really like the idea of a white banner that would represent the snow. I feel like that would really make sense here on a planet that is completely dominated by snow and winter and things like that. It feels like it would definitely be part of the culture, and of course with us being the eternal flame, it would really make sense to have a flame on there, especially a blue one, at least in my opinion. And as you guys had mentioned stuff about the it just being very hot and stuff like that, and of course when fire gets very hot it's blue. I also really like the idea of a staff and a sword crossed in the background. I didn't go with a staff as much as I did something like a mace or a morning star or something to that effect. And then I also think that the red outline of the banner really just kind of makes it pop out more. And you know, all in all, just a fantastic job once again. Thank you guys ever so much for your suggestions and for your comments. Sometime later though, we ended up having a bulk goods merchant from House Amboise. There was actually a relationship among their members with one of ours. It would appear that our new member Genevieve actually had a lover named Rick among the traveling merchants, which was very interesting. Something of a long distance relationship, I'm sure. This did, however, begin to make me wonder how they were communicating, or if they were communicating at all since she had arrived here, since we don't have anyone that actually takes letters in and out for us. This gave me a bit of an idea, but I'd deal with that at a later time. For now, we had a bit of trading to do with this bulk goods merchant, as we needed some cloth, which of course we ended up buying. We ended up trading them a teeny bit of silver along with a lot of raw hide, as well as a little bit of linen as well, so it was a fairly square deal. The reason that I ended up buying this cloth is because I wanted to build more banners within our throne room and all across the keep essentially, and of course we need cloth to go about doing so. I thought now that we have a proper banner, we might as well begin putting it everywhere. Bit of a side note here, an interesting detail that I spotted with the banners that I had never noticed before. When the banners are inside like this, they don't appear to move at all. Of course that makes sense because the wind would not be acting on them, but outside they move a lot. Now, as for the idea that I was talking about earlier, I've actually had the idea to go ahead and begin researching carrier birds. With this research technology, this will actually allow us to be able to make a few different things, one of which is a bird post. The bird post is actually something of a communication style bench for normal vanilla RimWorld, something like a comms console, right, for a comparison. It will actually allow us to train carrier birds that can carry mail, letters and different things like that. For a good example, a good comparison, I should say, to other types of media, the show Game of Thrones immediately comes to mind because I really like the show, of course, and it's similar to when they receive ravens and things like that. But of course, ours is completely different. As you can see, it is not a raven at all. It's a pigeon. And of course, I do realize that the placement of the carrier bird may seem a little bit strange, but these embrasures will actually allow it to fly in and out while not allowing people to come in and out, of course. And now our beloved Keep members will be able to reach out to their family, other factions, friends, just anyone to say anything they wish. But in particular, of course, Genevieve will now be able to keep up with her lover Rick with his travels across the frozen planet. I would then once again have them begin working on our blacksmith shop just by improving it with a few different miscellaneous items that would actually speed up the production of the forge, such as a grinding wheel and some tools, things like that. Of course, as well as a few other benches, such as a workbench, the taxidermy bench, stuff like that. I'd like to take a moment and just say sorry for all the times that I constantly say stuff like that to try and further explain what I'm talking about. For a time, though, I just kind of sat back and watched with a bird's eye view as the colony continued progressing. I will say, however, not too much ended up happening during this time as I was watching. We ended up having a trader of some sort. I kind of forgot what type of trader it was. I believe it may have been a bulk goods trader once more, and we also ended up having a quest pop up that I had no interest in, of course. Something interesting did end up happening, though, in the form of a raid. Yes, indeed, unfortunately, it would appear that the Grey River Pact is back yet again. Something even more unfortunate, though, is the fact that the trader had no interest in fighting them and just let them go on through. It looks like their elven general has arrived once more along with them, and it would also appear that they brought along yetis for the battle. Here's only hoping that we can manage to get the upper hand on these massive hairy beasts, as well as the massive hairy beast that is riding it around on its back. I also noticed that the elves had enslaved one of the last remaining living dwarves on the planet. I suppose this would explain who's been making their dwarven weapons for them. I have to say ahead of time, I was actually quite nervous for this battle, especially because we were just completely unprepared for it, and the yetis as well as many of the elves and their enslaved Itaken were coming straight for us. Luckily, many of them ended up hitting traps, which either incapacitated them or killed them. But the problem was we were coming from a distance to try and get to the battle that they were already at. And I will hand it to them, though, their general was as sturdy as a damn oak tree. This battle, however, did help me realize something that had actually been going on for quite a while now that I just had never noticed, I suppose. All of these helmets and things like that, these ancient runes, we had ended up claiming, so they're going out here and attacking them, which does seem a little bit unfair to me from a gameplay standpoint, because they're just kind of sitting ducks waiting on us to attack them. So I think in the future, I'm going to try and deconstruct these to make battles a little bit more fair. With that being said, though, for the time being, there was nothing I could do, and we ended up smoking their asses for the most part. Sissy, however, did come out once more to challenge the general as they had unfinished business. Unfortunately, however, Sissy would end up getting an unfair advantage when Lady Zippy used her fireball wand to finish the fight. Sissy still helped rock her socks for her, though. Sissy ended up managing to capture the elven general, and we only had a few other Itaken to pick off. You would think with their elven masters deceased or fled already that they would end up doing the same, or that they would offer to join us, just something other than still fighting with us as slaves. But I suppose the elven propaganda has truly rotted away their minds. Now with the battle finally over and the threat neutralized, we were also free to capture the enslaved dwarf, just as well as throwing the elven general into a cell, stripping her of her belongings and beginning to tend to her wounds. Now I will say I do not plan on recruiting her or enslaving her. I actually would like to make an example out of her. She is a very high-ranking elf, and keep in mind we still have a slave such as Moincow. Just as well, of course, this will almost definitely make it back to the elven higher-ups. So first things first, I'm going to have some of our Keep members go ahead and equip some of her gear, like her wonderful helmet, which the material is very insulating and also very protective, as well as her gilded plate armor. And then secondly, but also lastly, comes the execution ceremony in the throne room. The elven general has lived by her disgusting elven ways, and she will now be cleansed by the eternal flame, by Rosh's hands. Looks like the execution was quite satisfactory for everyone. Though enacting our revenge did make quite the mess in our throne room, it was time for us to take out the trash. We would leave her corpse out with her comrades in the icy frozen winds, forever frozen for all of eternity, or until a polar bear comes along and eats on them, which actually happens more often than you might think. Snow White is quite prone to taking trips out here. Speaking of taking a trip through the snow, we ended up having some visitors coming by, and with them was none other than Rick. Yes, Genevieve's lover is back already. I'm not sure if she contacted him by carrier pigeon, or if his trading route was already completed and this was just him stopping by on his way back home. Regardless though, we were fairly happy to see him, and of course so was Genevieve. She entered our dining room where her lover was actually lying down next to the fireplace sleeping, trying to warm up. Looks like he's had quite a rough trip. But on a planet such as this where the only heat is man-made unless it's a teeny bit from the sun or you manage to find a steam geyser to lie next to for the night, this is kind of what you expect. Now sometime later I thought I would keep good on my word to get rid of all of these ancient bodies and wagons and things like that we had previously claimed that were causing issues with raids. As I mentioned earlier, raiders tend to come here and start beating on these bodies and stuff like that because we've claimed them, so I wanted to get rid of them, so I had Rosh and Lim come out and destroy them all. And eventually they did finally complete this task, even though it took quite a while. I had to set them up individually to destroy these one by one, but you know, it's over with now. And of course now with them gone, it should make raids quite a bit more fair again. Then I realized that there are actually several different very small deposits of ores such as gemstones in these mountains, like sapphires and emeralds and things like that we had not mined out at all, and since we're actually building a medieval dynasty, it would be good to have these in our treasury. Something else that I believe we can use these gemstones for as well is rings and necklaces and things like that, and once we actually go through some different research with magic, we may also be able to enchant those. Now, I had asked you guys last episode if you'd like to see us start taming some other animals like coyotes and wolves and things like that, and I got a lot of different responses. Some of you guys want to see us tame some more mystical creatures and stuff, and I would like to do that as well, but for today's episode we actually ended up taming a timber wolf. It wasn't exactly a massive yeti or anything like that, but I thought that it would be a good start, and it can also wear armor if and when we decide to create some for it. I thought the timber wolf would actually make a good companion for Snowdrop, and I thought that you guys would agree with that as well. It's something like her protector, other than her parents and all the other keep members, of course. Of course though, along with our new big strong timber wolf, we're going to need a wonderful name for it, so if you guys have any suggestions, and I'm sure you do of course, I always love your suggestions, be sure to let me know in the comment section down below, and I'll most likely pick a name by next episode. But right now it was time for us to pick a new research project, and I ended up going with magicite refining. That way we can actually work on enchanting as well next. As I had mentioned earlier, I would like to try and make some rings and other jewelry that we can actually enchant with different things and that our keep members could wear, giving them a leg up in battle, researching, and just other types of work and fighting, stuff like that. But obviously with the new research that we're completing, we are going to end up having several new different types of production areas like a scribing table, an enchanting table, and many more. So I ended up building yet another small building right next to the blacksmith shop. I actually ended up giving it an apothecary sign, even though we don't have a dedicated apothecary, and there's actually not going to be just medicine and drugs and things like that in here. Of course we're going to be messing around with some arcane facilities and stuff like that as well, but I suppose sorcery and medicine go hand in hand in this universe. So if you guys have any suggestions who you'd like to see as our apothecary, or if you'd like for me to wait and maybe find somebody else, be sure to let me know. I ended up using some planter boxes and a skylight to make a very small growing area on the inside of the building. I thought that it was very fitting. I wanted to use some of the winter heel root and whatnot, the blue ones, but it was a bit too warm in the building, unfortunately. Then for some time, and by some time I actually mean a very long time, we would solely focus on trying to recruit our dwarven prisoner. Unfortunately for us, she was an extremely hard nut to crack, but I suppose when you are one of the last few remaining members of your entire species, that happens. I will also say it probably doesn't help that she saw us slaughter all of those elves and Itaken on on the battlefield, and also we took the general prisoner before executing them. Now by this point we had finally finished magicite refining, and then we also finally finished enchanting, so we could finally also build an enchanting bench to go along with our new apothecary setup. I will say of course that I'm extremely excited. We finally finished the research that we were hoping to, and that we're able to build an enchanting bench, but unfortunately it ended up taking up our last bit of steel. I know of course that we can continue melting it from slag chunks and things like that, but eventually we're going to run out of ancient runes like the cars and stuff like that, so at some point I would probably like to begin raiding other settlements for steel and other resources. I mean, that seems like what a medieval house / dynasty would most likely do. I'm sure those damn dirty elves are just rolling in steel. But my friends, as the episode winds down here, of course, I want to sit around and talk about some lore for just a moment. We actually have a good comment by our good friend Spacewell6749, who says a bit of lore could be that Zippy sabotaged healing Irene because she was jealous that Irene could be the last face that Rosh saw. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really know how I feel about this one. I'm not going to say that this is canon or exactly what happened or anything like that, but there may be a possibility. Maybe there is a bit of truth to it. Maybe this lore here is something that, is possible, but we don't know for sure, because obviously we don't know exactly what's going through Zippy's head. It may be possible, of course, that she did not sabotage the healing by chance, but maybe she cared quite a bit less about actually saving Irene as she would have someone else, because there was a bit of jealousy there. Maybe she felt a bit threatened by Irene's presence. Irene was spending quite a bit of time with Rosh, so that is definitely a possibility, but I am not going to say it's exactly canon, right? We don't know what's going on in Zippy's head at all times. And we have some more lore from our other good friend Alpha Ryu Samgun 1804. Sorry, I know I've probably butchered your name, but of course you were saying that some lore is that this planet's core is actually not liquid iron like you would typically see, that it may actually be liquid mithril. And it is because of this that there are such things like the dimensional rifts where the elementals come through and things like that. And this could also be a good reason as to why some people have their unnatural gifts such as magic. I think that this is a really good explanation for why some people have magic and others don't, of course, and just as well why the elementals would attack us after coming through the rift, because they don't want to be sharing their natural gifts that have been given to them that they were just born with, and is basically through their genetics, if they have genetics, but they wouldn't want to be sharing that with mortal creatures who they feel do not deserve it. It's unnatural to them. And to go back and tie in with our other current lore that we have for the world and for the narrative and whatnot, it is possible that whatever magical being or whatnot that could be helping keep this planet frozen, some type of main sorcerer or sorceress, the big bad if you will, of course, could also be helping these elementals come across the rift. Maybe the rift is constantly opening and closing, but this magical being is trying to keep it open so that the elementals can help them wreak chaos, and eventually they can take over the world from the few remaining factions. But my friends, that is all I had for you today in terms of the lore. I hope you guys have enjoyed the episode. Remember, if you have any lore or anything like that you'd like to try and add to the world, be sure to leave it in the comments section down below, and if I don't add it right away, I may find somewhere for it later on. But thank you guys once again for watching. I love you, and I hope to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series. Today, my good friends and family, I actually have some pretty big plans for our medieval dynasty, the biggest of which I will be saving for the end of the video, or at least near the end of the video, I should say. For now, I did want to bring something up that a lot of you guys have been telling me in the comments. A lot of people have told me I should start using the show hair with hats or hide all hats mod, and I did end up trying to use it for the beginning of this video. It was actually going to be the first thing I talked about, and I suppose it still is, unfortunately. unfortunately, but the reason I say unfortunately is because the mod did not work, and I was reading some of the comments on the community page, and it seems like it's an ongoing issue, so as for now, I will not be using the mod. And I just wanted to quickly address that because I am very interested in the mod, and many of you guys have mentioned it, of course. But now that I've talked about that, I want to begin today by doing a little bit of enchanting on some of Moincow's gear. We're actually going to be starting with a minor arcane gem of regeneration. Now, even though we had created an enchanting bench at the end of last episode, we did not make this gem. This one was actually dropped after we defeated the elemental assault a few episodes back. We're going to use this particular gem on Moincow's slave collar, and it'll actually allow her to regenerate her energy 5% faster. Nothing too spectacular, but it's a start. This of course will make her slightly more effective in combat situations where her abilities are required. Some time later, I realized we had a quest. Apparently, a small 10-year-old child had managed to get a letter out by carrier pigeon to us, or really any nearby settlement that the carrier pigeon would take it to, I suppose. Regardless though, this child was being held hostage by local Impid tribes. Obviously, of course, I quickly sent out Genevieve as well as Piub to try and rescue the child. God only knows how much longer he has before these savage Impids attempt to try and eat him or something. However, of course, as we're all well acquainted with by this point, traveling on this frozen hellscape takes quite a while, so we'll have to check back in on them in a minute. However, in the meantime, as we're waiting, Rosh here would enter Squiggle's room and begin trying to convince her to join us, and thankfully she did end up accepting his offer. I sent Squiggle into the warehouse to begin equipping anything she really wanted to, and of course she ended up picking up a dwarven hammer and a plasteel helmet. I was going to give her some golden armor, that way it would somewhat resemble dwarven armor, but we didn't have enough gold, and also, even if we did, it would have been very weak. Now, if you're anything like me, you may have incorrectly assumed that a dwarf's place is by the smithy, and you know what, that is actually somewhat correct, but Squiggle here actually had something of a passion for cooking, so we just kind of turned her loose with it. Now, some time later, we finally finished our extensive work into the mystical research of scribing. The scribing table will actually allow us to use magicite and a few other resources to make scrolls. These scrolls will allow us to teach our pawns with magical abilities such as mages, different types of spells and whatnot. There are of course many different types of scrolls with many different types of spells that span across all the many different types of mages and other magical classes. And of course, with further research into scribing, we can unlock new different types of scrolls. However, of course, that is something that I think we'll save for the future. As for now, while we're waiting on Piub and Genevieve to actually arrive at the Impid prison camp, I think we're going to take it easy and maybe make some rugs and do other things to just kind of beautify the base for a bit. In particular, right now, we're just kind of beautifying the section of the prison where the guards actually stay and keep an eye on things, and as you can see, these rugs really do improve things quite a bit. Once that was completed, I decided that I would also like to improve upon our treasury, the one that we have in Jarl Rosh and Lady Zippy's room. I noticed last episode when we were mining out all the emeralds and other different types of gems from the mountains, we didn't have enough space for them in the treasury, which is where they belong. So naturally, of course, I ended up making the treasury much larger with many more areas to store gems and other riches. However, before we could fully complete it, Genevieve and Piub had arrived at the Impid prison camp ready to save the child. As they approached the camp from a distance, there were no threats in sight. Nothing that they could see, of course. There was a large mammal bird creature flying around, but it didn't appear to be a manhunter, nor were the death stingers trying to hunt us down either. We cautiously approached the camp, always looking out for the possibility of an ambush, of course. After arriving, we bursted through the door, and the child appeared to be an Impid themselves. Regardless though, they did accept our help, as it appeared that the young child, who I'm going to refer to as Kaz, was in some distress. According to Kaz's bio, it would appear that he is magically gifted, he was a slave of the Impids, and he is actually a she. Though unfortunately we had little time to ponder these details, as a massive Impid knight burst forth from the woodwork ready to try and raid us, kill us, and take the child. We of course would immediately begin firing several arrows at him. though this didn't exactly hinder him from closing the gap between himself and Piub as well as Genevieve. We would then attempt to go a bit close quarters with some melee attacks on him. He would end up catching Piub on fire, and Piub would of course run away because she's on fire. We would continue fighting with Genevieve until Piub came back. It was a whole ordeal. But the three of them would continue fighting for several hours, and it went on, and I really wish I had created an animation to show you what this looked like in my head as it was happening, but this video unfortunately is already coming out a bit late. Speaking of late, the now late Impid Knight lie on the ground motionless as we stand over him. We had finally defeated the tough bastard, and we had also finally saved the young Impid child known as Kaz. The only thing left for us to do now was to head all the way back home, but as I mentioned earlier, and as you well know, this is going to take a long time. In the meantime, as we're awaiting our hero's arrival all the way back home, Lady Zippy would actually be doing a bit of hunting with her fireball wand. It would appear that she's attempting to perfect her aim as well as her general use of the wand so that she could teach it to others. It is a rather sloppy weapon for hunting wild game, but I suppose you can't deny these results. Eventually though, our friends had finally returned home with the young Impid child. Now I do want to mention that it was actually discussed between Genevieve, Piub, and the Jarl himself who would be taking this child, as the child is an orphan. And after an extensive conversation about the topic between the Jarl and the lady, it was actually a unanimous decision that they themselves would take in young Kaz. They couldn't bear to see a young child near the same age as their daughter's Snowdrop go through such horrific events such as child slavery and things like that, so of course they opened their doors to her. And you know, in my own opinion, I think that Rosh and Zippy are the perfect couple for another child, because I mean they already have Snowdrop. It would be good for Kaz to grow up with another child like a sibling in close proximity to her. And of course, with them being the Jarl and the lady, they have the best home, they have the best furniture, they have the best of everything. After Kaz got acquainted with everyone at the keep and began getting settled into her new room, we thought it may be best for her and Snowdrop as well as Zippy to spend a little bit of time bonding together. And of course, nothing says girl time like some target practice with an ice wand and a flintlock pistol, so that's exactly what Zippy took them out to do. We found some ancient ruins of some type of old metallic vehicle and just turned the girls loose and let them start firing upon them. But of course we're not totally irresponsible. Zippy here flung a few fireballs in the general direction of the targets to show the girls where they should be aiming, and you know what, after that they were completely naturals at it, hitting the targets most of the time. Of course though, not only was this the start of a beautiful relationship between two sisters and an adoptive mother, but this was also the start of two great warriors. With plenty of time and plenty of training, Kaz as well as Snowdrop will indeed become great warriors. We even decided to give Kaz the demon scale gladius that her captor was using, simply as a reminder that no matter the obstacle that stand in front of her, she can overcome it. I then decided that I would like to begin researching alchemy, not only because we can make an alchemy bench, which is actually going to allow us to research and create different types of concoctions and whatnot, such as potions, but also because I can actually get an advanced research bench, which is going to help us with several more projects that I have in mind. However, that research is indeed going to take quite a while, so in the meantime, I've also decided to have Squiggle here begin working on some iron armor for our Timberwolf that we tamed last episode. We would actually end up making an iron plate set of armor that would wrap around the wolf's body, as well as a iron plate helmet to wrap around its snout to keep it nice and safe. Now, of course, the moment that many of you have probably been waiting for. I did ask last episode for you guys to provide some names for the wolf, and I have chosen one. I've decided to go with the name of Fenrir. I'm most likely pronouncing that wrong, unfortunately, but I am going to be referring to the wolf as Fenrir from here on out because that's just how I say it. Now, of course, this wonderful name comes from our wonderful friend, the Fallen 9951, who says, I think Fenrir would be a fitting name for the timber wolf named after the great and monstrous wolf in Norse mythology. Who would be a better fit to protect the precious child of a great leader than the wolf foretold to slay a literal god? That is such a good point, and I totally agree with you, so I have of course went with your name. Thank you ever so much for that, and thank you to everyone who has commented a name. I did of course see many great names that I really liked, but of course Fenrir felt felt very fitting for the series, I feel. Now, late into the night, as the moon sat high above the clouds above our heads, we were on a mission that required steel. Of course, here there are no veins of steel hiding within the mountains, and the time it would take us to research the way to make steel alloy here would take a very long time, so of course we went around deconstructing these ancient ruins, which appeared to be some type of ancient vehicles or war mechanisms or something of that sort. We got plenty of steel slag chunks from them. And the idea here, of course, was going to be that we were going to begin melting these slag chunks down into steel ingots so that we could actually use them for a little bit of a construction project that we had. I will say it is a little bit of a nuisance to have to go out and deconstruct or destroy these things and melt the slag down into ingots, but I do feel that it's pretty fair given our technological prowess that we currently have. Speaking of which, the steel making process was rudely interrupted by the wonderful knowledge of alchemy finally being unlocked for us, which of course meant that we were now able to make an alchemy table and an advanced research table, which we did. We actually ended up putting both production areas in the apothecary building. Now, the alchemy table of course felt very at home here in the apothecary's building, but I don't know about the advanced research bench. We may end up moving that to some grand library with our other one at some point. Now, with the research of alchemy finished, we would actually end up moving on to ballistas. Now, this will actually unlock a Scorpio for us. Even though we have things like cannons and whatnot unlocked, I still feel that a Scorpio as well as ballistas, ballista repeaters would be a very versatile form of defense for us, especially with how inaccurate cannons tend to be within some of the mods that we actually have. Now, speaking of that, as I am sitting here bashing on them, saying they're completely inaccurate, we did end up building 3 of them. Basically, immediately after building them, we would quickly uninstall them and put them back in storage because we planned on using them very soon. But not for defenses. Nay, we are actually going to be using these cannons for the opposite, for some offense. Of course, we would need some ammo for our cannons, and this is where you might not like where things went. You can call this cheating if you like, and I suppose it very well may be, but I actually ended up changing the formula, I suppose you could say, for cannonballs. Using character editor, I actually made it so that cannonballs can be made out of any metallic resource. To me, this felt pretty fair, seeing how the cannons themselves use a shit ton of steel. I do truly hope that you guys agree with me, of course. These cannonballs that we have made thus far are going to be made out of iron. Truthfully, of course, I would think in the real world you could shove just about anything into a cannon and it would fire it, but these iron cannonballs are no different than the steel ones other than the resource that they're made out of, so they're basically identical. And now, before I finally reveal the big plan for the ending of today's episode, we have to sit around and wait for a trade caravan to show up because I actually need to buy some pack animals. Normally, in any other RimWorld colony on any other world, it would most likely be much faster for us to just send out a small caravan and do a bit of trading with one of our neighbors, but because the entire planet is frozen, it would take a very long time to end up doing that and to bring the animals back. Luckily for us though, a few days later, it just so happened we ended up having a bulk goods merchant who showed up with plenty of pack animals, so we ended up buying a couple of bison from them. We only had to trade them some linen and raw hide for them as well, which was nice. Now, originally I thought that these 2 great beasts would be able to carry all of our cannons, but unfortunately I was wrong. Turns out these cannons are quite heavy. Unfortunately, because the weight of these cannons were so massive, with the current animals we have as well as people, we wouldn't actually be able to take a single cannon along with us on the journey, so we would end up having to buy a few more pack animals if we expected to really get off the ground with this. Thankfully, of course, the bulk goods merchant had yet to leave the area, and we ended up buying yet another bison as well as a muffalo off of them. This should be plenty enough to carry at least 2 of the cannons that we created. But finally, my friends, with the proper preparations finally put into place, we could finally begin preparing for our attack. We had planned on attacking a nearby Impid settlement. Now, why exactly did we decide to attack an Impid settlement over any of the elves or anything like that are actually on the main road? I'm not exactly sure. Perhaps the Jarl and Lady were so disturbed, as well as our other dynasty members, by the Impid child slave that we had rescued. Just simply shocked and so upset by how vile the Impid tribes can be. It may very well be possible that they felt, given the circumstances and everything that they've seen, even though it was a fraction of what the Impids do, they didn't feel that these savage beasts should even live on the same planet as them, let alone within close proximity. Regardless of the reason as to why why the Jarl and his men would arrive at the Impid settlement not too long thereafter in the dead of night. Of course though, we didn't get to bring all of our members unfortunately, as we did end up leaving Lady Zippy as well as Squiggle back with the children to watch after them. From a distance, even through the dark as well as the snow, we could see the lights of the Impid settlement not too far. We were actually fairly astonished. It looked to be a somewhat civilized city or even small town. How could people so savage and horrible have something so normal? Rosh actually ended up making a remark towards Robin and Sissy about how it was somewhat ironic that these creatures that walk around and literally breathe fire live in these wooden shacks. We should also end up making a note the next time we attack an Impid settlement, we should actually bring some ammo that's more combustible. But for now, of course, we're going to have to work with what we have. We would quickly begin unloading all of our ammunition as well as our cannons that we had brought along on our animals. In retrospect, I do wish that we would have brought some other type of cannon or maybe a mortar instead, something along those lines, or maybe just with some explosive ammo, something that has more splash damage, because these cannons, as you'll see momentarily, are extremely inaccurate unfortunately. We did have pivot cannons which tend to be a little bit more accurate, but unfortunately you can't uninstall them and bring them with you to places. Nonetheless, however, we would continue our barrage of cannonballs, occasionally hitting the Impid settlement, and eventually they ended up coming to attack us because of it. Now, as they were on their way to try and slaughter us though, something pretty spectacular happened. They actually got caught up in a little bit of a kerfuffle with some death stingers nearby their settlement. So as they were fighting off these massive bugs, and the bugs were actually injuring several of them, which was great for us, something that was even better is we were having time to reload our cannons and get a few more pot shots in before they got too close. Eventually though, by daybreak, they had overwhelmed the insects and they began making their way towards us. Now I wish I could tell you I had a very complex strategy here, but really I just wanted to keep my distance and attack them from afar. I had hoped, since they heavily outnumbered us, our superior weapons like our muskets and whatnot would be something that only we would have, but unfortunately it looks like they have some similar weaponry. And it was because of this that their numbers began to somewhat overwhelm us, getting extremely close, and we would actually have to begin engaging in melee combat. I decided that this was the perfect opportunity to utilize Moincow's abilities, teleporting her behind the Impid forces, that way she could begin using her light lance against them, and this ended up killing a few of them and downing some as well. Thankfully, Moincow's abilities and efforts, accompanied with Rosh's frontal assault, ended up making the Impids flee, and we had finally won the battle. Of course, even as the Impids were fleeing though, they would turn around and try to injure and or kill many of our members, but in the end we were all safe and sound. But just like that, our very first attack / conquest of the medieval dynasty was over with, and we were victorious. No one died either. There were plenty of other things I think we could have definitely done better, but the fact that no one died was definitely a big plus, and I'll count it as a win. Not only did none of our people die, but we actually had a few Impids that were lying on the ground with some decent skill sets that we would end up tending to so we could take them back home as prisoners. We would also end up tearing through the settlement before we razed it to the ground in case we found anything useful, which we did. We found plenty of pemmican that we could eat on the way back home, because it was going to be quite a long journey, of course, as per usual. Even longer, in fact, this time around, since we're having to drag some prisoners back with us. As one might have imagined as well, those prisoners, though there were only 2 of them, actually caused some fluctuations in our food, so we almost ran out by the time that we got back home. We only had some raw winter bloom that we didn't really have any way of cooking, as there's not a lot of wood out here for a fire. But eventually we had finally made it back home. We were so excited to tell the others what had happened, we almost forgot to put up our animals, but we did not, however, forget to put up our prisoners, as we quickly took them to the prison and shoved them into their cells, where we would begin enslaving and recruiting them. With our very first victory under our belt, I decided that I would focus the end of this episode on just trying to do a little bit of construction and mining, the first thing that I would actually work on, and I believe the last as well, of course, would actually be a pen for our newly found pack animals. Not only did we need a safe place to keep them away from predators, but also somewhere to keep them from roaming away. Even though these animals are quite hairy and whatnot, it gets extremely cold here, so they also needed a warm place to sleep. Not too long after being back home, we finally enslaved one of the Impids, who goes by the name of Vasvoron. I'm going to call them Vas for short. Looks like they're magically gifted, and they have one hell of a construction skill. They also have a burning passion for construction as well as mining, where the skill is is more mid-tier. Sometime later, I was trying to think about how we could feed all of our new pack animals. I originally wanted to do some kibble, but the problem is in our warmer spring and summer months, even though it's constantly a permanent winter here, we have more animals during those months, meaning that meat's not always going to be available all the time. And obviously, of course, hay grass isn't exactly a viable option because we would have to grow it inside. Now, of course, we could use planter boxes and whatnot like we're doing with our heel root in the apothecary building, but the problem is with that, we would have to build a lot of skylights, thus using up a lot of steel, unfortunately. So, long story short, I ended up planting a whole bunch of winter bloom. If it's good enough for us to eat, it's good enough for our animals. And we obviously know it's edible for our bison and our muffalo because many of those same types of animals will wander into the area trying to eat our crops when we have to kill them. I also ended up building a bone shelf where we could shove all the winter bloom for our animals to eat off of. But my dear friends, we are beginning to wind down to the end of the episode here. I do apologize, I know this one is a little bit shorter than usual by a few minutes. Unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier in the video, I am a little bit late on this one, so I'm just trying to get it out to you guys as soon as I can. With that being said though, of course, I do want to talk about some lore as well as some other things here at the end of the video. First, I'm going to start with some lore created by our friend Blue Nut 4, whose profile picture is actually white. I didn't get rid of their profile picture, it just looks like that because it's the same color as the background. Anyhow though, they said that a lore idea, the land where our buildings and our dynasty is actually on, used to be an elven territory until some massive battle took place there that caused them all to pull out of that land, which would also explain all of the ancient weapons and giant carts and medieval war machines and things like that. It would also explain why they really absolutely hate us and they continue trying to raid us, other than the fact that the elves just want to be the superior power on the planet, of course. And I really think that that is some awesome lore, and I think that it makes a lot of sense. So thank you ever so much for that, Blue Nut 4. I really like that. Next up, I actually have a double comment here by Jorge Alonso Castillo Fernand 744 and Eritas, where they are both actually talking about maybe dev moding or using some mod to recruit Rick, who is the lover of Genevieve. And I kind of want to get everyone's ideas on that, or opinions, I suppose, and just let me know what you think. I don't think I'm really opposed to using dev mode to try and recruit him, but I would prefer to use a mod over that, and I just wanted to get everyone's opinion to see how you guys feel about that as well. Based on the amount of likes and whatnot for the comments here, I assume you guys are cool with that. It's something you'd like to see, but I just wanted to see how everyone's feeling about it. Last but not least, we actually have a comment here by our good friend Veiled Cat, who is saying for the Royal Guard they would like to see the name Blood Guard. And you know what? I really like the Blood Guard idea, especially since you decided to compare it to the King's Guard from Game of Thrones, which I'm a pretty big fan of, so I really like that idea. I do also like the idea of a blood red armor for those who protect the Jarl and his kin. I think that's a really good idea. I've been looking for some uniformed kind of armor to give to our people, so I think for sure Blood Red would be really kick-ass, and it would go really well with the white, of course. Maybe red and black or red and blue, something like that, of course. But my friends, with that being said, I am going to end the episode here. Thank you guys ever so much for watching once again. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series. I'm so glad to be back here today, my friends. I know it's been a little while, but don't worry, the Rat Daddy will never desert you. Nor shall I desert our fine, noble men and women here of the Eternal Flame. In today's episode, my friends, I plan on doing a lot of building as well as improvements around the keep. Sticking with that theme immediately, we're going to be starting by finding a place for all of these items that currently have nowhere for us to store them. If you watched the last episode, you'll probably know that the majority of these items were ripped from the cold dead hands of several impids, unfortunately. But of course that won't stop us us from putting them on some brand new shelves that we plan on building in our warehouse storage room. As you can see, the storage room as it currently is becoming quite cramped, unfortunately. At some point we're going to have to try and expand it exponentially, especially if we plan on becoming a very large dynasty, which, as we've discussed several times, we definitely do. Speaking of which, the heir to our dynasty, Snowdrop, has now aged to the age of 10 years old. Because of this, we now have the option to give her a passion in a few different types as work, as well as choose a new trait for her. As for her work, I actually ended up giving her a minor passion in cooking and construction and a major passion into plants. And as for her trait, I also ended up giving her the trait of too smart, as it seemed like the best option. I must say that I am ever so proud of young Snowdrop, as she is truly beginning to blossom into a preteen, but it is also very, very sad because it feels like it was just yesterday that she was a baby. Moving on though, one night I decided that I would like to make some pretty major improvements to our slave quarters that actually don't currently exist. Previously we only had Moin Cow, and she had her own personal room, which is something I'd like to have for all of our slaves, present and future. I suppose the Jarl and the lady just kind of figured, since they really have absolutely no choice in what goes on here or the fact that they're even here, the very least we could do is give them an okay place to sleep at night. Once the new slave quarters were finally completed, I decided to take a good long while and just put our sole focus into trying to recruit the impid that we had imprisoned named Nometh. You see, Nometh here is actually a druid, and druids have some pretty interesting stat modifiers, such as a plus 25% to their plant work speed, plus 25% to plant harvest yield. They also have some other different abilities and things like that that I thought would be perfect for an apothecary position. So of course the impid here was going to be my first pick for that position, but unfortunately they ended up deciding to try and break out of their cell, which was a little bit of an issue. The closest person that we had was the young child Kaz, who busted through the slab door with her ice wand, immediately beginning to fire at the prisoner, and she actually ended up killing her. As you could imagine, this was not exactly what I intended to happen, or what I thought would happen, unfortunately. Looks like someone else is going to have to take that apothecary position. And Nometh here is going to have to take her place among her slain brethren from the end of last episode. Or, you know, a small little frozen spot here next to the hillside. Either one's fine. Even though she ended up killing a prisoner that we really wanted to join us here because of their abilities and whatnot, Kaz did truly prove herself today. Needless to say, all the members of the Eternal Flame, including her adoptive parents, Jarl and Lady, were extremely proud of her. Sometime later, I would actually end up sending in the Jarl as well as one of his royal blood guard to actually begin harvesting some heal root from the apothecary building and begin planting some dyes. We're actually going to be using these dyes to dye the blood guard's armor so they truly look crimson as blood. Just as the name would suggest, of course. Thankfully, the dye plant was pretty quick growing for the most part. The only issue was we only had the 2 planter boxes, so it would take a few harvests before we had enough dye for both of our people. But of course, we are very patient, so that wasn't much of an issue. In the meantime, though, I would actually have Squiggle begin working on some brand new sets of knight armor for both of our blood guard members. Not only is knight's armor one of the better sets of armor from the more medieval armors and helms mod, but of course it is also a very fitting set of armor given the duties of the blood guard, I feel. Once the 2 sets of armor had finally been forged, we had Sissy and Robin begin putting them on, of course, and then once that was finally completed, we would actually send them both over to the styling station. That way we can finally begin dyeing their armors, their cloaks, and their helmets. Now, I do want to say, I do like the styling station. I like the ability to be able to dye armors and whatnot, but as you could probably see there, the armors and the cloaks and whatnot, they're not very dark. They're a very light shade of red and blue, so I did dye the armors and whatnot. I used the dye, I made the armors, I done everything, but in the end, I ended up using character editor to make them just a teeny tiny bit darker, unfortunately. So, in other words, yes, I did cheat just just a little bit, but it was only a cosmetic cheat, right? I just wanted to make them look a little bit better, and I do think that they look a lot better, honestly. This looks more like a blood guard to me than the paler shades of red and blue that we were seeing in the styling station. Besides, I got everything ready to actually do it, I just ended up not liking how light of a color it was, so I made it darker, right? We still use the resources, of course. Of course, though, I do still understand if you want to brand me as a cheater. A little bit of time later, and I remembered that our new impid slave named Vasperon is actually magically gifted, meaning that we can promote her to a wanderer. Wanderers can actually learn any of these standalone abilities from any of the other magical classes, and once you promote them, they also get a few of their own abilities right away. But now, my friends, we finally get to the meat and potatoes of this episode. We're finally starting out on some of the larger building projects that I have planned for this episode. The main one here that we're beginning on is an expansion of our walls. Unfortunately, though, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if I went to the kitchen or to the bathroom or what, but a roof ended up falling on Kaz. Thankfully, though, she didn't die, and she is recovering from the massive cut. As she begins recovering from the massive rat night oopsie daisy, we are going to continue working on our walls, though I actually want to do this massive expansion not only to expand our reach and control over the territory that it will be encompassing, but also as a massive symbol of our strength to the other dynasties and the savage tribes. Because our new walls are no doubt going to be the subject of many raid beatings, we are going to be making them out of granite. Unfortunately, though, I had depleted our stockpile pretty early on, so we had to begin some strip mining operations in the southwestern part of our territory. During this very lengthy construction project, we ended up having the opportunity to choose a new trait for Kaz, as she was now at the age of 13. We ended up choosing the Brawler trait for her, as I have no doubt she'll be an epic fighter. Not only will she be a good fighter, but she will also be a fairly tall fighter. As you can see, she's had quite the growth spurt since we last saw her a moment ago. Of course, it's pretty standard in RimWorld for children to be able to do some cleaning and some basic chores around the colony, but once they reach the age of 13, it's pretty wonderful because they actually can do the normal construction and mining and cooking and everything else that any other colonist that you have can do, so that's perfect for Kaz here, who can actually start chipping in more. And of course, during this entire time that I've been yapping, the construction of our new walls has still been underway, ongoing day and night, with everyone chipping in, of course. Not too long later, it was finally completed, and with our new walls being completed, we could finally take down our old ones. And of course, this time around, I would not forget to remove the roof ahead of time before deconstructing. The deconstruction process would end up taking about half a day or so, and then about the same amount of time to actually begin hauling all of those resources back inside. I actually plan on repurposing them throughout our new walls, as well as a brand new construction project that I've yet to mention. The very first building to be created within our new territory is actually going to be a grand arena that will be made out of limestone with massive granite columns in the center where the fighters will be fighting. The idea just came to me when I was thinking, you know, all great empires have an arena where people can go and watch others try to slaughter one another, and so should we, as we're going to be a great empire, and truly we already are becoming one. I didn't want this to just be a one-off thing, though. Anytime we felt like it, things like that, you know, I wanted to make this an annual spectacle, something like a holiday. So I actually ended up using the Days Matter mod to create a holiday for it called Tournament Day. Now, if you guys have any better ideas for what we should call this, be sure to let me know. Tournament Day is just kind of a placeholder. As you can see, the new bit of land that we've actually annexed within our walls is very large and very bare at the moment. I do plan on filling it out with several different types of buildings and things like that, of course, but we're going to have to continue collecting more resources before I can do that, because building the walls themselves have really depleted what we had in storage, unfortunately. Even from up here in the sky, I can see the eager faces of our noble men and women just so excited to try out the new arena. Let's not keep them them waiting any longer. We thought it may be best for morale and for our spectators, of course, if we allowed our two slaves to be the very first opponents here in the new arena. Moincow and Vosferon would both be given a dagger each, one of steel and one of elven creation, just to make things a little bit more interesting. The two would stare each other down for a moment before rushing to their weapons. After picking up their daggers, they would immediately begin encircling one another. They seem to be playing it quite cautious, if you ask me, only running in to swipe at each other with their daggers on occasion, mostly trying to keep their distance as much as possible. By this point, Moincow's clothing had already been shredded by the dagger, meaning she had very little protection. A quick swipe against her chest took her down. And with that, we have our champion. Vosferon is the victor of the very first annual tournament day, a title I'm sure she'll hold near and dear to her heart. Regardless of how riveting it seemed from a bird's eye view, unfortunately it would appear that the tournament was a bit lackluster, unfortunately. Oh well, we'll try again next year. In the meantime, we have some blood to clean up here. We'll need to make some improvements to the arena by next year's tournament to make it more beautiful and whatnot, and thus more entertaining for everyone as well. Even though building our brand new arena was very fun, as well as having our very first tournament in there, I do feel like we've gotten a bit sidetracked, and I'm going to try to get us back on track here by focusing on more building. Of course, to do so though, we are going to need to do a massive strip mining operation down here in the southwest corner of the territory on these hills, because we are very, very low on stone. The process for mining this entire mountain, as well as bringing back all of the stone chunks to be processed by Robin and the others who are cutting up all these stones into small stone slabs that we can actually use for building, takes days upon days to complete. But in the end, of course, it is very much well worth it, because our hard work pays off when we are able to create such beautiful and wonderful structures like our brand new grand dining hall, which I am actually building just underneath our throne room. The new dining hall here is going to be a massive improvement upon the current one that we have been using within the base, and the reason for that, well, there's actually several reasons for that. One, it is much larger. We're going to have a lot more room. As you can see, we're actually building much larger tables that can seat more people as our population continues to grow, of course. Another really great thing about this new dining room being so large and having so much more room than the previous one is the fact that we'll be able to add new production areas. There's a lot of different cooking research that I plan on doing in the very near future, such as meat preservation or cheese making, and with those new researches into different types of food production come new production areas that will need room to put down, of course. And last but not least, of course, with more room, that also means we have more room to put down things like artwork, just further increasing the stats and beauty and whatnot of the dining hall. Unfortunately, though, our little building montage was cut a bit short by an army of impids who had arrived in the area looking to try and raid us. Now, I can't even begin to think of a reason as to why these impids would come here looking to try and sack our wonderful little city that we're building, other than the fact that at the end of last episode, of course, we killed several of their friends and family and razed one of their settlements to the ground, but I mean, other than that. From a distance, it didn't look like the impids were all that well equipped. All we could really see that they had were some pretty basic primitive weapons. And you know me, the old rat daddy, I like to jump in, shoot people, and then ask questions later, and that's exactly what I had planned on doing to these impids. I was actually going to go into one of our towers here with the embrasures and just start raining down bullets and arrows. And I indeed did come very close to trying that out, but I noticed many of the impids had some magical or warrior classes, and I thought maybe I should check those first. I'm very glad I did, because one of them is a succubus and they had the attraction ability. Basically, this attraction ability will make a small portal on the ground and it will continue sucking you into it, meaning that if we're inside this tower and that gets inside the tower, we're going to be stuck in the tower as all these impids come in and start blasting flames out of their mouth at us. Not ideal. Since the impids are standing around trying to plan out their attack, we had plenty of time, so we would actually bring our cannons into a further out tower and hold fire up until the point that we had Moincow on our mortar. This way we could try to bombard them with some small mortar rounds as well as cannon fire. The cannons were more accurate close up, so I let the mortar go first. Unfortunately, we ended up missing them completely. This was enough to piss them off, though, pissed them off enough that they would actually come to try and attack us. which was perfect because as they got closer, we could finally open up our cannons. Unfortunately though, the cannons still were pretty inaccurate and we only managed to hit one impid with the shells. We wouldn't have enough time to try and reload the cannons for another shot unfortunately, so we would actually begin retreating to the confines of our walls as we let our traps do their one and only job. We did however end up using Moincow's light burst ability, blinding several of the attackers, causing them to step on traps, incapacitating them and or killing them. Those that got through our defenses and survived our traps though were met with an unrelenting force of bullets and arrows. That on top of Moincow roasting one of them to death with her bare hands and her abilities sent them all packing all the way back home to their little impid camp. The cowards have been defeated, yet another victory for the Eternal Flame. The only thing left to do now is have Squiggle go around and find some of the remaining and crush their heads with her warhammer. Not a problem though. We would also need to begin hauling in all of the items like their beautiful jade that will add to our treasury, as well as cleaning up their splattered bodies that were crushed by our massive stone traps. Once that was finally completed, we would get back on track with more building and improving. This time around, I'm actually going to build a special bedroom for Lim, as I feel like Lim here is basically our royal librarian, I suppose. I can't really think of a very good term for Lim here, but she's always doing the researching and whatnot in this little library, so I felt that it would be nice to give her her very own room right next to it within the home of the Jarl and the Lady. This should also help her out quite a bit as she doesn't really have to commute to go do research, or at least not very far anymore, and just as well, of course, this is kind of a gift for her dedication over the years. You know, Lim, I mean, she's been with us since the beginning, essentially, since the first few episodes into the series, so she honestly has really earned this not only in combat but also with her wonderful research for the entire dynasty. Someone else who I felt would be very deserving of their very own bedroom within the Jarl and Lady's home was our Bloodguard, of course. Not only are they deserving of it, but it would be an extreme benefit to have them sleeping near the royal family. You never know when something may go bump in the night, like an assassination plot or another raid, or really anything could happen, and we want to ensure that they're always around to protect the royal blood. Right now it's more of a barracks, and I guess I do plan on keeping it that way, but we're going to have to begin making some major improvements to increase the beauty and whatnot of the barracks because we don't want people very upset that they're all having to sleep in the same room. As for now, we only have Robin in here as well. But personally, I do think that Robin is enough because the royal family here isn't very far from her. She would only have to run through the treasury and directly into their bedrooms. At some point, I'm going to make some major renovations to this area. I like what we have here, but I'm not sure that I like the layout, especially since later on we're going to need to give more royal family members their very own bedrooms, of course. I do want to say as well, I've made the exception that Sissy would not have to sleep in the barracks for the Bloodguard because Sissy needs to sleep with Piub and we wouldn't want to make Piub do that, so that's the reason why. We will make an exception. I also wanted to mention by this point we have several baby bison from our pack animals, which I also have still yet to name, of course. I'm still holding out and waiting on you guys to provide a lot of names. I'm going to look over all of them from this episode and any from last episode and try to choose from that list. And of course, because of our newfound baby pack animals, we would immediately begin planting a new field full of winter bloom plants because we're going to need more and more food for all of them, of course, as well as all of our people. And now finally, the long-awaited moment that you've all been wanting. I have finally installed a mod that does show hair underneath the hats, and I must say that I see why everybody wanted this. This is amazing. I especially like Zippy's hair coming out from underneath her crown. It looks really good. The mod that I've decided to begin using to do this is called Dub's Apparel Tweaks, and it has been, of course, added to the mod list. Just as well, this mod was actually suggested by our good friend Lost Mind, so thank you ever so much for that. I want to thank the rest of you as well who have commented mods that can help us achieve this. I really appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of you have suggested this same mod as well as a few others that do the same thing. I saw a lot of comments, so thank you all. And while still on the topic of new mods that I've decided to add, I have added yet another one called the Long Distance mod. This mod will actually allow us to add any family members, lovers, things like that, of our colonists that are actually part of other factions. This mod was suggested by a lot of you guys in the comments of last episode when I asked you if I should add some mod or use dev mode to try and get Rick, who is Genevieve's lover, to join us here, so thank you guys all for that. I would actually very quickly begin using this mod by creating an advanced scribing table and building a new bird post, because I actually deconstructed our other one when I deconstructed our walls, and I only just now realized, unfortunately. But the combination of the two of these together actually act as a comms console, so we'll be able to contact other factions. Now with this newfound form of communication, Genevieve would be able to sit down and write out a letter of correspondence, an offer letter to Rick of citizenship under our new dynasty. Quite surprisingly, Rick actually, without hesitation, renounced his allegiance to House Amboise and quickly decided to join us here at the Eternal Flame. Looks like the two star-struck lovers will be reunited once again. However, it's not as simple as Rick just showing up outside of our territory. Turns out it's actually going to take a little bit of time for him to arrive here. He's most likely traveling on foot as well, which is much more realistic, which I do like. I have no doubt in my mind that he would walk the longest miles, climb the highest hills, and travel down the deepest of valleys to be with Genevieve once more. Before Rick arrives though, I would like to have him and Genevieve their very own humble abode created. This is something that I've been wanting to do for quite a while. I did like our old base and whatnot, and it was a very humble beginning, of course, but I want everyone to have their own individual homes, and I think now we may be able to sustain the fuel for fires and whatnot to warm them all, so I'm going to go ahead and begin working on some. To begin, we're only going to be building two small cabin-like homes, one of course for Genevieve and Rick as we discussed a moment ago, but the separate one just across from them, their very own neighbor, of course, is going to be Piab and Sissy in their very own small granite cabin with slate flooring that is just the most beautiful of tile to really increase their happiness. Now that we don't have to worry about people who are sleeping in our warehouse and their little bedrooms, we can finally begin tearing down some walls and putting in some new growing areas for fiber corn. I've been wanting to try my hand once more at growing some fiber corn inside, and I wasn't very pleased with our previous growing room and whatnot that we had set up, our indoor farm, so I've actually wanted to use some of these planter boxes like we were using in the apothecary building to grow fiber corn inside the warehouse. This way the new farm isn't near as ugly as the previous one, we get our wood from the fiber corn, and I don't have to feel guilty for any cheating heat sources like chandeliers because it's actually being heated by the steam geyser. Sometime later, after we had finally finished our new fiber corn farm, we actually had Rick, who had finally arrived here at Mount Rosh to join the Eternal Flame and his lover. Reunited once again, and this time permanently, of course, and it feels ever so good. I am truly glad that Genevieve has her lover along with her, and that we have yet another member to the Eternal Flame, of course. As you can see here with his skills, he is quite the shot. He's very good at planting and crafting. His traits, of course, are kind, so he's a very kind person, but he's also a tough wimp, which is a very strange matchup. But I suppose if he has to be a wimp, he should at the very least be a tough wimp. Like I mentioned, am very glad that we actually have him here. I feel a little cheaty being able to just call upon relatives and whatnot and have them join us here, but based on what I could tell with the mod, it seems like there is also a good chance that they will not accept the invitation. If you guys would like, I could try to add some other family members, such as Rosh's family members. To be honest, it might make sense now that Rosh has a large dynasty that is able to take down an entire settlement of Impids on its own. I feel that it would be pretty reasonable for him to reach out and ask his family if they would like to join him here in the kingdom that he's building, and just as well I think it would be pretty fair that they might consider that offer, as he really has something to offer now. But my good friends, as we wind down to the end of the episode here, I do have a little bit of lore for you from our good friend Rival Diarista 8128. I apologize if I butchered your name. Of course, I'm not very good with names, but I am going to attempt to narrate your telling of Kaz here. A harsh, unforgiving land of the never-ending winter, a small child had to survive. She is a descendant of the Impid tribe who's known to master the way of fire. Due to their nature, they're able to survive in the cold winter, but not for the young ones. For you see, while the adults have their fire burning within their bodies, the Impid wicked children have not yet fully developed the fire that burns within them. As Kaz was running away from the adult impage, she was unable to escape with her little legs. She is, however, able to hide in a nearby runic machine, which had a communication rune to a nearby settlement. She's begging to anyone to save her from the slavers, almost as if the gods themselves were listening to her pleas for help. While being dragged back to her cell, two mysterious figures which she had not known appear nearby the runic machine. They managed to track her down using some form of magic spell that was unknown to Kaz. While the slaver was busy searching for food in the nearby forest, the two mysterious figures would release Kaz from her cell, setting off yet another magic spell that would warn the slaver. A battle against the slaver was unavoidable, but the two figures do manage to defeat him. One of the figures says to Kaz that they're going to bring her to a safe place where she belongs. And there is also the recommendation here at the end that we should actually name Kaz Aza, or Aza I suppose, which apparently may have a meaning in Indonesian of hope or victory, of course. So, you know what, I think I will do that. Now, I will add that in, I believe, as her nickname. That was a wonderful bit of lore, though, into Kaz's backstory, or Aza's backstory, as I should say now, of course, and a wonderful retelling of the events that led up right before we ended up saving her, of course. I do feel that that's probably enough lore for the end of this episode. You guys are always providing me with amazing amounts of lore and different tidbits and things like that, so I really appreciate it. I'll try to talk about some more at the end of the next episode, of course, but for now, my friends, I will see you next time. I love you ever so much. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series. That is right, folks, we are finally back in business. It's been a little while, I'm not going to lie to you, and we've been working on our Gun Empire series for the last few weeks, but we are indeed finally back. As you probably have guessed by now, we have a lot going on in today's episode. To start, I'm going to be doing quite a bit of construction. We're actually building some new residential areas here, some homes for our people, and that way we can also open up our warehouse and workshop a little bit more. Now, I realize having several different types of floor tiles here in the workshop is extremely hideous, so I decided that I would make some rugs and try to hide it as best I could for the time being, as I do plan on using our stone for some other projects. Just as well, though, I would also end up making some rugs for our dining hall, and I do think they ended up sprucing the place up pretty nicely. This should be a very enjoyable and comfortable place to eat our meals. And now with that completed, I thought it might be a good idea to do some defensive research, specifically into gunpowder defense, which will end up unlocking two different types of cannons and an organ gun, which is essentially a small cannon with several different barrels. I do feel that it's a really good fit for our defenses, as we're normally taking on very large and compact groups of enemies all at once. As we well know, of course, this type of research, as well as most types of research, given our technological understanding and all that, is going to take quite some time, so I just sat back and let time pass up until the point that we ended up having a trader come from nearby to do a bit of trading. Of course, it was actually a bulk goods merchant. Unfortunately, this does mean that they weren't interested in buying any of our weapons or anything along the lines of swords or bows or anything like that, of course, but they did end up buying plenty of our pelts and leathers, and this ended up making us a pretty little penny of silver. I suppose it's very good that we did make that silver, because it looks like we're going to be financing a wedding between Rick and Genevieve. Of course, Rick has proposed, and Genevieve, of course, accepted, because the two of them are deeply in love. So that is something we have to look forward to in the very near future. Just as well, we have also finished up our research of gunpowder defense, which now means that we can actually build our very first organ gun. I actually end up planning on building two of these, one in each tower that is by the entrance with all the spike traps. Using 2 of these cannons through our embrasures should allow us to cover the entire entrance here. We also built some sandbags just for good measure, and this was going great until we ended up getting attacked by a moose. Not to worry though. Now, as we were working on our defenses, we had a few of our colonists focused on making some stone blocks out of chunks, and that way we could actually build some nice stone shelves to further increase our storage capacity in the warehouse. And then we would actually begin expanding the royal family's living quarters just off of the Jarl and Lady's room. I started thinking that Snowdrop and Kaz are both a little older now, and they probably shouldn't be sharing the same room with their parents. It only seems fitting that they would at the very least have their own bedrooms just off of their mother and father's. Now, I will say with this large hill that we've decided to build the royal family's rooms, the throne room and everything in, it's a little bit hard because some of it is already dug out, right? There's kind of like a cave system through here, but we didn't have too much issue with it, and we also ended up moving our treasury as well. Unfortunately though, a few hours into our construction project, we ended up getting raided by House Hess, who sent a decent-sized group of marauders to try and murder us, of course. Among their ranks, it also appeared that they had an enslaved ice mage, someone I would be very interested in capturing if possible. As they began to approach, we immediately began manning our new organ guns to test them out during the battle. So far, in combination with our magical weapons and just other weapons in general, they were doing quite well. We did, however, notice that the Ice Mage and another of the attackers were trying to come up from the northern side of our little town here to try and flank us, so we sent our Blood Guard out to go and deal with him very promptly. As they were doing that, we were continuing to mow down enemy forces until they decided to try and flee the area. Turns out our organ guns were a complete success. Looks like our Blood Guard's mission was going somewhat to plan as well. They were struggling a little bit with the Ice Wizard here, giving him quite the beating as the snow poured down, but eventually they did finally take him down, and he didn't die, which was a blessing. We could actually capture him and begin trying to recruit him after bringing him back to our prison. First things first, of course, though, we're going to have Sissy here begin tending to his wounds to ensure that he doesn't bleed out on our nice bed. Of course, not using any medicine though, because we don't want to risk that and then he gets an infection and dies anyways. It's not worth the waste. Though, of course, infections are extremely uncommon here because it's just a little bit too cold for most bacteria to survive. With the threat neutralized at the very least for the time being, I've decided to begin digging out and strip mining some of these small hills for their resources, which is primarily granite chunks. We're going to begin cutting up all these stone chunks that we get into stone blocks, as I still have quite a few more construction projects that I would like to try and tackle. One of which we've actually already gotten started on earlier on in the video, of course, today, but I want to build more residential areas, so more little stone cabins, I suppose you could call them, for our people. At some point, I want this place to look like a small village just outside of a large castle that's built into the hill, and that's kind of what we're working towards with this. And of course, just as well, we still want our larger production projects to have their very own shops and or buildings, so I've actually ended up building another place for our tailoring, our rug making, and our hide tanning operations. Now, the majority of the work that is being performed here is being done so with our muffalo and bison wool, since we have a pretty good supply of that coming in at all times. Shortly after completing that, though, it looks like Rick and Genevieve are now celebrating their marriage ceremony, and I found them here in the war room, which is kind of funny, but also kind of seems like a fitting place, I suppose, for their marriage to take place. Anyhow, though, they were getting into their holy matrimony, and it was truly a beautiful sight to behold. And it looks like everything went swimmingly. Now, I want to discuss something that I noticed watching this video and footage back, of course, coming in to narrate. We have Kaz here, and I actually want to give Kaz a little bit more responsibility now that she's older, and I plan on sending her out on her own mission, but if you guys remember last episode, she's no longer named Kaz, at least not her nickname. It was supposed to be Aza, which I, for some reason, had done, and I guess I forgot to save. I'm not really sure, but she is going to be referred to as Kaz until next episode when I remember to fix the name, so I apologize. Anyhow though, we've actually commissioned Squiggle here to go ahead and make Kaz her very own set of some iron armor, just something simple that she can wear out on her very first mission. Now, I was trying to think of what we would want to do. We don't want to send her out on anything too super dangerous, of course, but something somewhat simple just to, I guess, prove herself, if you will. I was a bit stumped on what we could have her do, but then I remembered that Jarl Rosh actually was discussing with the trader that stopped in a few days ago about a possible item stash in the northern mountains not too far from home. There is of course a chance that the items there are not very valuable, and even if there are any valuable items, they're sure to be very few and far between, but it could be the perfect opportunity for Kaz to display her leadership capabilities. We would actually send her out leading Piub as well as Squiggle to the item stash. And of course, assuming the expedition is successful, not only will she earn the respect of her mother and father, she will also earn the respect of all of our noble members under our keep, just as well as a claim to any of the valuable items she may find. The three of them had already begun traveling to the item stash, and the road was long and very cold, but they ended up arriving shortly thereafter. We weren't expecting much, as the item stash was very small and there wasn't much of note, except for the fact that it would appear that the elves had already beaten us here quite a while ago. Along with them, they also appeared to have someone who was linked with two slasher dryads. Or claw dryads, you know, the ones with the big claws that'll gouge your eyes out. Luckily, we had just so happened to have prepared for any opposition, and we had Squiggle as well as Piub bring a lot of fire bombs so that we could, well, light the opposition on fire. As you can see, it was beginning to work quite well against the little dryads. The poor little pink bastards were about to be as crispy as fried chicken, but that was alright with us. After killing the dryads, we would move on to their filthy masters, who, for whatever reason, seemed to be adamantly guarding the item stash, as they hardly wanted to come away from it to try and fight us. We did eventually bait them into it though, and we would end up surrounding their leader here, beating him down. Squiggle had considered crushing his head like a melon, but Kaz quickly stopped her, as a elven leader in a nice set of armor like this would go for quite a bit of money. So instead we opted for tending to his wounds. And now it was time for us to bust down the door here of the item stash and figure out what all the fuss was about. There were plenty of items within that we could see, but one in particular began to catch our eye: the glimmer of a blade in the dark. An oddly jagged shaped blade was lying on the ground. It appeared to be some type of great sword, but it wasn't made of metal, no, it was made of dragon bone. The quality of this ancient weapon was excellent, so excellent in fact that it actually had artwork engraved on it. The artwork of the weapon was, and I quote, "An engraving on this weapon illustrates an abstracted rendering of helplessness. The work is shaded in hues of orange and red. Very vague and very brooding. The Jarl and Lady, as well as everyone else, will be quite happy with this discovery, I'm sure." Now that our expedition is complete and we have all the treasures that we have from the item stash, it's time for us to go and do a little bit of trading with one of the medieval houses before returning back home. As I mentioned earlier, the chief elf there is actually worth quite a bit of money. Even though he is quite injured, we still get around about 400 silver from him, so we've decided to trade him, as well as many other items that we received, such as the plentiful amounts of pelts that were in there, as well as a few weapons and what have you. And in the end, I think we made close to about 900 silver overall. Very interesting, but something even more interesting is back home in the dead of night, as the shadows creep upon the land, I saw a very dark and mysterious creature. It appeared to be the famed mystical creature known as a nightmare, a solid black horse with a fiery blue mane. The perfect mount for Jarl Rosh. I sent Lim in to do a bit of taming, and luckily Lim did manage to tame the creature. I was quite concerned, however, because legend has it those who break the spirit of this wild mystical beast are said to experience horrible event shortly thereafter, although it's probably just a tall tale. We then ended up having Snowdrop reach the age of 13, which means once again it is time for us to choose more passions for her types of work as well as her trait. I ended up giving her a burning passion in construction and cooking and a minor passion for melee, and I also gave her the trait of tough, as it feels like something that a leader should have. Truly she has and is still maturing into a capable young leader who is worthy of leading the keep and the eternal flame in the future. For now she cleans her father's stables, but in another year or so she'll be leading her own expedition just as her sister has. I am afraid however that our wholesome moment has been sorely interrupted by an elemental assault. I may have a theory that this could have been brought on by us taming the mystical nightmare horse. Regardless of why though, we are now under attack. We immediately tried to run into our throne room with as many people as possible, but unfortunately the elementals followed us in there and would continue following us to the library. We would try to run through our massive slab doors to get away from them, but unfortunately they were extremely fast, and eventually Rosh fell as Genevieve and our other slave would try to run to the treasury where they could attempt to hide. But unfortunately this would not work either, and Genevieve would have to bravely take on 3 of these elementals all by herself. And shockingly, she would be able to hold her own against these lesser fire elementals. It most likely helped that we caught them on fire with some impid breath beforehand, but eventually Genevieve ended up defeating all 3 of them, and she had to make a quick break into the treasury because it was getting extremely hot in the hallway. And obviously, of course, we did not want her to be cooked alive, or bleed out for that matter, so we had her as well as Vasvaron begin tending to their wounds. Meanwhile, our blood guard and Moin Cow had finally entered the throne room and thus the library, defeating some of the lesser fire elementals. They had been caught outside the city walls when the attack happened. They had instructed Moin Cow to immediately begin tending to Rosh to ensure he doesn't die. Lady Zippy and Rick were attempting to destroy the portal, but unfortunately were quickly downed by the lesser elementals. We were going to have to try to find some way to save them, but even the blood guard couldn't come out at this time because these elementals would tear them to shreds. Of course, they are very brave and heroic, and they have no issue dying for Lady Zippy, but it would be basically useless if they came out of this door, got killed, and then Lady Zippy bled out anyway, so we're going to have to think of something else. While our blood guard was attempting to await the proper moment to pop out and start killing some elementals, we had Genevieve deconstructing a wall from the treasury to maybe come out and try to save Lady Zippy, but she, as well as Vasvaron, would be chased down by lesser fire elementals and beaten to a pulp, unfortunately. After they were down, there was really no hope of them getting back up to save her. Lucky for us though, Lim and Snowdrop had finally entered the city around this time, and Moin Cow had finally finished trying to heal up Raj, so I would end up using her abilities to come out and save Lady Zippy, while Snowdrop and Lim would try to take the attention off the blood guard as well as everyone else, and try to lead away the fire elementals. While they were chasing them, they would also be firing at them, trying to kill as many as possible. Thankfully, Moin Cow had managed to carry Zippy to a nearby tower, where she would of course begin tending to her wounds as well to ensure she doesn't die. Then back out on the battlefield, Lim and Snowdrop were doing the best that they could to try and run the elementals around, and even trapping some of them within our towers, that way they're separated from the larger groups. I also would have Lim begin using the organ gun against them. Not only because it was very powerful and great at killing the elementals, but also because they couldn't come past the organ gun, but they would end up trying to destroy it, so we began to try and retreat through the towers once more away from them, hoping to try and trap some of them, but unfortunately this didn't work, and we ended up bringing Moin Cow in to try and help out. I'm afraid to say, but it appeared that they were completely immune to her light-based abilities, most likely because they're fire elementals, but I don't know, the impid's breath seemed to catch them on fire, so it doesn't really make sense. Regardless though, they took her down, and we had finally finished off those that were trailing us, defeating the elemental assault once and for all. And let me just say that that is the most intense battle that we have ever had yet in this series. These elemental assaults are always really tough tough and really difficult, but that one just in particular was probably one of the worst that I have ever experienced, even playing with a RimWorld of Magic for a year or two now. I will say I'm eternally grateful that the only loss that we ended up having was Robin, though it was extremely sad still. Everyone else was just severely injured and none of them actually died other than Robin, unfortunately, of course. I did intend on keeping it that way, so for a good time after the battle I just ensured that everyone was nice and healed up, and that way we don't have anyone dying anytime soon. As I was doing that, Kaz and the others had finally returned and actually managed to save Lady Zippy from the tower, and they also would help us out by going around and killing off any of the elementals that were actually left over. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you, but Squiggle here was more than excited to bash in a few elemental skulls like one great big winter watermelon. It really tickled her fancy. Well, that massive attack was quite the setback, unfortunately, but not to worry, we will indeed get back up on our feet just like we always do. We're no stranger to putting in a lot of elbow grease to get what we want, and of course that's what we're doing now, just repairing things and trying to ensure that everyone's okay. However, we would need to take some time out of our busy schedule here to begin building a sarcophagus for poor Robin. It did feel fitting though, of course, to have one of our Bloodguard members buried in the throne room, especially since Robin and Sissy are the original two, and it also felt that it would be very fitting that Sissy be the one that was allowed to bury her, a great solemn honor that she held in the highest regard. During the funeral proceedings, Sissy would also be the one to lead the sermon and say a few words about her good friend and colleague, and after it was all said and done, the funeral turned out to be good, and everyone would have a mood buff for the next few days, hopefully taking their mind off what happened. Now, if you're like me, you probably saw Moin Cow wearing this very strange looking helmet during the funeral. I'm not really sure, or at least I wasn't very sure as to where she got it, but it appears to be some type of ancient helmet from years long ago. It doesn't seem to function properly, it doesn't seem like it would give much protection, so we've decided to shelve it in the treasury for the time being until we build a nice place in the throne room where we can try to present this artifact properly. I also realized that this relic must have been dropped by one of the traders that were here originally when the elemental assault had happened. I thought that they all got out of the territory before any of the elementals got a hold of them, but apparently not. Speaking of ancient relics, Kaz/Azza would take her father, the Jarl, into the stables where she would actually end up showing him the massive dragon bone sword. A sword that she actually decided to give to her father. Even though she was the one that had found it and she had a claim to it, she said that this sword was only fit for royalty, a king, a Jarl. This sword shall now be passed down throughout all the bloodlines to each leader of the Eternal Flame. A family heirloom, an extremely amazing gift for Kaz, or should I say Azza, to give to him since I have actually corrected her name before the video ends. Now, I realize that things have been looking a little bit grim here in this video, especially towards the end, but fear ye not, my friends, we are on the upward swing, and we are going to be back on our feet here in no time. Before that happens though, I do still have a little bit more bad news. Unfortunately, my friends, our Gorlin tree has been eaten by the massive creature known as a Rox, killing our Dryad known as Tim. Our other Dryad known as Burr has been gone for quite a while. I think the tree's connection has been quite low, unfortunately. This is the second time that this has happened to us, and I'm getting quite sick of it, to be honest with you, so we slaughtered this Rox, and we plan on doing the same with any more we find. Thankfully, the pods and seeds are quite common, so we already had another in storage. I would attempt to connect Rosh to it, but because the other tree was just only recently lost, it wouldn't allow me to, so I ended up giving it to Snowdrop. Her being the successor to her father's Dryads, it only made sense to me. It's basically in her DNA at this point. With the new tree, I also decided that I would use some of our remaining logs to build something like a spike wooden fence around the tree. Now, I do know that this is going to cause the connection of the tree to be a bit lower because of the structures that are around it, unfortunately, and that is what happened with the last one as well, and why we only had had one Dryad, but it is a necessary evil to keep it from being eaten, and just as well it should help me remember to not build anything within this area. The threat of being eaten wasn't totally gone though, because we still had about 3 or 4 Roxes within our walls. We would have to quickly murder them so that we don't have to worry about it anymore. I will say though, I almost feel pretty guilty about this. They're coming and eating the tree as well as our crops because, well, they're starving to death. The planet is obviously always in an eternal winter, and they don't really have any food in these northern areas where we live. That being said though, I do care much more about the survival of our people than I do about any wild animals, so we're going to have to kill them. Plus, when we kill them, we get more food for our bellies, so it's kinda worth it. But my friends, we are now winding down to the end of today's episode, and I do want to thank you guys ever so much for watching, of course. I want to thank you as well for being so patient with me. I know it's probably been about 3.5, 4 weeks since the last Eternal Winter episode came out, so I do apologize about that. I've been focusing a lot on our Gun Empire series, which we just recently wrapped up, so I should still have plenty of time for this series. Something I wanted to address that a lot of people have been asking here recently, or at least a good bit of people have been asking, that has me curious. A lot of people are asking if I plan on continuing this series through the 1.5 update with the new DLC, or if I plan on putting it kind of on hiatus for a little while. And that is a really good question. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure. I will say I'm sure there's a way for me to keep this series in 1.4 with all the mods and everything, and then pop back into 1.5 to do the DLC and everything. The biggest issue is, time. That's a big thing for me, and just kind of, I don't know, staying with a consistent theme. I always want to do, like for example, the Gun Empire series and this series, they were going concurrently, simultaneously, and things were going great, and then I just kind of started feeling crunched on time for the Gun Empire series, and we had already been doing this series for a little while, so I just kind of started giving Gun Empire more attention, and I have a feeling that may end up being exactly what I end up doing when the new DLC comes out and I do a series in, the new DLC in 1.5 update. So I guess short answer, will this series be put on hold while we do the new DLC in 1.5 update series? Probably, but I don't want it to. I would like to maybe finish this series before that if I could, although it's less than a month away. Best case scenario, I might be able to finish Season 1 of this series if we do some different seasons, which is something I started doing with our Clone Army series a little while back, of course, and that seems to be working out pretty well. I kind of like doing it like that, so that might be in, what I end up doing. If it is, I'd like to kind of get your all's maybe suggestions as to what you would think a good end goal for Season 1 of this series is. I do truly feel that this series would be perfect to just continue indefinitely in seasons, because we have a hierarchy of, kids and stuff like that can actually take over rule of this kingdom when Rosh or Zippy or both inevitably die, because, I will end up mistakenly doing something and getting them killed at some point, let's be honest, or, anything could happen, like the elemental assault, of course. So yeah, if you guys just want to let me know what you think a good end goal for a Season 1 of this series might be, if you even like the idea of me doing seasons, I think that, in my personal opinion at least, I think that's the best way to go about it, and I think I'd really like to do that. Instead of trying to rush to complete this one or try to force myself to do this one as I'm doing another series. That just doesn't seem to end very well for me when I'm doing that. It seems to cause more issues than anything. Yeah, just let me know what you guys think in the comment section. As always, I love you guys and I appreciate you. I'm not going to do any lore at the end of this episode. I feel like I've dragged it on for too long, and you guys have most definitely been waiting for too long for a new episode. So, I just want to try to get it out to you as soon as I can. But I love you guys ever so much. Thank you once again for watching, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, where, my friends, we are currently still enduring the frozen pain of the icy wind as our little white marble of a planet is traveling throughout the universe. Yes indeed, it would seem whatever magic is keeping our planet in this icy state continues to persist, although it doesn't seem like our animals are having any issues with it. As you may notice, they are reproducing a little bit too often for my liking. So one of the first things that we're going to be doing today is getting rid of all these bison calves. Normally the solution to this problem is for us to just slaughter them and eat them, but as you could probably see here in the top right of your screen, we actually have a stuffed pantry full of meat, so instead I would like to sell them and stuff our treasury a little bit more. We would send out Lim and Snowdrop on this trading mission. That way Snowdrop could kind of begin to earn the respect of all the nobles and her family, of course, but this will take quite some time, so we'll check back in on them later. Back home at the keep though, I've decided that I'm going to name our nightmare. I've actually decided to name it Arvac. Now you may be familiar with this name, and so was our good friend Winter Sealing 9661, who made a good comparison here between our nightmare horse and Arvac from Skyrim. And you know me, I am a massive Skyrim fan and or nerd, so that's what I've decided to go with. After that, I decided to begin working on a new iron helmet for Jarl Raj. Now, given the events of last episode with the elemental assault and Raj falling and almost dying in his own bedroom, I thought it might be best if he had a better helm. Of course, this new helm will provide much more protection for the Jarl, but I also felt that it was more fitting of a Jarl, and just as well his new sword and his attire. Speaking of fitting attire and whatnot, I have also decided to go ahead and dye his armor and cloak and everything else that he has on to give him a more fitting appearance. And I will say I was pretty pleased with the outcome, all except for the cloak, which later on in the video you may notice is a little bit darker or not. I don't know if I'll get around to it, but I may. Anyhow though, I really like how it looks, and I do think that this also helps him and the Blood Guard and just everyone else have a more uniform look when we do this. And of course that is very important to us because we want to be able to distinguish ourselves apart from the other medieval houses and dynasties. We would also take a hot second here to continue expanding the storage of our treasury and adding in some beautiful flooring since we have moved it on down the hallway since last episode. As we were working on that, we had finally ended up recruiting the ice mage known as Zaire, someone who I feel will make a perfect addition to our dynasty, but not only just to the dynasty, I also think I want Zaire here to be a special member in our Blood Guard. So of course I would go through and dye his armor and other apparel, and once again of course I was pretty pleased with the results. Now I didn't give him identical armor to Sissy because I want him to be something of a different class. I'm thinking of calling him a battle mage since he is the only mage that is part of the Blood Guard. Of course we can always have more battle mages, but specifically I think that he may be just reporting directly to the Jarl. Almost like a court wizard, but not exactly. Let me know what you guys think a wonderful title and or class would be for Zaire though. Checking back in on Lim and Snowdrop though, they had finally arrived at their destination to do a little bit of trading with another medieval house. We would end up selling to them all of our bison calves. We would also sell plenty of muffalo and bison wool, and just as well we would also finally sell them plenty of weapons. We ended up getting plenty of silver for this. We also got some gold because they ran out of silver, and we also got Jarl Raj a little bit of a surprise. Just a little something to help Snowdrop gain some favor with her father. Back home once more though, we would end up building some display shelves just behind the throne. Now this was the perfect place to put our artifact helmet that we had gotten last episode. And of course we still had plenty of space for any other artifacts that we ended up coming across in our travels. But speaking of travelers, we ended up having a slaver come from Hayabindo. Not really sure how you pronounce this medieval house's name, though I do suspect it may be in Elvish, as a high portion of their population are elves. But you don't care about that, you care about what I bought, or more specifically, who I bought. Well, I actually didn't want to keep anyone else in bondage, so I ended up buying someone who would join our nobility. Her name was Lao, and she had a pet yeti. Apparently they were a package deal, so I ended up buying both of them along with a dire wolf. Now, Lao here wasn't very good at most things, but she was one hell of a shot and one hell of a fighter, and I'm pretty sure her yeti could pick up the slack in any battle she's in, so I think it was well worth it. The dire wolf we purchased would be the perfect companion for Ozza/Kaz. So of course, if you have a name for the direwolf, the yeti, or any of our little creatures, be sure to let me know in the comments section. I'm always extremely excited to see what names you guys come up with and the reasons as to why. In the meantime though, I did notice Piub laying silently in her bed asleep, surely missing Robin since his death last episode, and it just kind of broke my heart, and I felt so bad for her all alone, and I thought she could really use some companionship, and maybe, just maybe, even a promotion. That's right, I'm going to have Squiggle begin working on some brand new armor for Piub, a brand new helmet, as well as some brand new Iron Knight's armor. Yes indeed, I want Piub to become a member of our Blood Guard, no doubt a great honor on its own, but especially given the fact that Robin, her spouse and or lover, was also a member of the Blood Guard and died during his duties, and she shall pick up his mantle as sworn protector of the Jarl and his bloodline, defending them from any threats, foreign or domestic, and in the process, making her husband proud. The Blood Guard is now 3 strong, with Sissy leading our little chapter here. I only hope to continue growing the Blood Guard exponentially as we continue recruiting more people or purchasing people's freedom. Of course, we'll have to continue expanding our barracks as we do so, but for the time being, they seem to be pretty comfy in their bunks. Whether they know it or not, they are now a family, brothers and sisters in arms. Speaking of family, Snowdrop and Lim had finally returned home from their extensive trading mission that took many days. As they entered the city walls, they were ecstatic to see all their friends and loved ones, and they were very glad that nothing bad had happened in their absence. We would begin unloading all of our items from our bison, some of which were actually some steel statues that I had neglected to mention earlier. Now, I didn't plan on decorating with these, but we were actually going to deconstruct them for the material. And of course, we had also brought back about 95 ingots of solid gold. Also on top of that, we brought back Rosh's gift, which was some newfound invention called a telescope. We're not exactly sure as to what type of magic powers this little mystical invention, but apparently it allows you to look at distant things and they appear very close to you, such as planets or stars. Needless to say, Rosh was extremely pleased and excited about the gift from Snowdrop, and he immediately began using it that night to do a bit of star mapping. Who knows, someday someone may even find a way to reach these heavenly bodies in all their mystery and beauty. While still on the topic of beauty, we would begin using what textiles we didn't sell, such as our muffalo, bison wool, and raw hide, to begin making plenty of rugs. I really want to try to beautify the kingdom, a theme that I want to try and continue throughout each episode when we have time. Not only do these rugs exponentially increase the beauty of any room that they're in, keeping all of our nobility very happy, but also, of course, these rugs are a status symbol among all of the medieval dynasties. We have to keep up appearances if the Imperials were to come over, or any other medieval house. However, it wouldn't take very long for there to be a good bit of bad news, unfortunately. We have a very large man-hunting pack of wyverns that have come here to eat our flesh after searing it with their fire. Now, originally, I was extremely fearful of these wyverns, as I thought that they would just burn us directly through our embrasures, but I seem to have forgotten that this type of wyvern doesn't actually seem to breathe fire at all, or if it does, none of them decided to use it against us, so they were actually fairly easy to kill from behind our towers. However, even so, that didn't mean that they were all easy to kill, as some of them actually got around to our entrance and came in where we would have to engage them directly without the help of our embrasures. And as you can imagine, this did complicate things just a little bit. it, but luckily we still had the upper hand as a large group of our people together, firing at them and everything like that. Of course, the big hail of bullets and arrows seemed to do the trick. And just like that, we now have a smorgasbord of dead wyverns littering the entire territory. Well, not all of them were dead actually, some of them needed a helping stab or two to help them into the afterlife, so we happily obliged. And now comes my favorite part of this massive manhunter pack, the part where we drag them into our butchery here and start chopping them into pieces, and I actually plan on using all this wyvern meat for some nice soups. Actually, that was a lie. We're using the wyvern meat for some simple meals, and for the soup we're using our winter bloom, as these are vegetable soups and they're one of the more low-tier simple types of soups that you can make. Nevertheless though, even with that being said, these vegetable soups still give everyone a +2 mood buff. It's not a lot, but it is better than nothing, which is what we get from the simple meals. And very soon, I do hope to start making some better soups that also give a larger boost. I then decided to begin working on a mine in the northern mountains. You know, recently we've been having to literally move mountains by mining them out for any stone chunks as well as any ores that we would like, such as gold or iron, so I thought maybe in this massive mountain that we have just above our keep, it might be best to set up something more permanent. It wouldn't take us very long at all to find plenty of iron ore veins as well as a few gemstones and of course plenty of granite chunks. But of course we'll check back in later to see just how successful this mine is. As for now, I began thinking, you know, we've dyed Rasha's armor and gave him a new set of armor of course as well, but I want to try and dye the other royal family members, that way they all kind of have a more uniform royal look to them. And so of course that is exactly what I did. And I must say that I am pretty pleased with the outcome here. Now mostly what we're seeing is some blue and white and a few hints of red. Now a lot of the red unfortunately is our undergarments such as our shirts and our pants, so you can't really see them on the characters. However, this is sticking right with the color scheme of our banner and thus our dynasty. Let me know what you guys think about this color scheme though, but I do really like it and I hope you do as well. Checking in on Squiggle here in her forge, it would appear that the mines in the northern mountain have been going quite well as we have a lot of iron ore that's being smelted. Exactly what we were hoping for, I might add. Now that we have an overabundance of iron and more importantly granite blocks, I've decided that I want to build us a nice little tavern. A nice little place where we can all sit together with our nobility and get a few drinks, tell some stories, and just kind of shoot the shit together. We worked on it late into the night, and unfortunately our construction was interrupted by a couple of mad muffalos. Actually, it was more like a small pack, although it wasn't much of an issue. We quickly put them down and then threw them into our butchery where we would begin chopping them up for our meals. The following day we would continue our extensive construction on this new granite tavern. As you can see, I went with a pretty simple design of a few tables with some log stools, except for a few normal wooden chairs, with a nice little fireplace as well as some fermenting barrels. And of course, to kind of top things off, I threw in a plant pot as well as a very large rug to really beautify the drinking area. And last but not least, the section of the tavern I've yet to mention, I have a growing zone where the tavern owner, who has yet to be chosen I suppose, will actually be growing their very own hops for their alcohol. All in all, I was pretty happy with how this turned out, and I think that it is a splendid place for our folks to celebrate their parties and spend some of their late nights. Truly, with all the new additions that we've added in the last few episodes especially, I feel like the keep as well as the dynasty overall has really come together and it's really taking shape. I do think it's very beautiful. It's always been one of my favorite parts about RimWorld, just seeing how the colonies and towns really come together and just how they grow. I really enjoy it. Something else I really love is finding and meeting new members of our nobility's family, so we actually have a royal tribute collector here, and among their members just so happens to be Sissy's daughter-in-law and also Lau's mother. We may look into trying to get them to join us later on. As for now, I was thinking about maybe actually making a tribute to the Empire so that we could try to ally with them. I offered them all the gold that I had, but I wasn't very pleased with the very small amount of favor that would give me, so I decided not to do it. Perhaps another time, but as for now, it looks like we have a raid by a bunch of Impids who actually caught the Imperials off guard, unfortunately for them, and now the two of them are locked in a hellish battle surrounded by fire. The odds were not exactly in the Imperials' favor. I was going to bring our army down to try and give them an assist. Azza came out and started firing ice blasts from her wands, but accidentally hit one of the Imperials, which very much decreased relations with him, so until the Impids are finished, I'm going to hold fire. Which I will admit is kind of shitty of me. We don't have any obligations to the Imperials, of course, but some of them being the family members of our nobility, I felt a bit guilty. Some hours later into the night, though, the Impids were finally done with the Empire, and they were making their way towards the keep, and they were coming straight for our heads. Of course, though, we would have ample opportunity to try and begin defending ourselves. They would, however, very quickly begin surrounding our towers, and it didn't help anything that Liam accidentally left the door wide open, so one of them came right in. Luckily, though, we had managed to down them as well as many of the other Impids. The Jarl would be sure to take his part out on the battlefield against an Impid knight covered in demon scale armor, who quickly fell to the dragonbone sword. With the majority of the threat now neutralized, we would actually begin taking several of these Impids prisoner, taking them back into the prison where we would actually begin healing them so they don't die, just as well we would also begin trying to recruit them. An extensive process that no doubt will take quite a while. In the meantime, I actually wanted to try out Squiggle's dwarven magically gifted healing abilities on Azza, who was damaged during the battle. I would do this several times as her mana would regenerate, and it actually seemed to work quite well. I also noticed that several of the Imperial soldiers hadn't actually died out on the battlefield, but were severely bruised and battered, so I actually sent some of our men out to rescue them. We would try to nurture them back to health, that way we could get some good favor with the Empire. However, not all of the Imperials were this lucky, unfortunately, and one of which was Vey, who just so happened to be the daughter-in-law of Sissy. An awful discovery, to be sure. One of the survivors, however, actually did end up being Lau's mother though, so I suppose that is a little bit of good news. Given the circumstances with what's happened, I only thought it would be fair that we allow Sissy the opportunity to try and send a raven out to contact his son, to see if he'd like to join us here. Unfortunately, after doing so, though, Sissy's son immediately declined the offer. I suppose that will just leave him to grieve in peace. Some time later, we were actually having a birthday party for Piub in our brand new tavern, and let me tell you, it was quite the shindig? I'm not really sure, but they were all having a great time. Having a few beers, some stews, and even a little bit of bread. Then for a while, I would just kind of kick back and let everyone do their thing, mining in the brand new mines that we built in the northern mountains, cleaning, cooking, whatever their little hearts desired. We then received a message via pigeon by the leader of Hayabin. I still don't know how to say this medieval faction's name, but they were saying that their friend wants to learn about our culture for quite a bit of time, and they would be willing to give us a good bit of their goodwill, so of course we accepted to better our relationship. Our guest ended up arriving a few hours later, who was apparently named after fecal matter. A little weird, but who am I to judge the traditions of the elves? She immediately began making herself at home using the Jarl's personal telescope, though we would allow it as we didn't want to jeopardize the relationship with her home faction. Later on into the night, Lau's mother had finally been healed from her little skirmish with the Impids, and it was time for her to depart. She would end up leaving through the southern part of the map. Though Lau was very sad to see her go, she decided she would give her some time to get back home and maybe write her via pigeon. The following morning, our other two Imperial guests would also end up departing after being healed from their wounds as well, and I will say this was a little bit odd because I was thinking I would get some goodwill with them. Maybe it just takes a little bit more time, but I never seem to end up getting goodwill with the Empire for healing their soldiers. About a day or so passed, and then I decided it would be a good time for Lau to try and invite her mother to join us back here as one of our nobility. Unfortunately though, her mother would end up denying this request, and I was becoming a bit desperate and really wanted someone of her family to join, so we would also end up trying for her brother, who also ended up denying us. Truly quite a shame, but I do have some good news at the very least. It is finally tournament day. Yes indeed, our second annual tournament day where we have our prisoners and or slaves have a gladiator battle. This year, instead of having our slaves fight, I thought it'd be the perfect opportunity to have our two impid prisoners throw down with some steel daggers. So of course they were off. They would immediately begin circling one another, and I actually began to decide that the winner of this battle will actually win a spot as a member of our Blood Guard, one of the highest honors the Jarl can bestow. After Rosh made this announcement to the participants, the two of them really picked up their speed and really started to take this thing very serious. But not to spoil it, unfortunately there wasn't really a clear-cut winner here. There were many stabs on each side with their little steel daggers, but it was pretty well a stalemate. So, truth be told, I'm not really sure if I should make both of them Blood Guard or neither of them. I suppose you guys could always help me out with that. With the battle over though, we would begin taking them back to their prison cells and we would begin healing them. All in all though, the duel was pretty good and both participants put their whole hearts into it, which was wonderful. Something even more wonderful was immediately after this, we would begin celebrating tournament day in the brand new tavern with some good food, better company, and even better cigars from the Jarl's personal stash that he actually ended up sharing with Ozza. Only the finest of cigars for the finest of friends and family on the most wonderful of occasions, of course. Moments like these truly warm my heart, seeing all of them together. And of course, as everyone was celebrating, our two impid prisoners were lying in their cell bunks trying to heal up from all the stab wounds that they caused on one another. Sorry about that there, guys, but we really have to toughen you up if you're going to be part of the Eternal Flame. We can't have any muffalo-teat-sucking milk drinkers among our ranks now, can we? And now finally, in one last desperate attempt here to try and get someone to join us, I actually ended up having Rosh contact one of his brothers who actually ended up accepting the offer, which was wonderful. Not only a new addition to the Eternal Flame, but a new addition that we already know and can ensure that we can trust them. It will take a little bit of time for him to arrive though. It's also worth mentioning that House Amboys, which is the home faction of Rosh's brother, has also seen this as an opportunity to strengthen our bond, and our relations with them have actually increased. After that, we ended up having our very first harvest and yield of our hops, which was perfect because now we could make some ale wort. Now, we could make some normal wort, but I felt that ale was much more fitting than normal beer. Besides, a normal beer can't compare to the nice warm feeling of having a belly full of ale or mead, keeping us nice and toasty here in this frozen hellscape. Speaking of which, we don't want Rasha's brother sleeping outside in some tent or canopy where he could freeze to death, nor would we want him in the normal residential building since he is technically part of the royal family. So we would actually end up mining out a small bedroom just across from his niece's where he'll be able to sleep. Though we were running low on wood, so I was trying to conserve what little bit we had left, and so of course we made his furniture out of bones, including his bed, so I hope it's comfortable. And would you look at that, speak of the devil, brother of Rosh, Rosario, has now finally arrived. Finally, the two of them reunited once more under the same banner, no less. And under Rosh's rule, more importantly. Rosario remarked to his brother just how proud he was of what a beautiful kingdom he's been building here. And once their other relatives realized just how big and powerful the Eternal Flame is becoming, it'll be almost impossible for them to turn down an offer to join. I also wanted to take a moment here and point out Rosario's stats and traits. So he is actually very good at shooting and melee. He's pretty good at cooking as well as decent at animals, and that's about it. He's a pessimistic cannibal recluse, which is very interesting to say the least. As a member of the Eternal Flame, I would have Rosario begin equipping some new weapons and a little bit of new apparel. Even though he is part of our royal family and our medieval house, I'm still going to allow him to retain his weapons and armor that may reflect his previous obligations to House Amboise, simply until he becomes more loyal to us and more acquainted with our faction, of course, but also because House Amboise is becoming a very close ally of ours, so it would make sense to see some of their people who have joined us still wearing that attire. During this time, we also ended up recruiting our impid prisoner known as Livin, and I've yet to equip her with anything because I will await your guys' decision whether or not she or the other impid or both of them should join the Blood Guard. So for the time being, I will let her enjoy her game of cup and dice. But now, my friends, we are finally winding down to the end of today's episode, but before we go, of course, I do want to discuss a little bit of lore that has been provided by all of you. First up, we have some lore by our good friend JD Top 5348, who was saying that long ago dragons used to walk the land with other creatures, but most of them were slaughtered and captured because of how good their skin was for weapons and armor. Once dragons roamed the land, now mostly extinct. And I do really like this idea, especially because that does open up the possibility of there being a handful of dragons left, maybe scattered across the entire planet, and that could also possibly be where the wyverns came from. Maybe there's some type of subspecies from these dragons that once actually breathed fire, or something along those lines. And that would also explain why many of the impids especially end up wearing dragon skin armor and clothing. Next up, we have a comment by our good friend Diaz1521, who is giving some lore for the tournaments that are being held. So even in the north, with as cruel and harsh as it is to live here, even the most civilized of dynasties will hold these tournaments. At first, it was really to just cut the weak from the slave population, some form of entertainment, but over time it actually became a simulation of real combat, something like training for the younger members as well as the older and less experienced members, as we saw today with our impid prisoners. And I really like this as well because it adds some more depth to the culture of the planet as well as all the medieval dynasties who actually hold these gladiator tournaments, so thank you ever so much for that. And last but not least, we have a good bit of lore by our good compadre here, Local Femboy427, who is actually saying that in this land, of course, there are the impids, but there's no possible way that they could have been a natural species, but instead they are a result of the nuclear winter as well as the events that happened that caused this winter on this planet, along with the lore I believe we talked about in the second episode, or possibly third, sometime around when we actually began adding a lot of lore to the series, and how there was some type of apocalyptic event that happened on this planet, if you guys remember that. But anyhow, because of all that, this has actually allowed some type of mutation to become its own species, and thus becoming the impids with their own biologies and abilities. And to me, I really like this, and that makes a lot of sense because it is a bit strange seeing these fire-breathing humanoids on an eternal winter planet. So thank you ever so much for that comment and lore as well. I hope you guys have enjoyed today's episode. I love you guys ever so much. Remember, if you have any submissions for lore or ideas or anything like that, feel free to leave them in the comment section. I did want to say, if you add the word lore to your comment, it helps me out a lot when I'm actually searching for lore, because I can use that word to search for your comments. So if you don't mind doing that, of course, I would really appreciate it. But once again, thank you guys for watching. I love you. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back one and all to the RimWorld Eternal Winter series, where as per usual we have much to do. Today in particular will be a very monumentous day for our dynasty overall. But before we get to that, I wanted to briefly mention the fact that I've been having issues getting our immature dryads to become woodmakers, and I wasn't sure as to why. Apparently Snowdrop can't make them change, and I was very confused by this, but turns out I had basic turned off for her for whatever reason. Either way though, after switching that back on, that seemed to do the trick, and now we have two of them that are actually incubating in pods. Now that that little dilemma is solved, it's time for some research. We're actually going to be researching Devil Strand. Now I know that's a little weird because we can't actually grow it where it's so cold, but we can grow Cool Strand, which is its winter variant. To the extent of my knowledge, which isn't much, so don't quote me on this, but I do believe that Cool Strand is basically identical to Devil Strand in terms of its properties and stats, everything except for the fact that Cool Strand grows in the winter. Of course though, we all well know that research takes time, so while we're researching Cool Strand, we're also going to be working on expanding our food storage area because as you can see, it is absolutely stuffed to the brim. It is literally spilling out into the floors. We ended up creating several new food storage barrels to try and hold all of the winter bloom plants and the meat that we've collected thus far. And at least for the moment, I think this should do. And of course, we also have another small project that I'd like to work on for a hot moment here. Now we are going to be making some armor as well as helmets for the two impids that we imprisoned and have recruited since last episode, because you guys had mentioned that you would like to see them join our blood guard, and I do totally agree with that sentiment. I think that they've earned their place after last episode's tournament, but they could use a little bit of... There we go. I do believe that this attire is much more fitting for the two newest members of our esteemed Blood Guard. It was also around this time that we ended up finally brewing our first few batches of fine winter ale, which is no doubt very stout and delicious. We had also finally finished our extensive research into the winter plant known as Cool Strand. Now we don't know if it's just like Devil Strand or not for sure, although I am fairly sure that it is, so I'm going to do a small test field here to see if it's even worth our time on a massive scale. And I say that because though it would be great at insulating us from the cold, so is buffalo and bison wool, two resources that we have an overabundance of, so we need something that's very durable as well. As we're waiting on that to grow though, and as everyone's just kind of going about their night, doing their nightly duties, I thought about introducing a brand new mod, the Empire mod, which is actually a mod that I recently used in my Gun Empire series, and I think I'm going to use that here as we are literally creating a medieval dynasty, a medieval empire if you will. So even though yes, I did recently use it in another big series that I had done, I'm going to be using it here as well, although it is worth noting that I am going to be using it in a different way, I suppose. I'm not going to be creating this massive section of settlements that we own for taxes or for conquering another faction or anything like that. We're only going to be using it pretty sparsely to broaden our horizons and our territories. And unlike in the Gun Empire series where we would hire mercenaries to go out and settle these new areas, in this series we're actually going to be giving it something like a gift to our most esteemed noblemen. And I couldn't think of anyone better to go out and form a vassal state under the eternal flame than Genevieve and Rick. For one, both of them are extremely brave and have proven themselves time and time again to be loyal to the crown. But also, of course, they are married, meaning they will have many children in the very near future, forming their very own dynasty attached to ours. Or under ours, just however you want to look at it, I suppose, but regardless, it would be a further expansion of our empire into territories that we can't currently reach just outside of our keep. So we would send them out after they would collect plenty of food, and they would travel to a nearby area on the main road. There's a few reasons that we decided to settle on the road, of course, one of which being that it makes it much easier to navigate and to travel here, of course, but also because it will become a prime trading hub for any food or animals that we decide to sell here. And of course, sticking with that theme, as you can see, we would immediately build some farmland inside, such as our planter box with some skylights, as well as a fur trapping camp. Due to our lack of manpower, it would take a while for these two construction projects to be finished, but once they were finished, we would be able to put our available manpower into our animal hunting, which would end up giving us an estimated tax of 412 silver from the one settlement, which is not too shabby. We'll be able to use these taxes to put back into the settlement, growing its size and power, as well as being able to raise an army. With that monumentous task finally completed, I decided to begin naming some of our critters, such as our Yeti that we're going to be naming Frostbite. Of course, this wonderful name comes from our good friend Bana Master 6768, who is saying we should name the Yeti Frostbite because of its wonderful color scheme and, of course, because of the eternal winter. An absolutely splendid reason for the name and very fitting. Also, I really like the name because it's super badass and I feel like it will strike fear into the elves and impids who dare oppose us, as well as anyone else, of course. With a name like that, Lao and Frostbite will be unstoppable. But of course, we can't forget about naming Ozza's dire wolf that we also purchased last episode alongside our Yeti, that we're actually going to be naming Ares. And this, of course, comes from our good friend Wick Tordrelewski 5117. Sorry, I know I butchered your name, but I also agree that Ares is a perfect name for the wolf. I assume you thought this because of the Greek god, and I totally agree. And for a time, I wasn't too sure as to what we should do, so I just sat back and watched them mine out some resources from our brand new mines in the northern mountains, but then I had an idea. You know, Snowdrop is probably old enough now to go out on her own on a mission as Ozza did to prove herself, so we're going to make her a special weapon for her trip. And of course, there was no one better suited for this job than Squiggle herself, who ended up finally creating this beautiful weapon. Now, this may look like a normal shotgun or rifle to you, but nay, my friends, this is a hand mortar. It's basically just as the name would describe it. Think a Napoleonic or medieval-ish era grenade launcher, and yeah, that's about what it does, and it seems to be pretty good, and honestly, it's fairly accurate, or at least more accurate than we would have thought. Since Ozza is always dual-wielding ice wands, I thought it might be fair to give Snowdrop her very own powerful weapon. And with that, it would be time for us to all meet in the war room and begin planning out what Snowdrop's mission will consist of. Snowdrop here is actually going to be going out to a local elven logging site where she will slay all of the elves unless some do not die, and of course at which point she will take them prisoner, but most importantly she will be collecting any of their resources like timber or logs. She is a little bit younger than Ozza though, so we will cut her some slack as her main mission is basically to take down the logging camp and survive, of course. To ensure that that is what happens, we will also be sending out the majority of our blood guard along with Ozza herself. The journey itself was not all that long, but of course was extremely cold and frigid. We'd finally arrived though at the logging site, and even from a distance we could see scattered elves all over the camp. Though it doesn't appear that they had spotted us, nor were they expecting our caravan, so we would try to catch them off guard. With the element of surprise, we would immediately begin charging into their camp and firing at them. It may have been best to do this mission in the dead of night with a bit of stealth, but with a weapon like this, yeah, there's not much room for stealth, I'm afraid. Snowdrop was holding her own, though she was growing a bit tired of the blood guard swooping in and overprotecting her during the battle. This would cause her to look for any ample opportunity possible to fight an elf one-on-one to prove herself. Something that very well may be very possible because these elves were quite tough, shockingly. They fought very valiantly against us and were standing their ground. For a couple of hours, they were completely surrounded by us. One of them did end up falling, but the other would stand their ground and continue firing their crossbow from afar. This would be the perfect opportunity for Snowdrop to rush in with her dagger and take her down. For you see, Snowdrop did not see a dangerous elf that could kill her with a mere shot from the crossbow. She saw yet another mountain to climb, yet another milestone to conquer, and so she did, proving that she could hold her own without any help, just as her sister, father, and her mother can. Well, now our main goal of keeping Snowdrop alive was completed. It's time for goal 2, prisoners as well as timber, which we found plenty of wood, and we would actually end up taking a few prisoners with us, but I will spoil those for you. Many of them ended up dying from hypothermia on the way home. Speaking of which though, of course, the journey home will take a little bit of time, so in the meantime, I suppose we could check back in on the keep and just see how everything's going, and which I did, but unfortunately this would be interrupted. We have have a raid from the Grey River Pact. This massive raid seemed to consist of two large groups, one coming from the west that mostly consisted of Itacan slaves as well as elven village people, and they weren't all that well equipped or armed with armor or weapons in general, but they were being led by a heavily armed and very strong looking dwarf. From the east came a smaller group of very well equipped elven guards. Some of them appeared to be royal guards that were actually escorting the king. Yes indeed, you heard that right, the elven king has decided to show his ugly face. This battle shall be won for the ages regardless of the outcome, and I only say that because we are heavily outnumbered with the majority of our forces out with Snowdrop. The keep is very much lacking in manpower, but we will defend our home nonetheless. Our defenses were quickly becoming overwhelmed as they broke through our traps and also through our doors of the tower. We would need to make a retreat. Their dwarven general was pushing hard against our defenses and ended up taking down Snow White in the process. Moincow and Vasvaran were completely surrounded. She would try using her abilities to help them both escape, but unfortunately it was too late and they were both easily downed. We hid within one of our towers, firing at many of the enemies that we could see through our embrasures, while the others lit our fields of winter bloom as well as many of our buildings on fire. Our city was completely overwhelmed by the enemy. This was no longer a raid, nor had it been from the start. This was a complete invasion and takeover of the Eternal Flame. Rosh would not let his kingdom fall so easily, though, rushing out to attack the Elven King when his guard was down. He held his own quite well, and for a moment it appeared that he was even winning, but this was not a fair fight. The Dwarven general would flank him, and eventually they took him down together. Once the others saw that Rosh had fallen, they rushed out to try and help them as best that they could. They would even take the Dwarven general on directly, but unfortunately Squiggle was quickly killed, and as were the others. The only one of our nobility left standing was Lim, but that was only briefly. Lim was quickly downed as well, and then the elves decided that they had done enough damage. They were going to try and kidnap who they could and leave the area. Rosh lay in the field surrounded by fire, but he was bleeding very heavily from his side. Unfortunately, he ended up dying there in that field. But Rosh did not go out regretfully. No, he died thankfully. Thankful that his daughters did not have to see what occurred here today, nor were they part of the slaughter. And he was thankful for what he had, his friends and his family. He was thankful that he had reunited with at least one of his brothers before this had happened. He was thankful that he had the opportunity to build such a wonderful kingdom for his family and for his friends, that he had the opportunity to lead them into a better life, even if the outcome of that better life were cinder, smoke, and death. For a while we were a light in the dark of this planet, but now the light goes out, as all things do. But some fires are eternal. Snowdrop and Ozza had finally returned home, and they could see the black bellowing smoke in the distance from the kingdom. As we approached the entranceway, we could hear Moincow inside the tower, her blood-curdling screams for help. She was in agony. Piub would quickly run in and begin tending to her, but Moincow would express much concern for the others because no one had come to rescue her all throughout the night. She feared the worst, and of course we now see that she was right to have been concerned. Ozza and Snowdrop approached their father's charred corpse, lying in a field. Horror, shock, sadness, none of these words even begin to describe a fraction of what they were feeling in this moment. Their emotional states would only continue to escalate further once they found the bodies of the others lying not far from their fathers, including their poor mother, Squiggle, Sissy, and that damn dwarf that had taken them down. Sadness quickly began turning into rage. The rage was only fueled further once they saw that their uncle Rosario had also been killed and or bled to death when he was being kidnapped out in the fields. They have no one now, all alone, in a burning kingdom of ashes and smoke and corpses. They have no one, and they have nothing. In the span of mere hours, everything had changed. Their lives were upside down. Some time later, we had managed to dig out a very rough-looking crypt just above our arena to bury Zippy as well as Rosh. We actually made their sarcophagi out of the remaining silver in our treasury, but even this fine metal is not worthy enough to hold the bodies of our beloved parents. We had also built a larger room with 3 beautiful granite sarcophagi just below where Rosh and Zippy are buried for our 3 remaining heroes. And we would of course hold burial ceremonies as well as eulogies for each and every one of them, starting out with our beloved Rosh and Zippy in their own room. A very beautiful yet bittersweet, somber affair it was, especially since immediately after we had to conduct another type of ceremony. The kingdom needs a leader. And Snowdrop, of course, is next in line. We must, of course, follow tradition, though, and hold a ceremony to make it official. And so we did, of course. Arise now, Jarl Snowdrop, daughter of Jarl Rosh and Lady Zippy, ruler of Mount Rosh and keeper of the eternal flame. Let none oppose your rule over these mountains, over this land, and over this planet, for you are chosen. I want to thank you all ever so much for watching Season 1 of the RimWorld Eternal Winter series. I didn't exactly plan for this one to be Season 1, the ending of Season 1, of course, unfortunately, but that's just kind of how the game dealt things out to us, so I do hope you guys have enjoyed. I want to thank you guys, of course, for supporting me throughout the entire series. I love you guys ever so much, and I hope to be back fairly soon with Season 2. But until then, I will see you next time. Goodbye.